Okay, good evening and thank you all for coming. So, the last talk in our consciousness studies series, we started in September and we covered quite a lot. So I would like to recap a bit the things that we've been talking about. Before we dive into today's session, scientific spirituality, which sounds like a weird pairing of words. So yeah, kind of with the things we've been talking about, maybe it gives sort of a better context to sort of embed this and think about it. So, we've had Deepak, who is the founder of this M.Q Academy. He is into philosophy, especially Eastern wisdom traditions. And then we had Kasia, who's a bodywork practitioner. She does psychedelic assisted therapy facilitation, and she's a biologist. And then we have Simone, who came out of the corporate world and was full on HR and coaching, and today she's a practicing shaman. And then we had Diego, who from the ETH studying pharmacology, then traveled to Ramsala, and I think he stayed there for 13 years meditating. And yeah, he's one of the people that when they want to study monks and what happens to your brain if you meditate for many hours, Diego was one of the people they sometimes call up. And Laura, she studied with Deepak at the California Institute of Integrated Studies, and she is kind of into this sort of plant consciousness idea, sort of reevaluating how our relationship to plants. And yeah, myself with physics and complexity science, and my little passion, philosophy. So Deepak was telling us about these ancient wisdom traditions in India, from the Vedas, the Upanishads, and these three Aurobindo, who kind of set out kind of a nice framework that then also got applied in the West. And one of his ideas is this involution, so in the Hindu concept of this cosmic consciousness, how would that sort of materialize and start to form a universe separate from this divine presence, and this is this idea of involution. And this kind of came into the West. John Gebser, he's a Swiss, was a Swiss philosopher, and Ken Wilber, maybe some of you know, he started this integrated or transpersonal psychotherapy. And mindfulness was also one session. So we, in the West now, mindfulness is everywhere. We know what this is, but actually this is kind of a more modern trend, and these ideas started to be talked about in the Vedas and the Upanishads. So kind of very detailed description of sort of these techniques, way back, and also obviously in Buddhism, how to sort of, train your mind and kind of become sort of a master in consciousness. And the Yoga Sutra, which again is one of these founding texts, which we today know a little part of what we think of as yoga is just one part of this huge sort of spiritual tradition. And how this moved to the West, to the US, with some Indian gurus going to the US, and some specific techniques. One thing is obviously your breath, vipassana, or you can focus on one specific object and just be sort of mindful of that, or this loving kindness meditation. So kind of all these techniques, and they're rooted kind of in these old traditions in the East. Kasia talked about psychedelic assisted therapy, and she focuses on the importance of the embodiment, the bodily sensation. So we usually think psychedelics is something that happens in it only happens in consciousness, and it transports you to different planes of reality. Yeah, sure, but there's also kind of an important component, which is then also kind of in the therapeutic context, which is about this bodily sensation during your psychedelic experience. And she also likes to talk about kind of these forgotten women in sort of psychedelic culture, and these counterculture and transformative festivals like Burning Man or whatever. And Simone, so she talked about some rituals and sort of practices in shamanism. And just to recap, shamanism is basically the oldest spiritual tradition. Depending on who you ask, it's 10,000 or 50,000 years ago, where kind of shamans started to alter their consciousness either through trance or psychedelic substances and said, hey, there's this spirit world next to our physical world, and it's real, and you can travel between the two, and actually you can gain information for like healing. So this is kind of like the template that shamanism gave us. And Laura talked about this vegetal turn that's happening. So in the humanities, it's like at one point people were thinking like maybe we should sort of include animals into our sphere of compassion and empathy, so like treat them better. And now it's like maybe plants. So what's our relationship to plants? And plants have memory. They can learn. They have like interactions. They can communicate. So an idea of like, should we give plants like personhood? What does that mean? Which makes life kind of difficult. I mean, if you think of the tradition of Christmas trees, that sounds like really bad in this context. And then we had Diego. So his journey.
Quick question. She never extended it to consider that absolutely everything is conscious. Everything.
Sorry?
Everything is conscious. There was never a discussion on. Yeah, everything. Everything.
Storm.
Yeah, how we treat our clothes, how we treat everything. Everything is living.
So I'm just recapping.
Oh,
sorry, I'm just recapping.
If she did.
Aha,
There was the discussion on
Good.
it.
I'm just checking.
I mean, basically what you're saying is idealism. Everything is consciousness, and we should kind of respect that. But that comes later. And yeah, how Diego kind of from Zurich, from the ETH, then ended up like meditating for whatever 25,000 hours, and kind of showing the research on how this actually changes your brain states. And it was kind of interesting that he said, like, I think sort of with neuroimaging methods, after like 8 weeks of, I think 1 hour a day, you can already see like changes in 3 parts of the brain, which all relate to sort of emotional regulation. And like how this induces states of like joyfulness and happiness, and moves us away from kind of like these negative mind wandering states that our brain sort of goes into by default. And yeah, so how do you cultivate these positive states? Meditation is definitely one point. And I started with like talking about how mathematics is the blueprint for reality. So science is basically, you take a chunk of reality, you encode it as mathematical equations, you do the math according to the formal system, and you then make a prediction, you translate it back. And this is kind of like the template of what science is basically doing in physics. So math as the machine code of reality, which is kind of weird because you can do math in a dark room with your eyes closed in your mind, and kind of the relationship to the outer world. This was what Eugene Wigner was like wondering about, the theoretical physicist who was like the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in the natural sciences. And then we also talked about kind of this, complexity science. So physics deals a lot, so first of all it deals with the non-living and the non-conscious, but then it kind of doesn't do such a good job when things start to get complex in terms of interaction. So if you like want to model a swarm of birds, it's really hard if you're trying to solve like 50 or 100 differential equations. But what it turns out to be, it's like easy if you do it from an interaction point of view. If you do it algorithmically, so you're basically simulating the evolution of the system, and you're not actually trying to sort of solve equations. So this is where this complexity science sort of came in, that it's like what looks like complexity is actually often the rule of very simple rules of interaction. And this is like, as an example, I mentioned a couple of times Stephen Wolfram. So 2002, he was like a new kind of science. Hey, so he's a physicist. He was like super clever and still is. So like even his papers that he wrote is like I think a 17-year-old are still like referenced today in cosmology and I think in quantum physics. And he was like, hey, physics went wrong the day they started to do mathematics like 300 years ago with Newton. And we should, it's a computational thing. We should think about it in terms of computation. Everyone ignored him. 2020, he brought out another book, the project to find the fundamental theory of reality or something, and now he does hypergraphs updating in kind of abstract space, and he claims that, look, the structures we have here, they look very much like general relativity or quantum behavior, and now slowly physicists are like, yeah, maybe we should listen to Stephen. And he's also kind of talking about how consciousness fits into this. And yeah, so kind of we have the impression that science understands a lot, and it does, it's amazing, we have all the technology, but there's so many like existential foundational problems, like what is time? Is space-time emergent? What's happening at all this crazy weird thing happening at the quantum level we talked about many times. So there's a lot of stuff which makes absolutely no sense from like a rational common sense perspective. And this is something which goes into philosophy more. And yeah, as I mentioned, consciousness was like ignored in academia till the beginning of the 90s, where they were like, yeah, there's like whatever, this is not very relevant, which seems weird because that's like the only thing we kind of exist in as beings. And then in the philosophy part, it was like this tension between physicists and philosophers, where in the beginning, the pioneers of quantum physics, they were very open to like engaging with these sort of fundamental weirdness of reality, like wave-particle duality, measurement problem, superpositions, entanglement later on. But then kind of the next generation came along and they were like, hey, shut up and calculate, just forget about like this philosophical like arguments and just do the math, do the equations, and they work, and you can understand stuff and you can build amazing technology. And that's where it's kind of the whole philosophy of science sort of became very marginalized in physics, which I think is kind of, as a physicist, I think the first thing you should be told is like a crash course in the philosophy of science. But that didn't happen. So a lot of physicists are like philosophically or metaphysically kind of ignorant, and they think philosophers are like stupid and annoying because philosophy is kind of just this squabbling about ideas. So that's why, very importantly, this idea of physicalism, like the metaphysical underlying, the underpinning thing. So at one point you have to do metaphysics, because where physics stops, metaphysics begins. And that's if you start to talk about what things are, what's the nature of things, which you cannot prove or disprove. So at one point you have to engage with philosophy. And this just happened pretty late for physicists, and that's why kind of the reigning metaphysical idea, physicalism, or it used to be called materialism, that's that everything is physical, that's the only thing that there is. If you look at the interactions of the small parts, you can understand everything. Consciousness, life, at one point we understand it. And only slowly now are we kind of like realizing that this is a metaphysical belief. There's nowhere in science, there's no equation telling you to adopt this. So there's many other metaphysical belief systems you can have, which are just as unprovable or provable as physicalism, but they will give you a very different way of how you would like look at the world. So unfortunately, this physicalism kind of went under the radar, and only now slowly rational, like scientifically thinking people realize, actually that's just like an add-on, a philosophical add-on, that's not part of science itself. So you're allowed to criticize that without sort of being branded like ignorant or irrational or anti-science. And the problem with that is it kind of tells you that this is all just random and purposeless and kind of this cosmic nihilism. And just grow up and deal with it. You're not special. There's like no purpose to anything. You die, that's it. And just grow up and deal with it. Which of course you can have this point of view, but maybe you should know that this is like one you choose, and there's others which say different things, and they're just as valid from like a knowledge perspective as physicalism. And that's why the hard problem where David Chalmers said, actually, how can non-mental stuff start to have mental properties? In 1994, today we're still discussing that. So in the philosophy of mind, they're like two totally diverging ideas. So you have the physicalists on the one side, and then you have like the panpsychists and the idealists on the other side who say, hey, it's all consciousness. And they're like, no, it's all physical matter. And they find each other's perspectives like ridiculous, and yeah, they really don't get on very well. And what's happened with the kind of the psychedelic renaissance, that we've realized, actually these banned substances have mental health effects and they have benefits, that philosophers were like, hey, maybe we should talk about this. So you have the philosophy of psychedelics as a new thing, where like this one philosopher of psychedelics says, if you're a philosopher of mind and you don't take psychedelics, it's like if you are a pianist and don't have a piano. This is like the thing you should be doing and like engaging with. And slowly, yeah, because it's like destigmatized, you're allowed to say, I've had a psychedelic experience and I want to think about this like as a philosopher, without people thinking that you're like some crazy person or just whatever, some junkie. And yeah, we talked a bit about artificial consciousness. So what does that even mean? And is consciousness only mediated by organic structures, or could this happen in silicon? And how will we even know, like, again, the problem of other minds, like how do I know you have like the thing going on that I have? Maybe I'm just hallucinating you, or this is a simulation, or solipsism, maybe I'm the only thing that exists and everything else is just like happening in my mind. So yeah, we don't know. But that was like sort of setting up the journey a bit to where we're going. And looking at the history of psychedelics, it's like terrible in the West, like this huge blind spot. So until recently, I did not know that in the beginning, when Hinduism was starting to become a thing, this spiritual tradition, that they had soma, this psychedelic drink. I did not know that Plato was taking a psychedelic substance. Like no one ever talked about that in any philosophy class ever, which is like, yeah, because of this kind of hostility towards psychedelics, because they're drugs and they're bad. So kind of we have all this whole history, which, yeah, slowly now we are being taught about this. And especially like Plato, was he like telling us about his experiences that he was having on like psychedelic trips? Like the allegory of the cave, or this Platonic realm of absolute forms, sounds very much like things that people who smoke DMT would like talk about. So maybe we should just like talk about that when we do Western philosophy. And also in shamanism, where like the one, so he's the historian Eliade, Mircea Eliade, he wrote a book about shamanism, where he was kind of showing that there's like these universal themes happening everywhere across the globe in these shaman cultures, if it's whatever, in the tundra in Siberia, or if it's in the rainforest or in Africa. And he kind of showed that there was like this universal sort of technique and like culture happening at different times across the globe, which, he did it as a historian and not as an anthropologist, and they kind of got annoyed that he did that and ignored his book, but it still became kind of the standard on shamanism. And he was saying, as soon as shamans take mind-altering substances, they're decadent, because the true shaman does this with trance, and so again, like this hostility towards psychedelic experiences induced by substances, like really weird. Like why would he, I don't know, like what's the issue there? This is like from the very beginning, and if you study shamanism as he did, you kind of should think that, or realize that that's like the main point there. It doesn't really matter how you do it, it's that you do it. And then we have, kind of this talk on idealism last week. So this is kind of what's happening at the moment. There's this renaissance in idealism, which is weird, because idealism says consciousness is everything. So everything you see is derived from this field of consciousness, and as we talked about it last week, you can't really understand it rationally, because it just makes no sense. It's like non-duality, or kind of, these are trans-rational ideas, but you can experience them. And that's kind of what these shamans and mystics and meditators and psychonauts tell us about, that these are, you can experience cosmic consciousness, you can experience oneness, what it means, non-duality to like merge with all of existence. These are experienceable states, reproducible, but you can't rationally kind of understand it. So that's kind of the problem with idealism, that you can't really, from a rational perspective, grasp it, and that's why it's kind of like had maybe a hard time sort of to sort of come back into the collective psyche, because in Germany we had a big wave of idealism with Kant and Hegel, Fichte, and all these guys, and Schelling, and then it was like, yeah, but that's kind of stupid because it's like totally doesn't work with like what we're seeing in reality. But now with the philosophy of mind, philosophy of psychedelics, and with all these issues we're having with fundamental physics, we still don't know like how gravity and quantum mechanics go together. Maybe space-time is emergent. So people are now rethinking kind of these metaphysical foundations, and idealism is having a comeback. So, scientific spirituality. I would like claim, we'll get into like what these words could mean, but kind of the state of our world today, I think it's fair to claim that this is like a mirror of how we like are spiritually, or like how we as individuals function, and kind of how healthy we are and our society is. And in one way we live in the best of all worlds, but somehow we live in the worst of all worlds. And like, what is the root of the problem? And yeah, having a glimpse of scientific spirituality. So, yes.
Sorry, I understand what science is, but I have not a very good definition of spirituality. Are you able to?
I'll get into that later.
Okay.
It doesn't matter for the moment.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Because yeah, it's all a bit vague at one point. But so technology, like literally, like we have crazy technology, rovers on Mars. We have we have supercomputers in our pockets. If you would have shown one of these devices to any engineer or computer scientist 30, 40 years ago, they would be like, no way, this is like, we have 5 nanometer like technology, which then has to be 3D, because otherwise you have quantum tunneling effects because it's so small. I mean, this is like, we have crazy technology. We're like these mad geniuses when it comes to technology. We have the internet, this information thing. We have free access to everything. I mean, you can go on the internet and you have the whole, everything, knowledge. Well, I mean, Wikipedia does like a pretty good job. I mean, you get pretty far.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
I mean,
What
like,
free? What means free? You know, like there's a price to pay.
But also the ancient civilizations were extremely advanced. We have no idea of.
This is just like sort of the
Yes.
nice sort of positive stepping into like,
Good.
it gets
Because we
dark,
did a
it
few
turns dark pretty
experiments.
soon. And like AI, I mean, until like not too long ago, like no one knew what ChatGPT 2 point whatever was until 3.0 or 3.5 came. So this happened like super quick, and it got super crazy super quickly. And this gene editing, this CRISPR technology we have, and now chemistry Nobel Prize 2024, we can design proteins and we know how they fold, and this is crazy. This is a crazy complex problem, and now we've solved that. So we're mad geniuses in terms of technology. So life is great, isn't it? Yeah.
It is alien technology. It's because we discovered Megatron in Transformers.
But where did that come from? Like, no one saw that coming. Like, why can we harness like so much? Like, why can we engineer at such an amazing level? Like unlock, or like quantum computing, we can literally compute with spins of subatomic particles. I mean, come on, that's crazy. I mean,
Yeah, but then in the olden days, people would have said they would have connected to the Akash records. They wouldn't have needed ChatGPT. They just would have. So there are.
Again, that's like the shaman sort of the orthodox knowledge generation thing. So we're in the West now. So this is like the Western point of view where we're going in and going to criticize this. So,
good.
So trust me, it'll get dark pretty soon.
Good.
So Keynes was an influential economist, and he was kind of his economic ideas were implemented after the Second World War, and were kind of like, people say that the reason why kind of things got better and we had the golden age of capitalism in the 50s and 60s. And in 1930, he wrote an essay where he was like, from the 16th century, with the cumulative crescendo after the 18th, the great age of science and technical inventions began, which since the beginning of the 19th century has been in full flood. We shall do more things for ourselves than is usual with the rich today, only too glad to have small duties and tasks and routines. 3-hour shifts or a 15-hour week, that's what it's going to look like, 1930, because of all this amazing technology and the automatization. Life's going to be better, right? So, wow, he was super wrong because, yeah, Edward O. Wilson is the founder of sociobiology, and he said, we have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. Yuval Harari, the historian, in his bestseller, Sapiens. So, we are self-made gods with only the laws of physics to keep us company. We are accountable to no one. We are consequentially wreaking havoc on our fellow animals and on the surrounding ecosystem, seeking little more than our own comfort and amusement, yet never finding satisfaction. Is there anything more dangerous than dissatisfied and irresponsible gods who don't know what they want?
Sounds like the Greek gods, yeah.
But he also
Motivation.
said a lot of very bad stuff, like on that we should not have our self-will.
There's a lot of conspiracy theory in Harari,
no,
like a
he actually
weekly
don't. No.
But
You
can we
find
like
videos.
just
Yeah,
focus
yeah.
on
Yeah.
because we could like talk forever and everyone could like every 5 minutes pitch in and like say, but this is like that, or I think this. I don't want to be
No, that's
disrespectful, but this will take hours, or we just can give up. I mean, I appreciate like input, but if it's like constantly like, yeah, but this is that and this is that, then it's really hard to like have a talk. I don't know if you can appreciate that without like wanting to silence you or like be disrespectful. Thank you so much. Tim Jackson, economist, it's a story about us, people being persuaded to spend money we don't have on things we don't need to create impressions that won't last on people we don't care about. So let's talk about this ecocide that we're all kind of collectively involved in. Richard Tarnas, a historian, he wrote the book The Passion of the Western Mind, where he's chronicling like the whole intellectual voyage we've been on since the Greeks. And in the epilogue, in 1991, he writes, the critical contamination of the planet's water, air and soil, the manifold harmful effects on animal and plant life, the extinction of innumerable species, the deforestation of the globe, the erosion of topsoil, the depletion of groundwater, the vast accumulation of toxic waste, the apparent exacerbation of the greenhouse effect, the breakdown of the ozone layer in the atmosphere, the radical disruption of the entire planetary ecosystem, all this emerged as direly serious problems with increasing force and complexity. And note that he says the apparent exacerbation of the greenhouse effect, like, yeah, today we know like how much worse it is. And this was 91, so let's add the Great Pacific and Atlantic garbage patches, these huge jars of trash just floating around, accumulating in our oceans. And there's like, I think there's 7 in total, like smaller ones, but these are like huge. And then the loss of biodiversity is like super scary because there's something in complexity theory called tipping points. So complex systems are very resilient and you can really push them a long way and they will be okay. But once you push them over the tipping point, the whole thing just changes, like it undergoes a phase transition and kind of the next equilibrium it finds may be something which is totally not what you want to live in. So kind of this, especially with like the web of life where this is all interconnected, like at one point if you hit the wrong species and make them go extinct, this has quickly very catastrophic effects. And e-waste, microplastics, PFAS, these forever chemicals, which we apparently all have. Like in Basel, you shouldn't eat the fish you get out of the river like more than once a month because it's full of PFAS. And chronic disease, antimicrobial resistance, drop in sperm count, and this whole climate destabilization. I mean, the heightened natural catastrophe activity, Swiss Re, in kind of their words, because they are the people who are insuring this and paying for this, and they kind of have the numbers on it and know how bad it is and how it's increasing. So we kind of live in the worst of all worlds. And to quote Albert Hoffmann, the LSD guy, in the Encyclopedia of Psychoactive Plants from Christian Rätsch, the 1,000-page book on all these psychoactive plants, end of the 90s, he's like, it's unnecessary to list in detail where things are going wrong in our world. But what is meant on the spiritual level is materialism, egoism, loneliness, and the absence of a religious foundation for life. On the material level, it refers to the environmental destruction due to technologization or over-industrialization, the looming depletion of natural reserves, and the accumulation of immense wealth by a few, while a large portion of the population is increasingly impoverished. Again, this is 1998. Things haven't got better. This sounds terrible. So it gets even worse, because apparently our social fabric is deteriorating. We have ideological trench wars. Everything is black and white, left and right. You have team blue, team red. No one, like, from one team can't talk to the other team. Everything is one-dimensional, black and white. There's no nuance anymore. It's like literally like two spheres have split off and they can't communicate anymore. We live in a post-truth world. If you lie often enough, this lie becomes truth, and people live in it, and it becomes real in a sense. So that's kind of a more recent sort of phenomenon, which leads to the loss of consensus reality. Like, literally, you can say this is down and this is up, and you can have people who will then say, yeah, that's true, and that's how we're going to live. And that's why it's kind of hard that, yeah, if there's no basis for reality, how we interact, no wonder our social fabric is deteriorating. And so many people have been radicalized online, from like older generations to young generations. And conspiracy theories, because they often give you a sense of simplicity, and they also give you a sense of being important. So a good predictor for someone being a conspiracy theorist is narcissism. And then what causes narcissism? Often it's trauma. So like, oh my God, this is so bad. It's like terrible. And yeah, this kind of willful ignorance that people are like, I don't mind, like, I don't care. I have my beliefs, I have my ideology, and I'm willing to just like ignore reality. And populism. So let's define populism as simple solutions to complex problems, and you give people a scapegoat. So that's very alluring. That's kind of like, yeah, that's something which will flourish during these times. And like the rise of theocratic authoritarianism in the West. Interesting, let's see how that goes. And this absurd inequality. So Keynes, as I said, after the Second World War, kind of his economic system kind of, yeah, helped things improve. Then in 1947, people met in Geneva at Mont Bellerin, and that's how they called the society, Friedrich von Hayek, and they were like, Keynes is wrong. He has it the wrong way round. And they came up with the neoliberal political philosophy, which says, actually, what you should do is like, first of all, you have to deregulate, because the market is like super clever. It regulates itself, and everything you try and regulate is wrong. And this goes back to Adam Smith, who had this idea of the invisible hand, that like, you just let it happen and the thing self-organizes and it's clever. Yes, we do have self-organization, but not kind of in this context. And kind of in this sort of Ayn Randian sort of philosophy that if everyone's selfish, then it's like really good for everyone. And neoliberalism really kicked off in the University of Chicago, like in the 60s and 70s, where there's like experiments in Chile. And then Reagan and Thatcher kind of introduced this to the world. And this has been a fantastically successful political philosophy, leading to 8 people owning as much wealth as 3 billion or 4 billion people. So what, I mean, you don't have to be like a complexity like scientist to realize that that's not a very sustainable network. That's not gonna, like, this is like bad for systemic risk. This is bad for like, this is like not a clever way of doing stuff. So yeah, in such an environment, you have a lot of cruelty and suffering. People are angry and want to inflict violence on others because that's like a good thing to do. So if I would like characterize the state of our collective psyche on the world, it's like selfish, depressed, unhappy, disenchanted, numb, unfulfilled, dishonest, meaningless, alienated, lonely, purposeless, suffering, superficial, indifferent, cynical, fearful, malevolent, distracted, greedy, hopeless, frightened, and stressed. So we seem to be suffering from a spiritual crisis, a crisis of meaning. I think that's kind of fair enough to say that something is going wrong, and it's not on the material level. We have technology, we have automatization, we could live in a better world. It's a spiritual crisis we are having, an existential crisis of meaning. And as we know from these meditation techniques from individual people, kind of, I think what most people would agree is that maybe our collective psyche should be more, or we as individuals should be more empathetic, joyful, happy, enchanted, flourishing, fulfilled, honest, meaningful, connected, have community, have purpose, be thriving, sincere, optimistic, compassionate, courageous, mindful, hopeful, brave, relaxed, benevolent. So how do we get there? I think the root of all of this, it sounds stupid and maybe weird, it's bad philosophy. Because if you think about it, the metaphysical system you adopt will shape how you see the world, how you interact with the world, and apparently our collective unintelligence that we're showing is kind of based on our deepest beliefs about reality and consciousness. So that's why that's where we currently are. We have this metaphysical constriction that's like, I mean, this isn't exclusive, but this, I think, like captures a lot of where people are. Of course, there's more nuance, but on the one hand, you have science and rational people, and they're like, I don't believe in God, that's kind of silly. And yeah, the universe is purposeless and like, yeah, disenchanted, and life has no meaning, and I die, and that was it, and kind of a very depressed outlook on life. It doesn't like, it's not very empowering. It's like, kind of I find it a sad metaphysical sort of picture of like living in this state. And on the other side, you have kind of these monotheistic religions, which as kind of an institutionalized sort of power structure are dogmatic. So it's our gods are right, yours are wrong. And it's static because it was written down whenever in some book, never changed, will never change. So kind of that sounds weird. And very simplistic because like every problem you have, it's like, God did it. Yeah, and that's fine. So I think that's also kind of a disenchanted thing. And I mean,
my God did it.
Exactly. Well, yours doesn't exist. And I mean, if you're a religious person and you are a joyful and passionate, compassionate person, I think that's great. And I think your religion is great. But if your religion teaches you to be divisive, to like discriminate against certain people or hate other people, then I think your religion sucks. It's like terrible. So, sorry. I mean, it's like, come on. So we seem to have like the worst of both worlds, from like the rational and the more irrational. So scientific spirituality, what happens if we take the best of both worlds? So spirituality, I don't know what that means, but but I think it's about, or in the widest term, it's about engaging with your own consciousness and your own existence. As simple as that. You are kind of like, you're willing to like look in the mirror, or like also metaphorically, you're willing to like engage with yourself and like really look at yourself and like your issues and like who you are as a person, what you want to do, and like, and cultivate sort of things or techniques that allow you to become this transformed person. So you go from this state of like being unhappy, angry, dissatisfied, and you realize that's all external. And I can cultivate a state of happiness in myself, which is totally detached from anything going on in the outside world. This is possible. This is what these meditator masters show us, that the suffering that's inflicted in the outer world does not translate into suffering in the mind. This is something you can change. So anything, whatever you need to do do that, find out what it is. Maybe you need to take a lot of psychedelics, or take walks in nature, or do holotropic breath work, or chant, or drum, or whatever. I mean, let's all kind of find out what it is that allows us to be more joyful people and help kind of fuel the collective psyche with more positive sort of energies. And kind of this holistic understanding of ourselves. So we always kind of, especially in the West, it's like this individualism, which is kind of something which is distinct from how people in the East, they're more collectively thinking. And this is probably a reason why, why maybe things like science worked so well in the West, because some of this focus on your own thing and your individual thing in isolation, which is fine, but we shouldn't forget there is this, it's all networks. Everything is connected in some way. And even at this kind of, I don't know, quantum level with entanglement, it's literally somehow this whole universe seems to be a lot more connected than we experience. And that's something which we should also be mindful of. And kind of this open-minded and non-dogmatic exploration. So this is a criticism for a lot of scientifically thinking people and a lot of religious people, because it's you have your dogmatic idea, your ideology, and you don't change it. And there's a lot of scientists who, that's why I think Max Planck said, yeah, when a new theory comes, it's not that people see the light and adopt the new theory. You have to wait for the old physicists to die, and then the young people take over, because no one changes their ideology. We should try to do more of that. And whatever you adopt as a metaphysical belief system, but just kind of a rejection of physicalism, or just kind of know its limitations, that it's this is not the final word in what it means to exist as a conscious being in this reality. It's just one take, and we should be aware that there's different shades of how we can engage in metaphysics. And yeah, kind of this dynamic self-correcting paradigm which we have from science. This is what science does. Even if you have dogmatic people, at one point science corrects itself if things are wrong, because that's what science is. It's a continuous dynamic thing, and maybe our spiritual tradition should also be self-correcting and dynamic. And yeah, let's try and be more rational, but also try and be more experiential, and kind of go deeper into this sort of multiverse of experience which is there, which you can access through changing your mode of cognition. Again, holotropic breath work, or ice baths, or jogging, or psychedelics, whatever. And the more sort of or kind of symbolic modes of cognition, where I kind of mentioned last week, this is kind of what shamanism was about, that kind of everything in the universe is speaking to you. So if the deer runs past, or whatever, the eagle flies by, everything has a meaning, and you try and derive the meaning and understand it. And this is what Carl Gustav Jung kind of then formalized in a way where he came up with or he realized that a lot of people were kind of having these experiences of random things occurring, but they seem to be meaningful, and he called this synchronicity, because somehow there seemed to be this deeper meaning of things happening if you look. And that's where he also came up with a kind of, or sort of formalized this idea of archetypes, this sort of these templates of universal meaning. And he was actually super big into astrology, and his friends were don't tell anyone, because no one's going to take you seriously anymore. But for him was that kind of makes sense, because everything is kind of in this kind of symbolic way of being cognitive. Everything has a message. It's up to you to decode it. And kind of even if there is no purpose outside in life, you can still foster and like find your own purpose and define it. And this is kind of like, again, somehow the crisis we're in, that we're lacking a purpose. Like, what is it that we want to do or want to go also as a collective? And I think this is something we really need to figure out as like a global society. And let's listen to the shamans and the mystics and the meditators and the psychonauts, who are the masters of consciousness and have been talking to us for ever about like this other kind of non-physical reality. And let's also listen to the scientists who've been telling us a lot about this physical reality and like bring together like the best of both worlds. So, what would that mean? The idea is to enchant the universe again. Jeremy Narby is an anthropologist, and he wrote the book, The Cosmic Serpent. And in a talk, he not too long ago said, science itself is evolving, moving away from a mechanical understanding of nature. The idea of a kind of intelligence active throughout nature is gaining support within the scientific community, affirming the view long held by indigenous people and shamans. Now the entire edifice of life from top to bottom seems shot through with intelligence, suggesting that the evolutionary process itself may be intelligent and that evolution may be guided by an intelligence within as opposed to an intelligence above or blind chance. So the blind chance is science saying, oh no, it's just random, and this is my God did it. So Narby is saying, hey, if we kind of look into it, it's like amazing, like let's be sort of have this wow effect of seeing this intelligence. And now kind of in the context of idealism, can you like take the next step and try to like see this intelligence like acting throughout the universe, like this idea of this teleology of like the will to complexity, yeah?
Just a quick question, because I think the Western world also has the concept of Mother Nature, which sounds like the parts described above.
Yeah.
But you think it's not truly believed, or?
I mean, how we kind of behave doesn't really seem as we care too much about Mother Nature, unfortunately. So, yeah, what will we choose? Where are we going? We seem to be at a crossroads. So, I don't know, maybe an idea that can kind of recalibrate our metaphysical or recontextualize our metaphysical beliefs can maybe help us go more to the left instead of the right. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so thank you all for coming. This is the first session of consciousness studies, which will be going on until December. So, yeah, what are we doing here? So first I would like to introduce like the trajectory of the course and kind of give an insight into a couple of the speakers. We have another speaker here. And then, yeah, jump into the first session from today. So kind of in these 12 sessions, we kind of cover a lot of different ground, but like focused on specific topics. Like to begin with, obviously, like if we're going to talk about consciousness, we need to talk about reality, which is science. But if you talk about science, you need to talk about philosophy, because like, how do I know that anything is real? Is this a simulation? Am I dreaming now? Like solipsism, which is this idea in philosophy that like only your own mind exists, which interestingly cannot be disproven empirically or theoretically. So yeah, if we kind of want to get closer to consciousness, we need to deal with a lot of different stuff. And it's kind of interesting that sort of the Eastern mind is more contemplative, like more sort of inward, and has been like exploring consciousness for a couple of millennia, while the Western mind is like more outward and analytic, and this kind of gives two very different perspectives on what consciousness could be. And then we have the masters of consciousness, like the shamans, which shamanism can be considered like the first religion ever, where people sort of started to see a connection or patterns in like how reality behaved, and kind of for shamans it was very clear that there's like this spiritual world and this physical world, and they're like complementary. And it's interesting that like anthropologists were quite surprised that a lot of shamanic cultures have a lot of identical kind of topics or ideas they talk about, from like the Amazon to the tundra in Siberia. So this seems to be like a very old and like sort of universal matrix of like people who sort of use plants to change their consciousness, or trance to like access different levels, which then brings us to the meditators, which obviously if you spend hours and hours just going inside and exploring your own consciousness, you will have like very different experiences and ideas of reality. So there also be kind of focus on this. And like from a neuroscientific perspective, there's actually changes you can see in the brain of meditators. Or like one meditator they did experiments with, actually this is Mathieu Ricard, he's French, I think he was like a biochemist, Ph.D, whatever, academic. He left academia, went to Tibet, and is a monk since like whatever, 20 years, and they kind of like to use him as a sort of a guinea pig. And one experiment they did was like a startling effect. So he was in a room meditating, and then a loud noise goes off, and nothing happens, like no reaction. And the people doing the experiments were like, we did not know that the startling reflex is something you can actually like consciously alter, because we thought it's like something instinctive. And he's like, yeah, I heard the noise, but whatever, don't care. So it's like there's a lot going on with the meditators. And then the Psychonauts. So we have like, I don't know, like 2006, more or less, the date of the psychedelic renaissance, where we realized that actually psychedelic substances have a great potential for like mental health issues. Actually, a lot of this was already known in the 70s before it was banned, the whole thing. Well, kind of war on drugs, including psychedelics. And it's interesting that now there's like, as this has become more accepted, there's philosophers who study this. So there's the philosophy of psychedelics, and then people ask like, the things you experience during the trip, they seem so very real and so very different. Like, what does this mean philosophically? Like, what does this tell us? So kind of, yeah, Psychonauts is a big topic as well. And then artificial sentience. So we kind of got used to artificial intelligence, which is kind of crazy, because if you think about it, these are like, I think, neural networks from like the 90s that just got scaled up, and suddenly it's like super clever. It's like a black box, it's emergent, it's like something that seems to be happening in the universe with life. Suddenly you scale it up and it does something clever and it organizes itself. And yeah, kind of neuroscience, what do people see that actually study the brain? Is like consciousness just some computation, some electrochemical thing in the brain? And at the very end we do a deep dive into idealism. So this was something that came up in Germany with Immanuel Kant, kind of this German idealism, where it's like, maybe consciousness is like more fundamental to reality. And there's like a renaissance of idealism, where interestingly there's like a bunch of philosophers and a couple of scientists who are thinking that actually the problems of understanding reality, which we'll go into, are a lot less big if you switch this perspective. And kind of a question there is like, is there something like something called like spiritual, scientific spirituality, where you basically kind of like open up to like your enigma of consciousness and try and sort of think if there's like more connection or more to be seen, but from a very scientific perspective, and not just kind of like, okay, whatever, God or kind of some external thing. So kind of really sort of taking your own consciousness as kind of like the center of the universe. So, the speaker, so Deepak, he's the founder of this MQ Learning Academy, so cultivating humanistic skills in a digital age. He was like navigating the corporate world, a teacher. His background is in philosophy, and he's specialized in Eastern wisdom traditions. Kaisha, who's here, she is a bodywork practitioner, psychedelic assisted therapy facilitator, interested in feminine mysticism, a psychonaut, and has a Ph.D. in cell and tissue biology. And Simone, who is a HR and finance professional, and also was in business for ages as a consultant entrepreneur, who at one point in her life had an epiphany, met a shaman, and now she's a practicing shaman herself. And then we have Diego, who is a seasoned meditator. He was like for over a decade in Dharamsala, and he's a scholar of Tibetan Buddhism, meditation teacher, coach, lecturer, has also done neuroscientific research, and yeah, that he will be talking about the brain state of meditators. Yikes. So myself, I started with physics, kind of at the top. Then I transitioned because I was like, okay, physics is cool, it's like equations, but what about all this complexity around us, like complex systems, which don't really work very well when you try and use equations to explain them. So I went to do complex systems, complex networks, kind of in a little academic trajectory. As a day job, I've been a quantitative researcher in finance, now crypto, for like 16 years. But studying physics for me was always like, if I study physics, I will understand more how reality works. And finishing studying theoretical physics, I was like, wow, now I have more questions than answers. And one big thing that I find is kind of scandalous, that only later, doing a Ph.D., when you were forced to visit a course outside of your field of interest, I took a course in the philosophy of science. And that was amazing, because the questions posed like, yeah, what can I know? What is a law? What is a law of nature? Like, what does this mean to see regularities? Like, does induction, deduction work? So all these things which I'd never considered, which are like super important, and I think it's kind of scandalous that scientists aren't forced to have a little introductory course into this philosophy of science before they begin, just to think what does it even mean? What is reality? Like, the thing I'm seeing, is it out there, or how much of it is hallucinated, produced by the brain? Like, all these questions. And that got me writing a book, the one on the left, which was published in 2019, which is now kind of, my hobby, this consciousness and reality thing. Unfortunately, that was 660 pages. I wrote another book, which I hoped would be shorter. This is going to come out in March 2025, and it's 770 pages, so yeah. So, let's dive into it. So, the mind and reality from a scientific perspective. So, if we talk about consciousness, we need to talk about what it's embedded in. So, reality. So, the simple question, what is the nature of reality? So, the outline of the session today will be this notion of the book of nature, that kind of you can read and understand the universe, and you have this book of nature which is mathematics. And then the question is how does this work? How does science work? How does it generate knowledge? What does that mean? What is sort of the idea behind it? And obviously, we know the success because our whole modern civilization is built on technology which was enabled through the understanding gained by science. But kind of, what are the challenges? What are the sort of the problems we're facing in our understanding from a scientific perspective? And then also kind of hinting again on philosophy, what are the kind of the implicit assumptions that scientists have about the world, which are not provable, but which seem to be a normal thing to think about. We'll look at that as well. And then, we have new paradigms that are opening up in physics. So one is this complexity science idea, which at the turn of the millennium became quite a prominent thing, because then kind of this whole idea of understanding complexity through networks became more formalized. And there was this small world networks and scale-free networks, whatever, that kind of made it kind of a thing in itself, kind of this new science of networks. And then we have information theoretical physics, where somehow this notion of information seems to be very fundamental, something you can really put at the beginning and derive all of physics, or a lot of it, from that. So we'll look at that as well later on. So the book of nature. So 600 BC, it's the 6th century BC, the Pythagoreans were a super weird sect, and actually not much is known about Pythagoras. But one thing which is important is they were the first people to say mathematics is behind all things. So this was like a super like crazy idea no one had before. And this then kind of started kind of this metaphor of the book of nature, which is kind of about this intelligibility of nature. And then like 200 years later, Aristotle made this more formal, kind of, you have these classic Greek philosophers kind of like systematized this better. And then 2,000 years later, Copernicus kind of showed what you could do with this mathematical understanding of reality, with the earth-shattering theory of heliocentrism. So also Kepler and ellipses. It's really hard to understand like how mind-blowing this must have been, because it was absolutely clear to everyone that the Earth was in the center of the universe. There was like no reason to like deny this, and even if you weren't like religious or like kind of had this idea from religion, it was like totally not debated. And having someone discover that this was not the case was like a really big deal. We can like hardly imagine. And actually, Copernicus was like pretty alone for most of his life in like discussing these things. So he had like a couple of people he could discuss this about, but most people would be like not interested and think it's like some crazy idea. So kind of we look back and we think, they were these great minds, but at the time they were pretty miserable and lowly. And then we have Galileo Galilei, who then again made everything a bit more systematic and actually coined the term the Book of Nature, which is written in the language of mathematics. So this is like 1660, whatever. And then Francis Bacon came along and made things again more systematic, kind of the idea of the scientific method, kind of this empirical and skeptical and systematic way of understanding nature was kind of, it said that he was like the first to sort of formalize this. And then we have René Descartes, who was like very influential as a scientist, mathematician, but also as a philosopher. So his famous thing is the cogito ergo sum, whatever sum, which means that exactly the question, like the only thing I cannot deny is that I'm having an experience now. Everything else is like totally undecidable. Like, are you there? Is this real? Whatever, I don't know, but that I'm experiencing this now in the moment, that's the only thing you cannot deny. So that was René Descartes. And he was very influential in kind of like this philosophy of science where he said, hey, so you have to be rational, kind of, that's the way to sort of go about understanding nature. You need common sense, and very importantly, you have to use reductionism. So if you understand the tiny things, how they work, you understand everything else. So like a clockwork, if you understand the little gears and stuff, then you understand the clock. And this was like thinking which we still today kind of have inherited, this idea of reductionism. And finally, Robert Boyle came along and said, hey, this is all great, but we need to do experiments to understand more about nature. So this kind of wrapped up is sort of this history of the idea of like using mathematics and then experiments to understand reality. And then, of course, with Isaac Newton and Leibniz, who developed calculus at the same time, independently. The two nations quarreled, Germany and England, who was like the first. And this then really kicked off modern physics, because for some reason, if you do a derivative or an integral, it says a lot about how stuff works in the universe, and you can fly to the moon, and it's like at a very deep level, you've decoded a lot about the mechanical workings of the universe with this bit of mathematics called calculus. So, very quickly, in a nutshell, you pick some reality domain, whatever, like a table with billiard balls, that's fine. So you do some experiments, some empirical rules, you kick the balls around, see what happens. But kind of the book of nature thing is that you encode this into some formal representation. So you take reality and you translate it into equations. That's kind of like the whole thing behind this knowledge generation thing of science. Because once you have it over here in the abstract world, then there's all these new laws and rules according to mathematics, which then allow you to find new insights and make predictions, which then you can test if they work. So basically, science or physics is a translation from reality into mathematics. You play around and then you make predictions and see if they work. That's kind of all there is. And it's kind of interesting that the notion of symmetry is like one of the most basic principles in the whole of physics, or theoretical physics, which you can then kind of derive the rest, or kind of this whole picture. So symmetry is like a super basic idea. If you take a square and you rotate it by 90 degrees, you don't see that anything changes. If you don't have like any markings on the side. So this is called invariance. So you change something, but it looks the same. Super simple. With this here, you get conservation laws, you get general relativity, you get the standard model of particle physics. You just get a bunch of physics just from this mathematical language of symmetry. So again, it's like super nice that nature presents itself that way and allows us to kind of understand these hacks of how she works. So it kind of seems that like, wow, we know everything, fine, let's go home. And this is kind of the sentiment around 1894. So while it is never safe to affirm that the future of physical science has no marvels in store even more astonishing than those of the past, it seems probable that most of the grand underlying principles have been firmly established, and that future advances are to be sought chiefly in the rigorous application of these principles to all the phenomena which come under our notice. It is here that the science of measurement shows its importance. Where quantitative work is more to be desired than qualitative work, an eminent physicist remarked that the future truths of physical science are to be looked for in the 6th place of decimals. So Michelson is saying here, actually we kind of did all the work, and the only thing we can do is like make it more exact. Which is really funny, because 7 years earlier, Michelson with his collaborator Morley made an experiment measuring the speed of light, which then would be the foundation for Einstein's special relativity. So kind of in a nutshell, if I'm standing and throw a ball, it has some speed. If I run and throw the ball will be faster. And kind of, if I'm in a car moving super fast and I throw the ball, it will be even faster. Well, light doesn't do that. Light has always the same speed for some weird reason. The only way you can get around that is by making time change and special relativity. So, yeah, Morley and Michelson was a bit too quick to call this. So, kind of, it's often people think that like physics and science has got everything figured out, and that the problems are like super marginal, which is not the case. So, and it hasn't been since the turn like of the century, since 1905. So, in 1905, Einstein published 4 papers. One was Brownian motion, whatever. Another one was the photoelectric effect, which actually showed that light behaves like particles and it has a measurable effect, and it showed that this idea that Max Planck had 4 years earlier is actually a real thing. So Max Planck, he had these equations, didn't work, and he had the idea of like saying, what if energy came in like different levels in quanta? Let's just try that. He did, it worked, but he always thought it was just some mathematical trick. So Einstein comes along, does the photoelectric effect, shows it's true, gets a Nobel Prize for that, not for his relativity stuff. And in the same year, Einstein publishes the paper of special relativity, meaning that depending on how fast you move, time flows at a different speed, which is super weird. So now time is something which is relative. Time makes no sense. The future and the past are somehow there and not there. They're always there. nothing happens simultaneously, like it's a big mess, and space and time are interchangeable. And the last paper of that year that Einstein published was the equation E equals mc squared. So, I mean, relativity would be bad enough that like time changes depending on your speed, or gravity, like depending on how much gravity you're exposed to, clocks tick differently. You have to like account for that in the GPS system, otherwise GPS wouldn't work. But quantum weirdness is even worse. So kind of the first thing, or like what most people know, is like this wave-particle duality thing. So depending on how you look at it, it behaves as a particle or as a wave. And it's like super weird and you can't get around it, and that's like, yeah, that was like the first sort of mind-blowing thing from quantum mechanics. But it got even worse, because then there's something called uncertainty, which says that actually you can't know two things simultaneously of some fundamental particle. Like you can't know where it is and how fast it's going at the same time. And this is not because you're like bad at measuring, this is some limit to reality of how much information you can gain from it. And then we have this superposition stuff, which kind of, if you're not looking, like electrons can have spin, whatever that means. It can like imagine some angular momentum, which isn't true, but just imagine like spin up or down. So if you're not looking, spin is everywhere the whole time. And as soon as you measure it, it goes into one particular direction. So this superposition is like, as soon as we're not observing the quantum world, it's all over the place doing everything at the same time, kind of, which is very weird. And this is kind of this non-locality idea, which is called entanglement. And actually Einstein, he wasn't happy with quantum mechanics. He thought this was like, something's wrong with that theory, so he sat down with two friends and thought of an experiment called EPR, after the initials of the first name of the three collaborators. And they said, hey, if quantum mechanics, if reality works as we expect, that it's like nothing moves faster than the speed of light, and if you're not looking, things are there, then you can show that there's some correlations that should be happening. And they were like, hey, we disproved quantum mechanics. Unfortunately, quantum mechanics always shows that these inequalities are wrong, and that things really are instantaneously connected, entanglement. And people use this today in quantum computing, and it's literally somehow when two particles are entangled, they form this one system which is somehow not constrained to space and time. And if you measure something on one particle, you affect the other particle wherever it is, regardless of distance. You cannot use it to send information, so it doesn't break relativity. But it's super weird, because it means there's some like holistic stuff going on with everything, which like, yeah, what's up with that? And then we have the measurement problem. Like I said before, as soon as you sort of try and measure it or observe it, it starts to behave normal, and it doesn't do all the weird stuff which it does when you're not looking, which you know it does because you can use it for like quantum computing and do experiments. And then what's kind of being shown more and more now is this idea of contextuality, which means that, so there's like quotes from these physicists doing these experiments from like whatever the last couple of years, and they say, we should stop to think that like elementary particles have some definite properties before we measure them. Makes no sense, and we can show that this assumption breaks down. So kind of the measurement puts the context to the stuff that we're measuring, and depending on how you measure it, you have different contexts, and it kind of, yeah, it's a big mess. It's really weird, and kind of, yeah, I don't know, this is not something which like you read a lot about, because A, it's like super technical and complex, and it kind of like breaks so many of the like the assumptions and the things we'd like to know about reality. And then another thing is like emergence, like how and why do fundamental particles come together and suddenly produce all this complexity around us? Like, what is this? What's this force? Kind of, is there something guiding this? Like, what's up with that? Is it just like random, it just happens? Or is this something that's like, programmed in somewhere and we haven't quite understood why. We can just see how it happens. And self-organization, like how do molecules come together and start to reproduce and kind of like become more complex and organize themselves? Very weird. So yeah, like life is super weird, and on top of that, consciousness, like yeah, what's happening here? Yikes. So just quickly to wrap up, we don't know what time is. It could be real, it couldn't be, it could be something emergent, we don't really know. We have no idea how to put the two big theories that describe the big and the small together. We don't know what like 95% of the stuff in the universe is. We don't even know what a proton is. We used to say, oh, a proton is 3 quarks. Actually, it's not true, because the more you measure, the more it becomes this crazy sea of quarks and antiquarks coming into existence, and this weird whatever it is. And we've only realized that now because we have the technology to probe it deeper. So from far away, it's like 3 quarks, whatever. But if you go closer, it just becomes a huge mess. And like, we don't even like know the kind of the diameter of the proton. Like different experiments show different values. Is the universe finite or infinite? It's kind of like an assumption that it's infinite, but what does that even mean? Like how? Like yeah, don't know. There's this thing, so matter is one thing, then there's this mirror world of antimatter, and as far as we know, in the Big Bang, they were produced in equal amounts. So why do we only see matter, and what happened to this other part of all the stuff that should be there? Cosmology went into a big crisis with the James Webb telescope, because if you look at the expansion of the universe, which is accelerating, and you measure it with the James Webb telescope, you get a different number than what we knew before from the Hubble telescope. And cosmologists have no idea what this means, how to fix it. Is it some technical thing or whatever? But it's a crisis there. Fine-tuning problem, like if you change the values of fundamental constants just a little bit, like the ratio from the electron to the neutron, if you change that number a bit, you can show that like nothing of this would happen. It either just like clumps together, or it just like there would be no complexity. So everything is kind of fine-tuned, which then some physicists say, well, whatever, but obviously we're in the universe that has these fine-tunings, that's why we're seeing it, so don't worry, that's just nothing, like, don't even think about it. And why the book of nature? Why does mathematics work? So the physicist Eugene Wigner, one of the pioneers of quantum mechanics, he was the first one to like sit down. He wrote an article saying the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in the natural sciences. What's going on there? Why should the stuff, our formal thinking, the stuff on the right I showed you in this diagram, have anything to do with this stuff on the left? And no one knows. And he like mentions the word miracle like 3 times in the paper. And why consciousness? Like, is it just like, just happened? So whatever, the universe was like for billions of years, like doing stars and whatever, and black holes, and then suddenly like this little pocket, and yeah, we're here, we're conscious, whatever, just don't look that way, just like we know more or less how things work, and we'll figure it out someday. And why anything? So Leibniz asked, like, why is there something rather than nothing? Because nothing is super more simple than anything. So yeah. And to quote Einstein back in the day, so all my attempts to adapt the theoretical foundation of physics to this new type of knowledge failed completely. It was as if the ground had been pulled out from under one, and with no firm foundation to be seen anywhere upon which one could have built. So this kind of hasn't changed to this day. So we have the book of nature. And all the weird things, you just ignore them. And this was kind of what happened to physics. Like the pioneers of quantum physics, they really took these issues and these enigmas seriously. But then kind of the next generation was like, whatever, forget about it. Let the philosophers talk about this. Shut up and calculate, do your equations. They work, and you build technology, and it's amazing. And like, you just look in that direction. and you don't ask the question like, why, what's happening here? So science tells you the how, but the why and the what is a part of philosophy which many scientists think is a waste of time because it's just like people arguing the whole time. But one thing called ontology from metaphysics, so metaphysics is the philosophy of like the nature of reality, and ontology is kind of the, like, what exists, what is the stuff that exists, which is very important for physics, so this assumption. So most of science since like 100 years went this way and not that way, and slowly we're realizing that the problems we're facing here in understanding are maybe because we never really did that too much as scientists. No, that's not. So just very quickly, from a kind of disenchanted scientific perspective, this describes everything you ever need to know, the whole universe. These are all the particles that exist, these are all the forces, this is general relativity, this is particle physics, that's it. It describes everything because there can't be anything other than that. So if you want to find consciousness, it's somewhere in there, obviously, and yeah, it's clear that reality that is so kind of the assumption is that materialism is the correct metaphysical idea, and reductionism is the way to go. So if you understand little particles, at one point you will understand all the rest. So somehow this is going to work, which I kind of call cosmic nihilism, because it means that like the universe is meaningless and random, and this is kind of, I find, highly debatable, especially with all the weird thing that's going on that we kind of like to ignore and pretend it's like, no, this all makes sense, you have to be rational, common sense, these are all great things, but we kind of know that, at least at a fundamental level, reality is totally not rational and common sense and makes like, and is logical. So this is where we kind of have to then sort of transition to philosophy, because this is where then different philosophical or metaphysical ideas come in. And metaphysics is, by definition, where physics stops. So your metaphysical assumptions cannot be proven or disproven. So this here is not part of science. This is an assumption. There's nowhere in science which tells you that this is the thing you should have, because science is how and not why and what, and that's why and what. So let's move on to kind of the new stuff. So a lot of what everything that we've been talking about is like fundamental systems, galaxies or a bunch of electrons or whatever, which work really well for this in this reductionistic mindset, and equations work really well for that. And you have like, yeah, our technology, CERN, James Webb Space Telescope. But what about all this complexity here around us? Like, this is a swarm of birds. Or like our microbiome. So we like have 30 trillion cells, and we have 39 whatever trillion aliens living in us, fungi, bacteria, and viruses. And this interplay is like one of the cornerstones of health. And we've only just like slowly started to understand this. So we kind of suck at understanding complexity. Like every microbiome is like a fingerprint. So I mean, just the magnitude of complexity that's going on, which we like, when you zoom out, you think it's like, well, you know, how hard can it be to understand? And kind of, the idea is that complex systems are interactive, interdependent. And you kind of, instead of using equations, you try and simulate them on a computer. You have algorithms, so you kind of move from an analytical point of view, which is equations, to an algorithmic point of view, where you try and set up rules and simulations to understand how this complexity evolves. And yeah, it's everywhere. Stock markets, internet, our brains, swarms, like everything around us is complexity and really hard to understand with equations, but easier in kind of, if you think about it as kind of interacting units. So in a nutshell, a complex system is just many interacting agents. That's it. So the whole complexity is in the network of interaction. So you can take a stock market or birds swarming, and you don't care what each node is. You just look at the connections, the network, and that's why you find the kind of get new information. So kind of the topology of the network gives you insights of how this thing organizes. And again, there's like universal ways this happens. And this allows kind of complex systems to be understood, again, more mathematically with networks. So this is why network science became such a big thing at the turn of the century, because we realized we could map all these complex systems onto a network. And literally, the whole is more than the sum of its part, which is the definition of emergence and a sign of collective intelligence. This here, termites built. So termites are like this big, and they have no brain, and they have like no language and no engineering skills, whatever. They build these things which are underground are like huge networks, and they build ventilation shafts which act as air conditioning. So, and they like bring in, so they cultivate a fungus which allows them to sort of bring in snippets of plants, which then are fermented and they can eat. So they're like, they hold funguses as like cattle, and they build aircon. Where is this stored? If you take one termite, it's not there. So it must be in some meta level of, so you see, it's like, okay, intelligence, collective intelligence, like, there seems to be more than just like brains. So there seems to be a lot of intelligence around us everywhere, which we kind of only slowly are starting to appreciate. And so one kind of law of nature in these complex systems is that the distribution is different. So everywhere you have a normal distribution, which kind of means that most people are a certain height, and only few people are smaller or taller. So this is like everywhere, like all over the place, except for complex systems, which have a scaling law distribution, which means if you plot it log-log, you get a straight line, whatever that means. But the idea is that population of cities, so there's many, many cities that have a small population, and only few have a big population. Or the internet, many, many, many small web pages with only few connections, a few super hubs. And if you plot this, you find this scaling law everywhere. So income and wealth kind of know that. Word frequency, citations of papers, magnitude of earthquakes, price moves in markets, scale of wars, like how many people die in wars. Most wars, not many people die, a few big ones, many people die. And there's this thing called allometric scaling laws in biology, which relates different biological things to mass. So one is lifespan and mass of the mammal is a scaling law. And it says that kind of the smaller you are, the shorter you live. The bigger you are, the longer the lifespan. Another scaling law in biology is the number of heartbeats. So the smaller you are, the faster your heart beats. The bigger you are, the slower your heart beats. And the fun thing is they cancel out, and there's like a universal number of heartbeats per mammal, which is 1.5 trillion. And it comes from the scaling laws, and you can measure this. This is like empirical. It's not like made up or anything. Ah, yeah, and as a quad, I kind of stumbled over this scaling law stuff a lot at work. So I talked about like Eugene Wigner saying the miracle that math works. Well, in complex systems there is a second miracle that happens, and this is that what looks like complex behavior actually comes down to a few simple rules of interaction. And we kind of saw this in, I think, like the 70s, 80s or 70s, when John Conway made this computer program called The Game of Life, like very simple sort of rules of like how cells, like depending on, it's like a grid, and there's like a black dot, and depending on like what your neighbors are, you change your behavior according to simple rules. And this Game of Life was called Game of Life because it suddenly started to like create these replicating patterns and kind of, yeah, it started to become very complex, and people were like, okay, that's strange. And then Stephen Wolfram came around. So he was like super good at theoretical physics. He wrote, like, when he was pretty young, papers in cosmology and I think particle physics that are still cited today. And then he started to build a mathematical software at the university, and he found out that actually if he does it at the university, it belongs to the university. So he quit university, founded his own company, and wrote this software called Mathematica, which is like the most hardcore math software out there ever. And he became a multimillionaire. And then he started to write books. This was 2002, where he was like, hey people, so I'm a physicist, but I'm telling you that physics went the wrong way with equations. We should do the algorithmic thing. We need to understand reality as simple rules of interaction. And he wrote 1,000 pages with these cellular automata things. Of course, the physics community ignored him and was like, yeah, whatever, Stephen. 2022, he doubled down, was like, hey, another 1,000 pages. He was like, no, this is really happening. This is like something people should maybe be interested in. And now he went from these 2D grids to these crazy hypergraphs. So a hypergraph is a graph where links can have more than 2 nodes connecting them. And he starts with like these super like unstructured mathematical things, and with simple rules, he shows that these systems start to have behaviors which look like general relativity or thermodynamics or kind of quantum entanglement. And he's like, that's why it's called like a project to find the fundamental theory of physics. And I think slowly people are like, yeah, maybe we kind of need to look at this guy and take him more seriously. And what he said, like back in, I think the 80s, and I realized that I had seen a sign of a quite remarkable and unexpected phenomenon, that even from the very simple programs, behavior of great complexity could emerge. It took me more than a decade to come to terms with this result and to realize just how fundamental and far-reaching its consequences are. So this is a physicist doing math, book of nature, and realizing, hey, wow, there's this whole different thing we can do to understand reality. And we're lucky like that math works, but we're lucky that this works because complexity comes from simple rules of interaction. So in a nutshell, it seems that like reality can be decomposed into fundamental stuff and complex stuff. Complex stuff, you do maths to understand it, and for the complex stuff, you use algorithms. And this is like the extended version of the Book of Nature, where this was like the Galileo thing, and this is now our sort of algorithmic computer science thing. So that's like an overview of how it seems to be panning out our understanding of nature. Yeah, so just very quickly, this became a longer chapter in the new book, and it's about this information thing. So information is physical, which seems weird. So we'll get into like what information is afterwards, and it kind of involves philosophy. So, but for the moment, it's like information is physical. So what people figured, or Landau he was called, he realized that if you do computation that's reversible, like nothing actually happens. It's just like you switch things around. If you erase information, entropy goes up by a little bit. So entropy is this thing in physics which people describe as like a measure of disorder, which is kind of wrong, but it's kind of correct. But in this context, entropy is kind of the antithesis of information, which is a thing that also came out of information theory. But kind of, it means you can measure it. So by erasing information, it produces heat. You can actually measure that, but only if you erase it, so it's kind of weird. So what's the difference between just changing information that you can reverse, a computation that's reversible, and a computation that erases the information? Like, why should that be different? Well, it is, and that's why you can also kind of convert information into physical work. And kind of like at the beginning was Shannon's information theory, and he was like asking how can you like send signals, how can you like compress information or send it through signals? So this is like the foundation of our digital technology. Shannon also came up with the idea of the bit, so it's like digital 0 and 1. And yeah, kind of this metaphysical idea of information where, as I mentioned before, Wolfram, he's one of those, because he says like, yeah, somehow information or like information processing is more fundamental than we thought. And this idea, it from bit, was this sentence that John Wheeler said. And Wheeler was like one of the biggest theoretical physicists of the last century. He kind of like coined the term black hole, and he was like did a lot in general relativity. And he wrote an essay saying, hey, somehow behind all this stuff is like, it seems to be information. If you look in deep enough, it all becomes about information. So kind of a really weird idea that you would think as a physicist that you switch from kind of this materialistic idea to this informational paradigm. And this was like super influential, and it's today kind of like still this topic. As you can see, it kind of continued. And yeah, kind of the history of computation is just about flipping bits. Computation is bit flipping, that's it. And it kind of started with, back in the day, Ada Lovelace, who showed that, I think Babbage, who built this computer thing, and she was like, hey, this isn't a calculator, you can write algorithms on this. And she was the first person to name the term algorithm, and realized that this was like a universal tool of like a new language, and not just something for like adding up numbers, which the guy who invented this machine thought it was. And yeah, quantum information. So this is like kind of the thing behind understanding quantum computers. And its history is funny. So this physicist and historian called David Kaiser wrote a book, How the Hippies Saved Physics. And it's about a group of hippie physicists in Berkeley who were taking psychedelics and seances and totally crazy. And they were the people who proved the no cloning theorem, whatever that means in quantum mechanics. So you can't clone a quantum state. Who cares? But if this wouldn't be the case, you could actually communicate faster than light with entanglement. And these hippie physicists were the people who put this on the radar, and also kind of rediscovered Bell's inequalities, which was the Einstein thing showing entanglement, which was like for decades buried somewhere and nobody really cared about it. So yeah, the hippie physicists at Berkeley, yay, they kind of were responsible for the billion-dollar industry of whatever, quantum computing. And in cosmology, it gets really weird, I'm not going to go into it, but like, it turns out that there's a good reason to think that actually 3D space, the information in 3D space, is encoded on a 2D surface surrounding it. The holographic principle. And black holes show us this, that actually everything that's happening in 3 dimensions is actually kind of a projection from only a 2-dimensional space. And this is like really big. This was then also discovered in string theory with this duality thing, which then gave an actual sort of implementation of how this works. So we're talking about breaking down dimensions and like having information contents on lower dimensions. So again, like reductionism, common sense, I'm not sure if we should like stick to that too much. And the structure forming universe, I'll talk about that in 2 slides. Because first of all, yay, philosophy of information. And of course, what is information? This is the hardest and most central problem in the philosophy of information. And this book could be read as a long answer to it. Information is still an elusive concept that is not a scandal by itself, but because so much basic theoretical work relies on a clear analysis and explanation of information and its cognate concepts. So like consciousness, what is consciousness? Like, there's no like good or easy definition. The same here for information. Although it's like so fundamental, pops up in different guises, it's still like, yeah, you have to write a whole book about it as a philosopher of information to even start to like explain what this is all about. But kind of this information, entropy, complexity thing. So in a nutshell, information seems to be this ontological primitive. So this is the name for like the most fundamental thing. So you can't go any deeper. So information seems to be like at the most deepest level of reality, and you can like derive everything else from that. Entropy is like the opposite of information. And then there's this thing called non-equilibrium thermodynamics, which looks at how entropy or energy is like distributed around in systems. So what it turns out is that if you start to move entropy around, the universe starts to self-organize. And even it starts from like a simple sort of level of sort of crystals and patterns, and people now think that maybe biological life is also something that is like in this domain, and there's like a lot of research like going on at the moment kind of with this idea where you have a low entropy source like the sun, and then you have a heat bath over here, so basically an atmosphere or an ocean. And this gradient in entropy, somehow nature hates gradients in entropy. And the fastest way to get it into an equilibrium again turns out to be self-replicating metabolic structures like life. So the idea that life just happened by accident because whatever, lightning hit the primordial soup or whatever, probably not, because non-equilibrium thermodynamics tells us that this is something we should expect anywhere in the universe if you have low entropy source and some heat bath. So that's kind of a reframing of sort of life and complexity. And sorry for the vanity of quoting myself, but it's kind of important. And yeah, it seems that at the core of reality we find a computational engine which needs to be fed with information. So we've made it. So this was probably the more hardcore of the sessions. So next week philosophy is going to be a lot more kind of relaxeder, maybe more, but just as mind-blowing probably. So okay, what's the takeaway? Well, mathematics is the machine code of reality. That's what it is. That's what science basically comes down to. And science works and gives us technology. So that's also sometimes a connection that people forget, that kind of the technology that we're using today, I mean, like our smartphones, artificial intelligence, I mean, 20, 30 years ago, if you would have shown this to anybody, scientists, they would be like, no way, this is alien technology, there's no way that in 20 years humanity will get there. Yeah, we did. It's like, we decode with mathematics, we build technology, but science only gives us the how and not the what or why, which turns out to be important, especially as there's so many weird things happening that we've like seen, which need to be addressed and somehow accounted for. And kind of this disenchanted belief that like, it just happens, somehow happened, we're here, we're like seeing this, that's it. I think that should be challenged and at least like analyzed deeper. And this is something that kind of, as we'll see next week, philosophy and physics don't get on very well. Well, physicists don't get on very well with philosophers because, again, they think there's some nasty quotes of like very eminent physicists and like how badly they think of philosophers, who are often like very well versed in the science part and do their philosophy things. So it's kind of interesting that there's kind of this animosity there. And kind of, yeah, also sort of creating awareness for these new paradigms which are emerging in science, which are kind of very different to sort of this classical sort of theoretical physics stuff with relating to this complexity and self-organization kind of, is there, I don't know, to borrow a term from Schopenhauer, a will to complexity that's happening and we haven't actually understood it, and maybe we're slowly decoding it, and kind of that information can play this very central role, and it could also help us understand a lot of the weirdness in quantum mechanics. So Anton Zeilinger, like last year or 2 years ago, he won the Nobel Prize in Physics, and he's one of the quantum physicists who say that we need to understand quantum systems as information systems. It doesn't make any sense of thinking about particles and matter and its information systems, and then a lot of the weirdness kind of goes away, he claims. And this other guy called Seth Lloyd, who's also like saying that basically if two electrons, like if they hit each other, this is not a collision, this is a computation. Everything is being computed. So again, kind of in this idea of Stephen Wolfram, that reality is something that's kind of being computed, which is very different to this materialistic, reductionistic, metaphysical idea that it kind of just comes together and magically just pulls itself out of the hat. But so, kind of the important thing is, okay, so this was like the basis, kind of like what's out there, and to like continue and make more sense of this, we definitely need to talk about philosophy, and that's going to happen next week. Here are some references, and I sometimes blog about some of the stuff that are in these lectures. Thank you for your attention. Questions? Objections?
I have one objection maybe and one question. The objection is that we need to forget about common sense. Maybe we just need to redefine common sense, and maybe it's closer to what the shamans were talking about and not what the modern scientists are talking about.
Yes, which is a big part of like the experiential content of what meditators, mystics, shamans, and psychonauts are seeing, which we should listen to them and have them guide our metaphysics, which, yeah.
And the question, the title of the book, if you can maybe elaborate, the Sapient
the Sapient Cosmos. So sapience is intelligence, but at the end of the book I kind of make the claim that the cosmos is sentient, conscious, which is kind of this idealism spin. And yeah, it's something which kind of makes sense. I mean, it's not too outrageous to claim this, and there's like a lot of solid, like formal arguments to be made for why you should look at the world through an idealistic lens and not a materialistic one. But that's kind of like at the end of this whole course, hopefully that people are more open to like, okay, maybe that's kind of also a good way to understand stuff.
So is the idea that according to information theoretic view is information finite and is different from matter, which is also kind of finite, or is matter or is information kind of like maybe a more nucleus entity than matter? Or how do you?
So like, the question is if matter actually really exists in the sense that we thought about it like as Lego blocks, because somehow at the quantum level it's so ethereal that it's like it makes more sense to like think of something as a qubit, as like this this quantum information carrying unit than kind of an electron. So and like when they entangle, this is a system of two qubits and not like two separate electrons. So I think it's like or people that kind of argue for this information theoretic view are actually saying that kind of like this thing that, or kind of this idea that like there's this level of reality which we can touch and is matter that's kind of like happens later on and kind of is an illusion. And kind of it turns out that space and time. So there's this crazy, again with this holography stuff, there's a couple of crazy theoretical physicists who are saying that entangled quantum information could be the basis from which space and time emerges from. Seriously, like with Susskind and Maldacena and a couple of others, like big names in string whatever theory, they're like entangled quantum information could be what gives rise to space and time. So even space and time, and then the matter content could be a derivative of whatever this elusive information thing is that like
The construct essentially of
Yeah.
information.
So I'm gonna ask a hard question. What is your definition of consciousness, and also in this relationship to what you said, you don't believe that it's meaningless or random?
so so kind of the Thomas Nagel, the philosopher of mind, who like in the 70s wrote a book, a paper about what does it feel to be a bat or something similar. So I think that's like my definition of consciousness is like the content of my experiential sort of thing, that like I cannot define it in an abstract way, but it's something that's like tangible and experiential. But what I kind of obviously kind of am alluding to, that kind of the whole content of space and time, our universe, is somehow a derivative of something, of some more fundamental consciousness level, something. So that'll be kind of then the idealism thing. Like how can we think of like something? How can you think of consciousness that's not like embodied or personal or like contingent in space and time, and then kind of like what the sort of the shamans and also psychonauts like tell us of their journeys, of how they kind of experience and see kind of these other levels of like consciousness. So sorry, bad answer, I don't really know. It's just that it's like somehow just having this inner perspective outside, that's for me like the most basic definition of consciousness, which I can only like apply to myself, because I don't know if you're real or not, or if I'm dreaming.
I feel real.
That's
So you're basically kind of turning this idea of consciousness from one node, from one person, to kind of the interaction between the nodes in this kind of algorithmic way.
So not really. So kind of a lot of these things that I cover are like sort of what other people have said put together, so I don't really have that many opinions of my own or ideas. So basically what you were saying now would maybe be something that kind of would make sense, but I've never thought about that. But it's more about like sort of what other people who have been thinking about these things, like if you start to sort of put them together, like in what direction that they point, and like making a case and an argument of like why it makes sense to maybe follow that path and kind of rethink like how fundamental consciousness could be, and if it's just electrochemical processing in the brain, or if there's more to reality, which we haven't quite understood yet. And so the question is, are we open to that or not? And then maybe also another thing from next week. So reality is like super postmodern, which means you can look at it from very different perspectives and see very different things, and they all kind of seem to make sense. So like in physics, it's always, or kind of in metaphysics, it's like really you can, or no, as well, but in the philosophy of mind, you can either say consciousness actually doesn't exist, your feeling of consciousness is an illusion, it's just like dreamed up. I mean, even Buddhists say that the self is an illusion, it doesn't exist, so that's over here. Or you can say idealism, everything is consciousness. And there's like, those are both legitimate ways of looking at reality and getting to answers. And there's no clear reason why you should take this one or that one, because there's no like experiments to show you. So basically you're like guided by your metaphysical instincts, which again, probably a result of like your upbringing, like what context, social, religious you grew up in. So
how do you describe the information, like the opposite question to consciousness? Because information is also maybe creates everything, not
So that was
what we have to understand about information.
so this is going to be next week. Christoph Koch is a neuroscientist, kind of pioneering one, and he came up with this idea of integrated information theory, where he said, hey, consciousness happens when information is integrating and being processed. So like your smartphone seems to be a good candidate of like this information density, which then should again somehow produce this inner perspective. And that's how, and also kind of another sort of famous philosopher of mind, David Chalmers, he also kind of like picked up on this theme that maybe kind of consciousness is what it feels like to be computational somehow. so they kind of link it together, but yeah, that's just like one sort of box there.
So I have like a meta question. Like, given that we're going to be now, going more and more in that subject, also with the Renaissance of psychedelics, what do you think will be, how is it going to affect our reality? Like, how it's going to affect culture? What's going to change as we kind of get more and more familiar with this crazy
I think the thing is that the disenchantment thing. So I think like the roots of a lot of the problems we seem to have today as a global civilization is that we have bad metaphysics. So either we're kind of scientific and rational and are totally disenchanted, that everything is random, has no purpose, whatever, or we have some sort of external God, like monotheistic, like Godhead that kind of explains everything. But like having this middle ground that you actually sort of try and use yourself, your own consciousness as kind of a compass or thing to explore, I think that's kind of like where you then find meaning. And even if it's like inside and not outside, it doesn't even matter, because like, yeah, if you find meaning in your consciousness, that's like a cool thing. And even better if it like reflects more meaning from the outside. But even if it doesn't, and I think this would help a lot if we get away from like these sort of fixed like metaphysical assumptions which we've actually never really questioned as like a I don't know, civilization, like a enlightened civilization. It was always like in science it's always kind of implicit that if you kind of question rationality and logic, you're anti-science and you're kind of like not to be taken seriously. And then on the other side, we like people who say like, hey, it's God did it, everything, always, which is like, yeah. So I think kind of like finding the enchantment again in our like in our consciousness and in the world outside, I think that would be a really great thing, and yeah, which then in terms kind of can be summarized as this scientific spirituality, which kind of means that you kind of are open to like this experiential wealth of like things you can experience, because sober waking consciousness is just one tiny slice of this huge multiverse of experiences you can like through trance or through chemicals or different ways you can access and like explore. So we're always like living in this tiny slice of reality, and just like, even if you don't want to take psychedelics, and you don't have to, but just that you have the, like what continents are out there, that would help a lot.
We have a session on Thursday on culture of consciousness where we talk exactly about that.
I want to continue about the information again. Maybe you heard Sam Altman from OpenAI.
Yeah.
He talked about intelligence,
Yeah.
and they started some studies. In the beginning, they were thinking it's a privilege for human.
Mm-hmm.
But he says they find it's a natural feature of matter.
Yep.
Means that every single object or every single matter has a kind of intelligence. And for thinking overall, if information shapes something, and if there are some rules, like intelligence is the shaping the structure, for psychedelic experiences, many people are talking about a kind of wholeness. They feel some similar experiences. I think this is interesting because in many different regions of the world, unconnected people almost coming with the same experiences. And the experience in the beginning, because many times the experience to be a glass, to be a wall, kind of to be a matter is a kind of weird experience. But today, after artificial intelligence, if we find a connection, intelligence is not coming because of humanity, because of, it makes everything much more complex.
And less personal, and we can be more maybe treat our fellow creatures nicer, because consciousness of plants would be a thing as well, and it would reevaluate our importance on the hierarchy of
and also maybe it's a connection between the metaphysics, because if you see something is over, or any information is over any other information, but at the end maybe we will realize everything is equal, even the material and the organic thing, I don't know. Yeah.
And maybe can continue to become more intelligent.
Maybe this is the real maybe, or over-intelligence.
Which kind of looks like something that's not going to happen if you take a cynical view of the world, but maybe if that's some intrinsic thing, then we should be optimistic and that there be more manifestations of intelligence in the future. Non-organic, especially.
So what is intelligence?
Yeah, again, all these words we talk about are badly defined.
Because it implies, again, for me, when I hear also intelligence, kind of regular way we think about intelligence is something that, it evolves, and it's something that's better and better and better than what is. So it's also for me a bit, a question, again, is human intelligence smarter, better, or higher intelligence than plants' intelligence?
Or collective intelligence of insects and stuff,
So that's what's your new project then for a book?
Kind of this disenchantment thing. So, kind of getting more into kind of that sort of why we have such a weird created such a weird world of how we interact with each other and nature, and what could be the cause, and how maybe these things could help to just sort of reevaluate and recalibrate how we see things. But it's very vague. I'm always in and out of, so I'm back in job, so less of these things. All right. Thank you everyone for coming to the second installation of our little course on consciousness. Yeah, so we had the scientific view, which kind of pretty quickly raised some philosophical questions, which we'll dive in deeper today. So what I want to talk about is first a bit of a summary from what we talked about last time, and then how physics and philosophy, they have a weird relationship. It's kind of one-sided. We look into that. And one of the core questions of philosophy is the idea of certainty. How can I be certain of anything? So what am I seeing right now? Is there a world out there? All these questions. And as we've seen last time, that there's kind of no foundation we can really find. If we kind of dive deep into reality from quantum physics, everything turns out to be weird. If we go into the cosmos, look at cosmology, a lot of questions there. So kind of these ideas we had about reality, these foundations, they seem to be crumbling. And what's kind of really interesting is that the whole concept of consciousness has been ignored by kind of Western academia until the 90s. I mean, mind-blowing. So yeah, we'll get into that as well. And kind of the core of how this sort of philosophy of mind started in the mid-90s is around this hard problem of consciousness. So we'll talk about what that could be. And yeah, kind of all these philosophers, I mean, that's like a reason why scientists don't like philosophers, because they just argue all the time. So we'll really see how these philosophers of mind have very differing views on like what consciousness is, and yeah, they don't like each other too much. So,
James, can we ask the questions in the middle, or you prefer having at the end?
I don't mind. Can do whatever feels right. So last time we saw that science works, and it works because we figured out that the formal systems we think about in our minds, mathematics, maps miraculously with how the universe works. And the proof of this is this alien technology that we can build, which if we would have shown like the devices we have today to scientists 30, 40 years ago, their minds would have been blown and they wouldn't have thought that this would be ever possible. So science works, but science is the how, and it doesn't tell you what it is or the why question. So science is really kind of the process of like understanding the stuff, but it doesn't tell you what it is. So that's kind of a big caveat there. And interestingly, kind of going back to René Descartes, this disenchanted belief kind of crept into people who think scientifically that the best way to think about reality is that it's purposeless and random, and it just happened that consciousness and life evolved, but there's like nothing to say about that more. So kind of this disenchanted belief has been in our scientific minds for quite a while, and kind of more formally, this is in the adoption of what's called materialism. So it's kind of like, hey, the foundation of reality is like this material stuff. It's like these Lego blocks. This makes sense, common sense and logic. And most scientists don't really know that this is already a metaphysical position. There is like no scientific or kind of no equation which tells you to do this. So kind of the line there between sort of adopting something which is philosophy, a lot of scientists didn't realize that they crossed it. And yeah, scientists are very certain that their worldview is the correct one because it's the scientific one, and everything which goes against science obviously is incorrect. So there's a big certainty around that. Although there's like so many enigmas that we know about that physics has discovered. I mentioned like the discovery of the quantum world in like 1905, and relativity and things like space and time. We don't know what time is. We don't know what most of the stuff in the universe is. We don't know how our kind of two different like theories of the big and the small merge together. We don't know why complexity evolves. Like there's so many question marks, but overall like the thing that science was doing, the how and the technology worked so well that these are like pushed out to the fringes, and not so many people kind of like to talk about that. Obviously, it's like not such a like sort of a good ad for science, bringing in all these questions. That's why the philosophers like to jump in there. And yeah, so reality is definitely not what we think it is. And again, if quantum mechanics or the quantum physics wouldn't have been discovered, everything would be a lot easier and make more sense, but that's not what happened. And we've also talked about last time that there's kind of these new paradigms emerging in science. One is kind of looking at this complexity, this self-organization, like how does this happen, what kind of forms it, and we saw that there's kind of this simplicity to complexity, that kind of at the core of what is complex, you have actually simple rules of interaction. And then there's this big theme in physics where very eminent physicists now believe that information is kind of the basic building block of reality, and everything else can be assembled from that. So if that's true, and a lot of people think it is, and it kind of seems to be true, then thinking of a material foundation of reality makes no sense because it's informational, and what we're seeing here is more a computational aspect and kind of very different to what this kind of materialistic worldview would tell you. So, physicists on philosophy. I'll be showing you a lot of quotes, and the reason is because I think the best way to do philosophy is to let the people talk themselves, and you kind of get a good feeling from that. So, Freeman Dyson, he was an eminent physicist, and he said, or he asked in 2012, when and why did philosophy lose its bite? How did it become a toothless relic of past glories? Compared with the giants of the past, the contemporary philosophers are a sorry bunch of dwarves. They're historically insignificant. Yeah, I mean, this really shows you the disdain of physicists. And Steven Weinberg, a Nobel laureate, he was instrumental in kind of getting on the way of the standard model of particle physics. And he said, I've heard the remark, although I forget the source, that the philosophy of science is about as useful to scientists as ornithology is to birds. So they're really not happy with philosophy, and they think it's like, yeah, this is kind of like pretty personal, these attacks. And then you have the great Stephen Hawking, who said, philosophy is dead. Philosophy has not kept up with modern developments in science, particularly physics. Scientists have become the bearers of the torch of discovery in our quest for knowledge. Okay, so this is one side, but if you turn it around, so Alfred Whitehead was a very important philosopher and mathematician, and he remarked, if you don't go into metaphysics, you assume an uncritical metaphysics, which means that if you deny metaphysics, you are already taking a metaphysical position. So there's no way around philosophy. You can do what you want. You have to engage in philosophy, especially as the way we interact with reality through our consciousness. And apparently this consciousness thing is very elusive and we don't understand it. So from the very beginning, yeah, there's a big question mark of like what exactly is happening here. Adam Becker is an astrophysicist, philosopher of science. He wrote a book called What is Reality, a nice popular science book on physics. And 2018, and he remarked, part of the problem is that physicists generally don't know much about philosophy. There is a massive asymmetry between the two fields. While philosophers usually take physics very seriously indeed, philosophers of physics are mathematically conversant in physics and often have advanced degrees in both fields. Physicists are rarely trained in philosophy at all. So kind of a weird asymmetry going on there. So coming back to what Stephen Hawking said, I would actually claim that naive metaphysics is dead. Physics has not kept up with modern developments in philosophy, especially the philosophy of mind and the philosophy of psychedelics. And actually scientists and philosophers together should become the bearers of the torch of discovery in our quest for knowledge. So yeah, philosophy is important, and maybe a reason why science seems to be stuck in where it is because a lot of scientists kind of ignore this philosophical approach, or kind of this philosophical thinking which comes before you do science. Sabine Hossenfelder, she was doing like foundational physics. She's like a nice example of how academia is kind of failing, because she did not get a permanent position as a professor, and now she is a YouTube content creator. She's super smart. I can't believe why she didn't like advance her academic career. Kind of in her books, she also sort of talks about how it's hard as a woman to establish herself in a world of male scientists, so that didn't help her. But in a recent book she said, when I first learned about David Hume's problem of induction as an undergrad, I was stumped. I felt that someone had pulled the carpet of reality out from under me to reveal a big gaping void. So Hume was this 18th century philosopher, and he said induction and kind of causality, we're not justified to think that that's the thing. So induction is, you look at specific little observations and you try and sort of deduce the big picture from this. Very commonsensical, very logical, very rational, but Hume actually showed that logically this doesn't work. So there's no reason you should think about kind of this way of generating knowledge should be very reliable. So will the sun go up tomorrow? Well, obviously, because, we have laws of nature and they tell us that, with gravity. Actually, no, we don't, because for instance, the universe could change its vacuum state any time and like rip everything to shreds, could happen any time. So yeah, we don't even know if the sun's gonna come up tomorrow morning. Brian Greene was, or is, a very prominent string theorist. He wrote excellent books on string theory, very accessible. And yeah, so here we also see that kind of physics, by definition, excludes living stuff and consciousness, but somehow physics deals with consciousness because of like observations and stuff like that. So the more sort of sympathetic physicists are, they're also kind of like thinking about consciousness and what it means. So Brian Greene, not too long ago, said, "Yet over the years I have thought about the question of consciousness more carefully. I have had significant moments of doubt. My offhand confidence that physical processes in the brain are conscious and that consciousness is a sensation of such processes was suddenly shaken." So Greene definitely is like a materialist, but yeah, with consciousness it's like not so sure anymore. And I wrote about this in my first book, kind of the philosophy of science. So kind of first was this logical empiricism or positivism, where they used induction and tried to like kind of address sort of this process of science, kind of this enterprise from kind of this commonsensical point of view. This died because it doesn't work. Then came the critical rationalists. So here Karl Popper was an important figure. And he said, hey, you know what? We can never prove anything. The only thing we can do is falsify stuff, disprove. So this kind of changed the thinking a bit. And he also said, okay, induction doesn't work, so let's do deduction. Let's go from kind of abstract ideas and try and get to the details from there. Logically, deduction doesn't work either. And then Thomas Kuhn came and he wrote a super influential book on the structure of scientific revolution. And he said, hey, do you know what? Science is a big mess. It just like happens randomly. It goes in jumps. Because before people thought, well, science grows because it's logical and people understand things and it's like this organically growing plant. No, it isn't. It's like you have these paradigm shifts. So people are stuck in a paradigm and they don't see anything else but the things that make sense in their paradigm. And then suddenly the cracks appear. Things don't make sense anymore. And then the next generation of scientists kind of think about new paradigms, and then the switch goes over. And I don't remember who said it, one of the famous physicists, he said, the problem with the paradigm shifts is not that kind of the older scientists realize that their paradigm is old and dying. You have to wait for them to die and the new generation to pick it up, because no one's going to change their mind. So yeah, Kuhn kind of pointed in a direction that the philosophy of science, it's a messy thing. And then we get to the really hardcore stuff which really annoys scientists, which we'll talk about a bit later. So postmodernism, basically there's like no objective reality and no truth. Everything is ambiguous depending on how you look at it. It kind of changes and makes sense. So definitely something which like scientifically thinking people get very triggered. And constructivism, like, yeah, that things aren't out there, they're actually just created in our minds. And relativism, that like, yeah, you can't really know if this is correct or this. And kind of at the end here, the limits of mathematics. So I said that, well, we saw last time that mathematics is like the core, the essence of science, because you translate aspects of reality into math, you do stuff, math, go back again, and that's how you make predictions which work. And we get all our theories. Well, Kurt Gödel, to everybody's big surprise, showed that mathematics has huge holes in it. So there are true statements you can't prove, and any kind of formal system will never be able to prove its consistency, which means to say that every true statement will have a proof. Before Gödel, the mathematical, kind of the big mathematicians were like, hey, let's wrap up mathematics because this is kind of all done, makes all sense, we can like write this big book about it. And then Gödel came and like shot a big hole into it, and people were like, oh, that's very unexpected. So even mathematics, our like most pristine, kind of nice formal thought system, it's got holes in it. There's no foundation. It's messy. So, kind of a big surprise as well. So, some like nice eloquent words from Karl Popper. I think there's only one way to do science, or philosophy for that matter. To meet a problem, to see its beauty, and fall in love with it. To get married to it, and to live with it happily till death do ye part. Unless you should meet another, even more fascinating problem, or unless, indeed, you should obtain a solution. But even if you obtain a solution, you may then discover to your delight the existence of a whole family of enchanting, though perhaps difficult, problem children. And kind of in less romantic words, the David Deutsch, eminent, well, he was like one of the pioneers of quantum computing. And he said, the deeper an explanation is, the more new problems it creates. That must be so, if only because there can be no such thing as an ultimate explanation. Just as the gods did it is always a bad explanation, so any other purported foundation of all explanations must be too. So what Deutsch and Popper are saying, that like the closer you look, the harder it gets. So like every door you open, like every door you open, there's like even more doors behind it. So there's like never an end to this scientific pursuit, which is kind of weird because naively you would think, well, science ticks all the boxes and it knows everything, and at one point it stops. So what they're saying here is that there's this kind of fractal-like nature to knowledge, and the closer you look, the harder it becomes. John Wheeler was one of the big scientists of the last century. In cosmology, general relativity, he coined the terms black hole, wormholes, which are like higher dimensional connections in space-time. And what he said here is, at the heart of everything is a question, not an answer. When we peer down into the deepest recess of matter, or at the farthest edge of the universe, we finally see our own puzzled faces looking back at us. So very romantic, but this idea that there's a question to be found in reality is what prompted him to go this informational way, this it from bit we talked about last time. So this is kind of the genesis of this informational conception of physics, where like if you have a quantum system, it can be only in like two states, spin up or down, and basically by you doing the experiment, you're interrogating it, and what you're getting are answers from reality. So kind of a very different way of looking at reality, kind of thinking that we're kind of interrogating it, and it's an informational thing that's happening here. Stephen Hawking again. What is it that breathes fire into the equations and makes a universe for them to describe? For someone who hates philosophy, that seems pretty like a philosophical question, because it goes back to this, also what Eugene Wigner said, like, why does math work? Like, what's up with equations? Why does it work? So the two miracles confront us, the existence of laws of nature and the human mind's capacity to divine them. We talked about that last time. And I would add the third miracle, that complexity can be understood in terms of simple interactions. So because reality is structured that way, we can do science and technology and like have all the nice things we have. Fundamentally, we do not know why our theories work so well. Kind of an accident. Deutsch we've seen before. There is no logical path to these laws, only intuition can reach them. Again, very surprising to hear Albert Einstein talk about intuition and like discrediting logic. So somehow, although like there's this rational, commonsensical, materialistic view, some deep thinkers, physicists, have always kind of had a suspicion that more is going on here than kind of just these random, purposeless laws evolving. Richard Tarnas is a historian, and he wrote this crazy book called The Passion of the Western Mind that covers like everything since the Greek philosophers to today, like the crisis in science, and like it's a crazy book. It's like the best book you can read if you want to know like how we think today. And here he describes this idea of postmodernism. in a very eloquent way. And he calls it the postmodern mind. And he says, it may be viewed as an open-ended, indeterminate set of attitudes that has been shaped by a great diversity of intellectual and cultural currents. There is an appreciation of the plasticity and constant change of reality and knowledge, a stress on the priority of concrete experience over fixed abstract principles, and a conviction that no single a priori thought system should govern belief or investigation. It is recognized that human knowledge is subjectively determined by a multitude of factors, that objective essences or things in themselves are neither accessible nor possible, and that the value of all truths and assumptions must be continually subjected to direct testing. The critical search for truth is constrained to be tolerant of ambiguity and pluralism, and its outcome will necessarily be knowledge that is relative and fallible rather than absolute or certain. Reality is in some sense constructed by the mind, not simply perceived by it, and many such constructions are possible, none necessarily sovereign. Hence, all meaning is ultimately undecidable, and there is no true meaning. No underlying primal reality can be said to provide the foundation for human attempts to represent truth. So you can imagine that how many scientists get triggered by people saying stuff like that. It's like, no, that's not true. We have objective reality and we just have to figure it out. This is like totally crazy, philosophical, whatever, hand-waving, esoteric stuff. So, kind of the core metaphysical assumption which most scientists have is materialism, which now is called physicalism. That's kind of the modern world of calling this belief system. And the idea is that only one thing exists, so this is monism, as opposed to dualism, where there's like two separate things which can't come together. And this is the material basis of reality. And if you reduce stuff to like smaller stuff and figure out how they interact, you can understand everything. So, as an example, consciousness is reducible to interacting particles. Last time I showed you there's like two different sorts of matter, the leptons and the quarks, and then there's four fundamental forces which are mediated by these other particles called bosons. That's all there is, and if you want to find consciousness, it's somewhere in the interaction of these things. So a very rational, commonsensical and logical approach, which by itself makes sense, but it turns out to be a bit naive, especially if you start to see that there's like so many problems that we're facing in our understanding. And why it's so popular is because it obviously aligns with the scientific worldview. So people say, if you are against physicalism, you're anti-science. Haha, you shouldn't be taken seriously. But two things there. First of all, physicalism is a metaphysical belief. It cannot be proven, and nowhere in science does it say you should adopt this. So it's an opinion, it's a belief. And yeah, metaphysics is unprovable, and science does not endorse any of this, because science is the how and not the what and the why, which is metaphysics. So this is something that should be taught to young scientists before they start, just kind of as a little primer to give a bit of context. That would be kind of really important and probably would help the progress of science.
And why we are not doing it?
So last time I mentioned the kind of how physicists reacted to all the weirdness that came out of the quantum world. And at one point, the pioneers were all sort of trying to like wrap their minds around this observer stuff, this wave function collapse, this like particle wave duality, all these things. And the next generation just gave up, and it was like, shut up and calculate, just do the math, do the technology, do the thing. And that stayed as a dominant worldview within science, and that never got, and it never had to be updated because of all the success that science had till like, at least theoretical physics, till like 20, 30 years ago. So it was like a huge success, and so why would you question your assumptions? Which only now, when we're hitting more walls, that we now have to maybe rethink and go back and like understand what kind of our assumptions are. So actually, one thing here, the certainty point of view, which is kind of like, I don't know, homeopathy. Obviously, homeopathy cannot work, because how could it work? Like, how should it even, like, what should be going on there? But of course, this is only subject to your metaphysical worldview. So if you're a physicalist, homeopathy obviously is wrong. But if information is like the foundational aspect of reality, and homeopathy is kind of about some informational process, then suddenly it looks totally different. So kind of like the things, like how you see the world, or like the things you deem possible or impossible, are due to how you think metaphysically, which is a belief system, and yeah, has nothing to do with rationality. And kind of more on this certainty, where kind of the founder of Taoism, the more you know, the less you understand, and Socrates, the father of Western philosophy, I know that I know nothing, which, yeah, kind of old quotes, but yeah, we have more recent quotes. Bertrand Russell was a very influential philosopher and mathematician, and he said, "Those who feel certainty are stupid, and those with any imagination and understanding are filled with doubt." Again, Karl Popper, while differing widely in the various little bits we know, in our infinite ignorance, we are all equal. And Daniel Kahneman, he won the Nobel Prize in Economics. Well, actually it's not, it's the Nobel Memorial Prize for the Economic Sciences, whatever that they did later, but kind of counts as the Economics Nobel Prize. And he did his work on kind of this irrationality of people, because economists always thought that like people are super rational, that's why our economy works so well. Kahneman showed like how irrational we are. And the quote is, "Our comforting conviction that the world makes sense rests on a secure foundation, our almost unlimited ability to ignore our ignorance." So these are really clever people, and they're telling us that we should be very careful with our assumptions of what we think is like, well, that's obvious, and I don't believe what you're saying, or you have to think what I think is correct. And this is really sad, the Dunning-Kruger effect, and it explains a lot about the state of our society today, I think. So these two, I think they're psychologists, don't even know, Kruger and Dunning, they did a little test where they got people, they gave them some cognitive task to do, and then they asked the people afterwards, how well did you think you you solve the task? And compared to everyone else, how well do you think you scored? And this study has been replicated in many different cultures. This is super robust. What it turns out is, the people who suck in doing the task, who are really bad, they were like, actually I did pretty good. I think I'm pretty good here. And what's really, really ironic and cynical is that the people who like excelled, they were like, nah, I'm not so sure, probably others were also kind of did also well. So this explains a lot why kind of ignorance really gives you sort of or gives you access to this like certainty of like, oh, and kind of self-aggrandization, what do you say, kind of, exactly, thank you. And kind of they conclude, we propose that those with limited knowledge in a domain suffer a double burden. Not only do they reach mistaken conclusions and make regrettable errors, but their incompetence robs them from the ability to realize it. Pretty sad. So, science cannot be separated from metaphysics. Pretty obvious. Metaphysics is always a belief system. Scientists have been very sophisticated in how they apply their formal thinking, but kind of naive in their philosophy. Your metaphysical assumptions shape how you see reality. Relativity and quantum physics have revealed that reality does not conform to our rational, commonsensical expectations. Mathematics has huge holes in it. There's like, it's a big mess as well. I forgot to mention no, sorry, this will come later. The failure of theoretical physics is acute. So at one point it was like, we have general relativity, we have the standard model of particle physics, the big and the small. The only thing remaining to do is put these together. And then we have a theory of everything. And they just don't work. You cannot put these together. And to this day, it does not work. For like 30 years, people thought, hey, string theory. So you have like 11-dimensional space-time and it's curled up and blah, blah, blah. So string theory was the main thing in theoretical physics for 30 years. And like where the most resources went into. It produced a lot of amazing math. So that was like the spin-off of string theory. But it never came back and related to anything in reality. So basically, it was a waste of time for everyone. So the only thing, arguably, that came out of string theory was this correspondence between higher and lower dimensional spaces, which I mentioned last time, this holographic principle, that it appears the informational content of 3D reality comes from a 2D boundary mapping it. So kind of this interdimensional switching, and in string theory an actual mechanism for this was shown, and that's probably the most cited paper in string theory, and everything else is basically just math. So, and this has, I mean, string theory now has lost its glory, at least for like 10-15 years, where people are like, yeah, maybe it's not what we think it is and we're not actually going to progress with it. And where is consciousness in our theories? So still, we have like no clue. So, Ernst von Glattfelder was a philosopher. He was a radical constructivist. So those were the people who said, you know what, the only thing I know is like subjective experience, so I cannot conclude anything. It's like, there's like everything, like nothing is certain. And it's all like dependent on how I look at things. But he was also very influential, or kind of helped shape cybernetics. So cybernetics started in the 50s, 60s, and 70s with like looking at systems with feedback loops. So basically like modern complexity science and also our computer technology, a lot of it goes back to this kind of cybernetic thinking where Ernst von Glattfelder was important. And he tells us modern physics has conquered domains that display an ontology that cannot be coherently captured or understood by human reasoning. So ontology is the philosophical word for the things that exist, how are they? And he's saying, they're so weird, there's no way we can understand them. Which is kind of amazing, because on the one hand, we have our mathematical models and our physics, and we can build supercomputers and AI, fly to Mars, do all these things, but somehow we cannot understand what it is that we're seeing in front of our eyes. Heinz von Förster, he was also a radical constructivist, and he initiated the second wave of cybernetics, where they started to put in observers into these systems. And he said objectivity is illusion, that observations are made without an observer. So kind of this tension between sort of the subjective and the objective, and the only thing we know is subjectivity, and maybe objectivity is kind of like a fiction, maybe. And finally, back to math. So Gregory Chaitin actually continued where Gödel left off and showed that it's much worse than we thought. Basically, he showed that at the heart of mathematics, which is so orderly and structured, is chaos and randomness. And he said mathematicians are simply acting on intuition and experimenting with ideas just like everyone else. Zoologists think there might be something new swinging from branch to branch in the unexplored forests of Madagascar. And mathematicians have hunches about which part of the mathematical landscape to explore. The subject is no more profound than that. Most of mathematics is true for no particular reason. Maths is true by accident. I mean, if this wouldn't be Gregory Chaitin, it would be like, what is this person talking about? But he works on this, and that's kind of the conclusion he made, and like continuing from what Gödel like the can of worms that Gödel opened. 2012, the neuroscientist David Eagleman wrote this bestseller and started to bring kind of these new insights from neuroscience to a wider audience. And this is what he said. Instead of reality being passively recorded by the brain, it is actively constructed by it. You're not perceiving what's out there, you're perceiving whatever your brain tells you. What we call normal perception does not really differ from hallucinations, except that the latter is not anchored by external input. So if you ever hear someone say, well, you know, people who have psychedelic experiences, those are just hallucinations. Well, yeah, bad news, so is your perception of reality. So the conscious mind is not at the center of action, but at the distant edge, hearing but whispers of activity. So kind of the picture that came out is that the brain has all these subroutines and they kind of collectively start to make decisions. And what our kind of ego does, kind of our consciousness is being the narrator to these decisions and like saying, and rationalizing them and like, oh yes, I did this because of that, but you can actually show that the decisions are made before your active mind starts to rationalize and build narratives around it. The exact levels of dozens of neurotransmitters are critical for who you believe yourself to be. Beliefs about logic, economics, ethics, emotions, beauty, social interaction, love, are all products of the biologically evolved hardwiring in the brain. Logic, something we thought was like, you know, not just random hardwiring that evolved in the brain. And so it turns out that priming yourself will change how you perceive reality. This study put people in an fMRI, gave them 3 wines to taste with a little, I don't know, rubber kind of tube that they could taste, and they had a little LED display showing where the wine was from. The cheap wine, the medium-priced wine, and the super expensive wine. And for the super expensive wine, all of the people doing that study had like little explosions in their pleasure centers. So they were experiencing something better than the other 2 wines. Problem was, same wine for all 3. So just priming someone and telling them this is expensive and good will give you a totally different perception of what reality is. And then the nocebo effect. So we have the placebo effect, which is weird, which means we have to do double-blind studies, because even if the doctor knows which is the sugar pill and which is the medication, somehow that unconsciously can transfer to the patient, so not even the doctor can know. Well, the nocebo is the opposite, where like one example was someone being had to go to hospital, intensive care, and the people tried to figure out what had happened. The person had overdosed on these drugs he was, I think it was he was taking for, I think, like some psychiatric thing, and they found out that this was kind of a new study, and they somehow then got in contact with the group who did that, and they found out that the guy had overdosed on the sugar pills. The nocebo effect. Thomas Metzinger is a neurophilosopher. He wrote a crazy book called The Ego Tunnel, where he says, you know, our consciousness is kind of this, it doesn't really exist, we just think it kind of happens, and kind of our sense of self. And he experienced this false awakening thing. So to wake up, so false awakening is you're dreaming, you wake up, you start to do stuff, and then you wake up for real. And this is really unsettling, as we can see here. To wake up twice in a row is something that can shatter many of the theoretical intuitions you have about consciousness. For instance, that the vividness, the coherence, and the crispness of a conscious experience are evidence that you are really in touch with reality. Apparently, what we call waking up is something that can happen to you at any point in phenomenological time. This is a highly relevant empirical fact for philosophical epistemology. False awakenings demonstrate that consciousness is never more than the appearance of a world. There is no certainty involved, not even about the state, the general category of conscious experience in which you find yourself. So Metzinger is asking, did you actually really wake up this morning? And how would you know? So, yeah, let's not forget, reality is weird. Your perception of reality and of yourself is tainted. We're all super irrational and biased and don't even realize it, and nothing is certain. Okay, so kind of a primer on sort of the philosophical sort of history leading up to the philosophy of mind and consciousness. 1989. In the International Dictionary of Psychology, we could read, consciousness is a fascinating but elusive phenomenon. It is impossible to specify what it is, what it does, or why it evolved. Nothing worth reading has ever been written on it. Yeah. Then we have, in 1990, Francis Crick. He was a co-discoverer of the helix structure of DNA, won a Nobel Prize, and this young Christoph Koch. They wrote one of the first papers towards a neurobiological theory of consciousness, one of the first academic papers with the word consciousness in the title in the 1990s. And from this paper, they start with kind of pointing out this kind of blind spot. It is remarkable that most of the work in both cognitive science and the neurosciences makes no reference to consciousness or awareness, especially as many would regard consciousness as the major puzzle confronting the neural view of the mind, and indeed, at the present time, it appears deeply mysterious to many people. And to show how crazy those times were, if you wanted to study consciousness, Christoph Koch then, like later on, remarked that people thought I was crazy to be getting involved, to co-authoring a paper with Crick on consciousness. A senior colleague took me out to lunch and said, yes, he had the utmost respect for Francis Crick, but Francis was a Nobel laureate and half-god, and he could do whatever he wanted. Whereas I, Koch, didn't have tenure, so I should be incredibly careful. Stick to more mainstream science. These fringy things, why not leave them until your retirement, when you're coming close to death, and you can worry about the soul and stuff like that, like consciousness. I mean, no wonder we're like suck in understanding consciousness. That's how we started not too long ago. Susan Blackmore is a psychologist, and she wrote this, Oxford University Press has this little series called A Very Short Introduction into like all different stuff. She wrote the one on consciousness, page 1. What is consciousness? This may sound like a simple question, but it is not. Consciousness is at once the most obvious and the most difficult thing we can investigate. We seem either to have to use consciousness to investigate itself, which is a slightly weird idea, or to have to extricate ourselves from the very thing we want to study. So she's kind of pointing out that the problem with consciousness is either you're locked inside, and it's always subjective, or if you try and look at it from outside, you can't, because you're always inside consciousness. And today we still have no idea how to define consciousness. Thomas Nagel in 1994 wrote this famous paper on what it is like to be a bat. Like, how would you perceive reality? And the thing he came up with is that consciousness is that it feels to be something. Very vague, but it's still like the best definition we have for consciousness. Like, it feels to be something. I feel that there's something. I'm like looking out like into the, I don't know, through the window into perception into reality. And like, I don't know, 2012 or something, Thomas Nagel wrote a book called The Neo-Darwinian Materialistic Conception of Nature is almost false. And he annoyed many scientists with that book. 1989, Roger Penrose, one of the biggest physicists still alive, I mean, like, we're talking like Feynman, like these like stellar physicists, he was thinking that somehow maybe quantum mechanics should be involved here with the brain. And he wrote The Emperor's New Mind. And everyone ignored it because it was like, you're a physicist, you have no clue what you're talking about, plus this makes no sense. He then later doubled down with an anesthesiologist called Stuart Hameroff, who came up with the idea that there's these microtubules in all cells, which are like the scaffolding and the highways, and especially neurons. And somehow consciousness could be related to those microtubules with quantum processes. And everyone was like, Roger and Stuart, you're idiots, because obviously the brain cannot have quantum phenomenon, because quantum phenomenon are very fragile, and the brain is like warm and wet, not going to happen. Well, 2024, this study showed that the mega networks of tryptophan, basically the microtubuli, show super radiance in the brain, which is an entangled quantum phenomenon. Now, of course, this is a huge step to say that consciousness is a quantum phenomenon, but that quantum effects are going in the brain is like pretty cutting edge. Roger had like this idea 1989. The hard problem of consciousness. So, in 1994, there was this conference called The Theory of Consciousness. David Chalmers was a young academic. He went on stage, no one knew him, and he posed the problem of the hard problem of consciousness, where he said the easy problem of consciousness is figuring out the function, dynamics, and structure of consciousness. That's the easy problem. But the hard problem is related with this phenomenal consciousness, the content, the thing I'm experiencing now. So on the next slide, I'll define like what it means. But to give you an idea, philosophers of mind have called this idea of phenomenal consciousness, the thing that we're all experiencing now, the content of the thing you're experiencing now is phenomenal consciousness, and it's comprised of what they call qualia. So these are little atoms of perception or of subjectivity, which are in phenomenal consciousness. And David Chalmers kind of pointed to those and posed this hard problem of consciousness. And it kind of comes down to this taboo of subjectivity. So scientists will always talk from a third person perspective, because obviously if you don't, it's all going to be subjectivity and subjective, and no one should listen to you. So there's this conflict between like this subjective thing, which is where we're locked in, and that we kind of want to view the world objectively. And Chalmers came up with the idea of philosophical zombies. So why did nature not evolve computational brains that can do all the things we do, but without having this inner spark, without having phenomenal consciousness? Why can't it just be functional? We're all like, so from the outside we seem like we're doing the things we do, but actually there's no like person inside looking out. There's no lights inside, it's dark. Why don't we have zombies? And in 2019, the Theory of Consciousness conference was in Lucerne, and Chalmers was there again, and he said, nothing in the field of subjective consciousness is easy, after his whole life spent doing it. So the hard problem is, how and why does non-conscious stuff come together and produce conscious stuff? How does this work? There's like a chasm. It doesn't, how would it work? And like the physicalists say, well, it's somehow in there. It's, information processing, computation, neurons, electrochemical, whatever. But if you really think about it, this is a really hard problem. Like, why does non-conscious stuff become conscious? Where is the kind of the threshold? So this is ultimately a conflict between this first-person perspective and the third-person perspective. Again, Brian Greene, we saw him before, and kind of his doubts he had were because of the hard problem of consciousness. And I cut that out before, but the quote starts with, "It is easy to be flippant about the hard problem. In the past, my own response may have been so. Yet, over the years, I have thought about the question of consciousness more carefully, and yeah, I'm kind of confused and I don't know what to think." So, the philosophy of mind has like very diverging views on what philosophy could be. So there's kind of this physicalist optimism. We don't understand consciousness yet, but surely we'll understand it because consciousness has to be based on material stuff going on in the brain, and one day we'll figure it out, and there's like, don't worry. There's something called kind of extended physicalism. You add more stuff to your theory, add mental properties to your theory. Like one example is panpsychism, which says actually everything has a little bit of consciousness, like an electron or a rock. It's just like gradual. And actually there's like some of the pioneers of quantum mechanics like said that there must be something mind-like in the electron to account for this crazy stuff. And then you have idealism, which goes all in and says actually the hard problem doesn't exist because everything is mental. And dualism says, well, these are just two things which cannot be reconciled and they're fundamentally distinct. And then there's the people who gave up and said, we'll never understand. So this is from 2024, probably hard to read. These are all theories of consciousness. There's like 200 of them. From materialism, non-reductive physicalism, quantum stuff where we have Penrose and Hameroff. Integrated information theory, this is from Christoph Koch. He said that if information is integrated and computes like enough, then it becomes conscious. You have panpsychism, everything has a bit of consciousness and it's gradual. Dualism, and you have idealism, which is kind of, it's not a fringe view actually, I mean it's just as fringe as a couple of these others. And this is kind of where most philosophers of science are, kind of the serious, rational people. So there's like something called epiphenomenalism, which says, okay, there is consciousness, but consciousness cannot be causal to the real world. So somehow it's just like sitting on top and it feels like it does stuff, but actually it has no causal power, and everything that happens is because of like some other level of whatever going on in the brain. Or eliminative or illusionism, which says, yeah, exactly this, your sense of self, your consciousness, it's a construct, it doesn't exist, you just think you have it, but you actually don't. Wrong way. Yeah, and here things get kind of weird. So, philosopher of mind, Keith Frankish. Of course, most people do not regard their phenomenology as illusory. They are like naive theatergoers who take their action on stage for real. But if illusionists are right, then cognitive scientists should treat phenomenological reports as fiction. So everything you experience right now, if you tell Keith, he was like, I'm not going to believe any of it, it's just fiction, that's totally irrelevant. There's nothing inside your phenomenological perception that is relevant to anything in reality, and you're just naive because you went to the theater and you forgot you're sitting there and think you're part of the movie. Daniel Dennett was one of the most famous physicalist philosophers of mind. He wrote a very influential book called Consciousness Explained, where a lot of people mock him and said, consciousness explained away, because he never actually says what consciousness is, and basically he's just denying that this phenomenological consciousness exists. So he says qualia don't exist, they just made that up. And he says the comparison between consciousness and stage magic is particularly apt, for the romantic and gullible among us have much the same yearning regarding stage magic that they have regarding consciousness. So consciousness is like a bag of tricks, and we're all like very naive and romantic and think we have it, but actually, sorry, doesn't exist. So it's kind of weird that like these hardcore physicalists who like start off very rational and commonsensical have to start to argue for very weird stuff, that the thing everyone experiences themselves doesn't exist. So this is kind of a switch of like, it's kind of weird because this seems very irrational somehow to most people, because the only thing I know is that, yeah, cogito ergo sum. So Bernardo Kastrup, he was a computer scientist, worked in CERN, and then he went to the philosophy of mind and became a full-on idealist. Actually, he's like the face of the Renaissance of modern metaphysical idealism. And he said, we cannot empirically observe matter outside and independent of mind, for we are forever locked in mind. All we can observe are the contents of perception, which are inherently mental. Even the output of measurement instruments is only accessible to us insofar as it is mentally perceived. So this is a very Kantian ring to it. It's like the phenomenon, the thing we see, and then there's the noumenon, the thing is in itself, which we can never touch because we're captured in the phenomenon. And Koch again, as a natural scientist, I find a version of panpsychism modified for the 21st century to be the single most elegant and parsimonious explanation for the universe I find myself in. So we can see these are very rational and kind of deep thinkers, and they all have very different ideas. One camp says, hey, consciousness doesn't exist. Others say, well, consciousness is everywhere. And Kastrup says, actually, there is only consciousness. Everything else is kind of derived from that. And to continue with philosophers of mind, so Massimo Pigliucci or whatever, let's relegate zombies to B-movies and try to be a little more serious about our philosophy, shall we? So kind of this frustration of like thinking that like this is ridiculous what these other people are saying, like Chalmers with these zombies. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Let's be serious people here. And Patricia Churchland, a very influential philosopher of mind, she said, I co-authored a paper listing the many experiments in both psychology and neuroscience that were published before Dennett wrote his famous book, showing that he was factually dead wrong. It is a clear case where paying attention to the data would have been useful. So Patricia is sitting in the same boat as Dennett, but she it's like the infighting even like inside each camp. And Dennett again, I've asked Amy Chalmers and Philip Goff, who's also a panpsychist, to compare panpsychism with a view that I'm inventing right now, which is called pan-niftyism. Everything is nifty. What follows from pan-niftyism? Nothing. What follows from panpsychism? Nothing. And Chalmers at the conference, he went up on stage with I think a hairdryer and said, this is a consciousness meter, pointed it at Dennett, and searching for consciousness, searching for no signal. So yeah, Daniel, there's no consciousness, you were right for yourself. So we kind of see how kind of they're being like humorous, but at the end of the day, they think of each other as having ridiculous positions in the philosophy of mind. And yeah, it also goes into like hardcore like philosophy of ethics. Galen Strawson said, if Dennett's right, no one has ever really suffered, no one has ever caused anyone or anything any pain, murder, rape, slavery, genocide. There is no suffering here, according to Dennett. And Dennett replies, well, Galen's afraid that I'll take people into what he thinks is a morally pernicious position because he thinks it's going to be a dire consequence. Well, it's only going to be a dire consequence if you think that the value of human life depends on having the kind of mind that Strawson thinks we have. I'm sorry, he's just wrong about what consciousness is. And finally, Miri Al-Bahari, she's a philosopher of mind, and she is an idealist, and she approaches idealism from a perspective from the mystics. So she looks at what mystics have been saying throughout time in different cultures, and that's how she bases her idealism on it. And kind of her summary of this whole quarrel is, advocates of each position are devoted to repairing or perhaps denying their system's fault lines, which often yields more nuanced versions of their position. To the extent that the cracks are admitted, its advocates are happy to live with them, deeming them less pernicious than those of their rivals. So every camp knows their own pet theory has problems, but it's still better because the other ones suck even more. So, what next? What should we do? Well, if we can't understand consciousness from kind of this scientific third-person perspective, what about if we listen to people who are really mastering consciousness, like shamans, mystics, meditators, and psychonauts, which we'll be the continuation of these lectures. And just as a side note, the Shulgins here, he was a biochemist, and I think he synthesized like hundreds of psychedelic substances, and probably, he and his wife tested them all and wrote logs about them and wrote 2 thick books about their experiences. So they've probably experienced like more levels of reality than any human ever. So yeah, maybe we should listen more to people who are actually exploring consciousness from the inside, from the phenomenological side, and not trying to understand it from this illusory objective perspective. So, takeaway. Physicists hate philosophy, which is weird because philosophy is very relevant, especially metaphysics. Denying metaphysics is already metaphysics, so physicalism is part of metaphysics and not science. The human mind is very irrational and biased, and we think we're very rational and unbiased people. There is no certainty. There was an academic neglect of consciousness till the 90s. And the hard problem is this tension between subjective and objective, between this inner and outer perspective of consciousness and the world. And yeah, the philosophers of mind are, this community is in disarray. They're like, there's this astonishing diversity of ideas, and it's very personal because they all think that what the other people are saying is patently stupid and wrong, and that's kind of how they try and function and battle with each other. So somehow reality is not what we think it is, and somehow probably our own consciousness is also not what we think it is. So to move on, we need guidance from the inside. Thank you.
What is your belief system?
Yes, I wanted to say.
It's a traditional question. What is consciousness?
So that's the second last lecture, called Idealism. why idealism, what it is, why it makes sense, and why kind of this opens up to maybe kind of a more kind of scientific, spiritual enchantment of how we interact with our own minds and the greater world. So, but that's at the very end. Yeah, sorry, a lot of quotes.
According to your presentation, I think the topic consciousness is relatively new, and in history maybe not the big philosophers not focused on too much, because maybe the word not exist, or maybe the word has not the same meaning what we are talking. And if it is so new, maybe that's why we are not reaching the right points.
But it's only so new because we didn't pay attention, because the Western world, the Eastern world has been doing consciousness for millennia, and the shamans around the world have been doing it for like over, I don't know, like I think 50,000 years of the first sort of shamanic cultures. So the Western mind did not pay attention to what the rest of the world was doing and understanding in consciousness, especially the meditators, which is like science the other way around. So while science goes out and tries to understand the thing out here, the meditator goes inside and tries to understand the kernel or essence of consciousness, and they have been doing this for millennia, and the West only slowly kind of like, I don't know, started to become interested, I think, I don't know, in the 50s, 60s or whatever, with the Beatles, or kind of with when this sort of, this Indian kind of influence slowly became en vogue in the West.
If I can say something, like next week actually I'll be taking a session on the evolution of consciousness from Eastern wisdom perspective, And we'll be discussing more about the consciousness, the theory of consciousness, which Indian rishis had in around 1500 BCE or so. And this is exactly the case where they go into a completely meditative state, and we call these texts as Shruti, which is the hearing text, which is they just heard it and downloaded it without using their own consciousness in it. And then from there, a lot of information has arrived and has been processed since.
I think this topic is really very important. I can say George Maxwell, who is very popular in electronic industry, is a scientist, and he found the whole electromagnetic theory. And when he was dying, he said, because he found all the formulas today what we have in electromagnetic theory. And when he was dying, he said, I find everything accidentally, just thinking. Suddenly, I showed the topics. This is what it's really interesting. And Nikola Tesla, you know, is another person, very popular. I'm always giving examples from electric industry because of my background. Nikola Tesla was saying that he was talking with birds, and when he died, you know, in his hotel room there was birds around him, and he was continuously talking with some animals and his mind, and this was he was generating all those ideas by only focusing on his mind. This is very interesting, and also a famous movie. Mind, Beautiful Mind, maybe you have seen, John Nash. His life is really interesting because his thinking, especially mathematical thinking, is completely different than the other mathematicians. And if you can reach his life, you can have unbelievable questions about normal mathematics and normal day life. And they are asking him what he was feeling when he was ill, because suddenly he became a Nobel Prize scientist. And he said he was hearing some sounds. You never see some people like in the movie, but the sound. And the sound was telling him what is true, what is not true, what is the formula, you know, a kind of person talking to him. And then he realized he had a kind of connection between his consciousness. This is his explanation. And interestingly, he never accepted he was ill. This is a very tricky point. And that, in summary, I'm giving 3 examples from different.
So I would give a 4th example. Ramanujan, the mathematician, the Indian mathematician.
Yeah.
He was like in India, clerk somewhere, and he wrote a letter to one of the biggest mathematicians in England at the time, and like Hardy, I forget his first name, but at the time it was like one of the and he just looked at the equations, and he realized that this must be some mathematical genius, and it turned out that Ramanujan had basically reinvented like 2/3 of Western mathematics by himself out there alone. And so Hardy brought him over, and they had fruitful collaboration. But Ramanujan claimed that at night some Indian goddess kept visiting him, showing him these equations.
This is really interesting with your previous lecture, because why mathematics works, and maybe the mathematics is the key for consciousness, because all those 3 examples, the people just reach the formulas, just reach the not the device itself or something. They just realize the formula. It's really interesting, because first they realize the formula, then we have mobile phone. But the mobile phone came because of Maxwell suddenly see something and he wrote the formula. This is really very interesting.
Thank you everyone for coming. Hi, and thank you everyone for joining. So today's session, I want to talk a bit about the history of psychedelics, which may be a bit surprising because there's a lot and somehow we're not too aware of it, and talk a bit about the sort of the inside view, the phenomenology, kind of the content of these experiences, like what happens in consciousness when you are having psychedelic experiences. And then the philosophy of psychedelics, kind of how a couple of the pioneers, like at the beginning sort of or end of the 19th century, and then now with the psychedelic renaissance, kind of more modern philosophers with like psychedelics being destigmatized now, where more academics are daring to take these things and think about it. And then some of the neuroscience, what's happening in the brain. So maybe as a general context, the use of hallucinogenic or consciousness-expanding plants has been a part of human experience for millennia, yet modern Western societies have only recently become aware of the significance that these plants have had in shaping the history of primitive and even advanced cultures. So already here we see that somehow the Western mind is missing out on something. And specifically what they're talking about here is shamanism, which I'll get into later. And this is from a book called Plants of the Gods, The Sacred Healing and Hallucinogenic Powers. And it's written by Richard Schultes, Albert Hofmann, and Christian Rätsch. So these three gentlemen, we know Hofmann as the accidental discoverer of LSD. Schultes was one of the pioneering ethnobiologists, and Christian Rätsch was also kind of a ethnologer, ethnobotanist, and as you can see, he's a psychonaut. He wrote 1,000 pages called the Encyclopedia of Psychedelic Plants, where he visited all cultures around the world and filled 1,000 pages of there's so many psychoactive substances in plants around us, it's crazy. And it's interesting that actually these three people would be studying the history of psychedelics and not historians, so it's kind of like a bit of a taboo thing in academia that it's only people who have been through, gone there and seen kind of these worlds who are then interested in trying to figure out what's happening there. And shamanism is probably the first religion. I mean, it varies the dates. Some people say 70 or 50 or 30, but it's definitely it's the first sort of emergent sort of spiritual awakening. And around the globe, different places, there's very sort of universal and consistent patterns that you see there in shamanism. And one thing is that it's very clear that there's a spiritual realm. So there's the physical world we inhabit, but for shamans it's just as clear that there's a spiritual realm which is just as real and experienceable as our sober, waking consciousness world. And kind of this idea of the axis mundi, which is like a tree where you sort of, the roots are sort of the netherworlds, the demons, and the trunk is sort of our reality, and the top is like the gods. So very old kind of, sort of spiritual ideas. And it's all about non-ordinary states of consciousness. So this can be trance, it can be plant substances, the many there are. And these are then also called entheogens, which is kind of focusing on the spiritual use of psychedelics. So it's not kind of just sort of a recreationally or a fun thing, it's really about a sacred sort of usage of these plants and these states. And it's all about, in shamanic culture, about healing, divination, or kind of spirit communication. Maybe the last two things people are skeptical of, but the healing part is true, and I mean kind of the vast knowledge in the Amazonian with all the plants, and it's, I mean, that's an objective fact that they figured out a lot of stuff of how to heal with plants, and also kind of heal through these journeys, like the shaman taking ayahuasca and then finding the song, the Icaro, with which he or she can heal you. So there's a lot of knowledge there which did not come from ordinary rational thinking. Jeremy Narby is an anthropologist, and he wrote this crazy book called The Cosmic Serpent. And there he claims again this
unorthodox access to knowledge which shamans have through kind of their journeys outside the mind. And he claims that like they knew about stuff like DNA. And when first someone told me about this book, I was like, that kind of sounds stupid. And then I read the book, and it's very compelling, and he like does a very sober academic job of like presenting like these crazy coincidences, facts, and it's a really great book. It's whatever you think of the conclusion, but there's like a lot of information in it. And he talks a lot about his fellow anthropologists, and this is kind of bad. So, like Edward Taylor, like one of the early anthropologists, and his quote, what he said is that savages are exceedingly ignorant as regards both physical and moral knowledge. Want of discipline make their opinions crude and their actions ineffective in a surprising degree. Judging by our ordinary modern standard of knowledge, which is at any rate a high one as compared to theirs, much of what they believe to be true must be set down as false. And it continues like how Narby sort of says that from the earliest 20th century onwards, anthropologists kind of found the shamans in Indonesia, Uganda, the Arctic, the Amazonian, and okay, what did they do? They played drums and drank these plant decoctions and sang, and some claimed to cure, others cast spells, but it was kind of unanimous that the anthropologists thought that these were neurotic, epileptic, psychotic, hysterical, and schizophrenic people. Yes, the Western mind can be very arrogant at times, where it's like, we kind of, I mean, from a point of view from today, this sounds terrible, but kind of then it was like very clear that they were like, we're the superior race and all these primitive people being silly. Then, 1950, things changed a bit, and the anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss stated in a key essay that the shaman, far from being mentally ill, was in fact a kind of psychotherapist. The difference being that the psychoanalyst listens whereas the shaman speaks. And then from 1960 to 1980, the established authorities of the discipline defined the shaman as a creator of order, masters of chaos, and an avoider of disorder. So kind of seeing a bit more nuance in what was happening in shamanism. And then came along Mircea Eliade, who was actually not an anthropologist, but and he kind of analyzed shamanism around the world, and he wrote an important book on the subject, and he saw neither illness nor creation of order, but he identified these astonishing similarities in the practices and concepts of shamans around the world. So this is a book he wrote, which was like translated in 1964, and and he was a historian, so the anthropologists weren't very happy with him, so kind of they ignored his work, and they were kind of a bit annoyed that he found these kind of universal patterns all the anthropologists had missed. So although this is kind of like one of the main sort of works in shamanism, kind of in academia and anthropology, it's not so kind of, it wasn't so well received. And then we have Terence McKenna, another ethnobotanist, and he became famous for like his experiments with DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is this highly psychedelic substance. And again, kind of the book he wrote in, I think, like 1992 or something, Food of the Gods. Again, kind of these sacred aspects. And the subtitle is The Search for the Original Tree of Knowledge. Again, kind of implying that through these states of psychedelic or these psychedelic journeys, you have access to kind of otherworldly information. And 10 years later, I think 2002, Daniel Pinchbeck wrote this book, Breaking Open the Head, a psychedelic journey into the heart of contemporary shamanism. And he's an author and a psychonaut. So he, and being an author, like he's very eloquently can describe like the journeys he goes through. And coming back to Eliade, it's kind of interesting, and we see kind of where sort of this stigma was always there, that like in his, Eliade considered what he called narcotic shamanism to be decadent. He felt that if individuals cannot achieve ecstasy without drugs, then their culture is probably in a decadent phase. And in his words, narcotics are only a vulgar substitute for pure trance. Narcotic intoxication is called on to provide an imitation of a state that the shaman is no longer capable of attaining otherwise. So kind of very judgmental and kind of like, drugs are bad, so they can never like lead to sort of insights or spiritual, they're just delusions. So this cannot be, although he's like the authority in shamanism, and like the key point of shamanism is these drugs and these like teacher plants, and he totally missed the point, and Pinchbeck kind of puts it, kind of nails it when he says Eliade's statements is not just misleading, it seems to be the reversal of actual facts. So kind of this very sort of troubled sort of, I don't know, analysis of what's happening here in these shaman cultures from kind of our Western perspective. McKenna had this idea that somehow taking psychedelics just kind of turbocharges your cognition, like what you experience is just so much richer and just like there's so much going on, where he thought maybe kind of like early humans came across mushrooms and psilocybin, and that kind of like kickstarted a human evolution. And academia thought this is a silly idea, parents, and we'll call it the stoned ape hypothesis because, it's just silly. But yeah, something happened like 50 to 70,000 years ago where kind of human cognition just kind of boosted, and like language and abstract thinking and all these concepts which kind of made humans started to happen. And if you read like Harari's book Sapiens, he's like, yeah, we don't know. Well, actually maybe we do, because I don't know, does it seem that far-fetched that kind of substances you would find in nature, which if you take them actually does kind of give you this greater depth of experience that, maybe this could have triggered or changed something. So I don't know, from the perspective of like drugs are bad, of course that's a silly idea, but yeah, if you kind of think about it, I think, who knows? Doesn't seem such a bad hypothesis. And yeah, like self-awareness, abstract thinking, language, spiritual awareness, and religion started to happen during that time. And still today, like why and how do psychedelics change our consciousness? Like what's up with that? Like what's up with these plant molecules in our consciousness? And what's happening here? Like why is this, like why can we humans eat a plant and then our consciousness just flips into a totally different state of like being that we otherwise never experienced? Like there seems to maybe be something more behind that. And kind of regarding intoxication, it's not only humans, so there's like animals who like to get high, cats with catnip, or actually there's like these vervet monkeys on some island in the Caribbean who are alcoholics, and there's like problems with the tourists. And you have the dolphins who like to sort of tease the pufferfish to consume their toxins and get high. And we have this endocannabinoid system in us, which wasn't discovered too long ago, which we don't really know what it does, but it's like related to memory, to like the immune system, how we perceive pain. And this is like a vast network of cannabinoid substances and receptors in our brains and our central nervous system. And THC in plants happens to be one of those cannabinoid substances. So again, kind of this interesting mirroring between our like cognitive setup and some plant molecule. And yeah, kind of from the legacy of kind of physicalism, I talked about that a couple of times. So physicalism is this metaphysical assumption that kind of the world makes sense. You can like, reductionism works. If you look at the small stuff, you can understand the big stuff. And basically the foundation of reality is material. And it turns out this is a philosophical or a metaphysical belief, and there's no way of proving it, and nowhere from science does this come out. But because a lot of rational and scientific people subscribe to physicalism, many people think this is like the only metaphysical sort of stance you can have, which is not true, because there's like others which we talked about, like, yeah, idealism, where everything is consciousness as a kind of a starting point, which you also cannot prove, but which also is just, yeah, like a statement of what you believe. And kind of from the prism of physicalism, all of these things, of course, sound really stupid and like deluded. Although, yeah, drugs have always played a role in our evolution, like this one book called Drunk, how we sipped, danced, stumbled our way into civilization. Alcohol bonds, allows you to bond, makes you more creative, so this helped kind of like cultures or like the tribes, or in different sort of periods of time, people get together and trust each other and build communities. Or A History of the World in 6 glasses, so we have beer and wine, which is, yeah, alcohol and spirits. But then also tea and coffee. I mean, imagine the uproar if like coffee would be deemed illegal and like in the corporate world, this would be crazy. And again, I mean, coffee, caffeine is psychoactive to some extent. And Coca-Cola, which originally actually did have cocaine in it and caffeine. And generally these, like, academics call these sugar-sweetened beverages, and they believe that like the obesity epidemic that's going on in Western countries, a large part is to sugar-sweetened beverages. So, yeah, kind of a problematic kind of, I don't know, history there, but also that it's always been part of like our society. So we pretend like, no, you have to be sober, and like being intoxicated is like losing control. Well, somehow that's not what kind of happened in history. And you can't really read this, but it was a study which was published in The Lancet, like this reputable medical journal. Here they scored all these drugs, and this is harm to user, and this is harm to others. Alcohol, it's really bad for your health, and it's terrible for your family and community. Tobacco is health-wise like worse than all of these drugs here, and yeah, it's kind of around cocaine. Interestingly, tobacco and alcohol are legal, so yay, that's cool. But like, what's going on here? Like, why would stuff like mushrooms, psilocybin, LSD, I mean, even like ketamine, all these other substances, they are legal, which arguably, compared to the legal drugs, kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, like alcohol, it's kind of crazy that there's like this consensus that these things are okay because that just happened, and you can't like, yeah, forbid everything. I mean, we tried with prohibition, doesn't work. But all these other substances, though, they're like definitely bad. Again, from the plants of the gods, going back to ancient India. So Soma, the god narcotic of ancient India, attained an exalted place in magical religious ceremonies of the Aryans who 3,500 years ago swept down from the north into the Indus Valley, bringing with them the cult of Soma. These early invaders of India worshipped the holy inebriant and drank an extract of it in their most sacred rites. Whereas most hallucinogenic plants were considered merely a sacrament, as secret mediators, Soma became a god in its own right. Of more than 1,000 holy hymns in the Rig Veda, 120 are devoted exclusively to Soma, and references to this vegetal sacrament run through many of the other hymns. The cult was suppressed and the original holy plant was forgotten. Other plant surrogates, which had no or little psychoactivity, were substituted. Yet the identity of Soma remains one of the enigmas of ethnobotany for more than 2,000 years. With your talks, which we heard from you, kind of these ideas of cosmic consciousness in these kind of early emerging spiritual traditions in India, like how much of that is actually inspired by these experiences and kind of first-hand kind of immersion? And it continues to Greece. Stanislav Grof is a psychiatrist, and he was the founder of transpersonal psychology, was one of the earliest people to do research with LSD in the 70s. So before it was banned, he was already doing research showing that psychedelics have therapeutic effect. At the age of 88, in 2019, he wrote 2 thick books, The Way of the Psychonaut, where he kind of does also kind of a historical review. And we go to Greece. So, the key to the powerful transformation that the initiates experienced in the course of the Eleusinian mysteries was the sacred potion Kykeon, capable of inducing visions of the afterlife, so powerful that it changed the way participants saw the world and their place in it. In the Telestrion, a giant initiation hall in Eleusis, more than 3,000 neophytes at the time experienced the powerful experience of psycho-spiritual transformation. The cultural importance of these mysteries for the ancient world and their yet unacknowledged role in the history of European civilization becomes evident when we realize that there were many famous and illustrious figures of antiquity among the initiates. The list of neophytes include the philosophers Plato, Aristotle, and Epictetus. So the yet unacknowledged history of Western philosophy and Plato kind of bringing us all these ideas of like the allegory of the cave or these Platonic realms of pure abstraction. Maybe these were like first-hand descriptions of what he was experiencing when he was high. Maybe we should mention this in courses on philosophy because no one ever told me this. I'd never heard this. I mean, these are facts. Why don't we teach this? Why do we like pretend this whole psychedelic stuff never happened? And kind of to summarize, so it's very possible that psychedelics kind of enhance this dawning of human cognition, and that kind of the proto-religion, the discovery of kind of the spiritual world in shamanism, and this kind of psychedelic spirituality, cosmic consciousness in these early Indian religion. And yeah, it's at the foundation of Western philosophy. And just to highlight how important Plato was, so Alfred Whitehead was a famous philosopher and mathematician, and he said the safest general characterization of European philosophical tradition is that it consists of a series of footnotes on Plato. So Plato was like the person and everything else is just derived from him. And if he had these strong psychedelic experiences, we should kind of tell people. And a little sort of zooming into sort of Western culture in the 19th and 20th century. So we have Humphrey David, who was a chemist, and he did experiments with nitrous oxide, laughing gas, which is like super psychedelic. It knocks you out for 10-15 minutes from the outside, but inside you are having highly psychedelic experiences. And that kind of they called him the chemical philosopher, and he exclaimed that nothing but thoughts exist. So kind of again these psychedelic experiences somehow seem to convey an idea that like thoughts and consciousness are something very, very fundamental everywhere. And then we have Arthur Schopenhauer, who also kind of promoted the use of intoxicants. He was an idealist philosopher, like the idealists in Germany, saying, yeah, everything, only consciousness exists. And he was very inspirational for Nietzsche, who was also a psychonaut. He took psychedelic substances, he took opium, sometimes too much, and I think he was like even surprised that he like didn't die earlier because he was like sometimes abusing these things very much. Again, something they don't tell you about Friedrich Nietzsche, which is like, oh, the taboo of like drugs. And then we have Benjamin Blood, like this is middle of 19th century, where he went to the dentist, and finally at that time they used nitrous oxide as an anesthetic. So finally you could like have your tooth removed without like experiencing agonizing pain. And the thing was, during that time he had a psychedelic experience. When he kind of came back, he was like, what is going on here? And then he found out that like many dentist places, they have stories of the patients coming back from being having an anesthetic applied to them, and they come back with this like metaphysical, like what was that? What's happening? Like where are we? What is this? And like have these profound like epiphanies, and the dentists are like, yeah, that kind of happens. We don't know why. And Benjamin Blood, he wrote about this, and then William James read about that. And he was a pioneering psychologist, an early philosopher of mind, and also a psychonaut. And he was very skeptical of what Blood was writing about. And then he also tried to do experiments with nitrous oxide. And his experiences would then like kind of set the course for his whole philosophical trajectory. He kind of never could really come to terms with what this means, what we should do with this. And then later on, Henry Bergson, he was a process philosopher like Whitehead. And he influenced Aldous Huxley, who in 1950 took mescaline and afterwards wrote The Doors of Perception and Heaven and Hell, which the Doors, the hippie group, took the name from. And Huxley from Bergson kind of thought that what's happening here is that kind of consciousness is something like a valve. It reduces actually the throughput of like the reality you experience. And when you take psychedelics, this valve opens up and you just get the full-on like influx of like all of reality. And then yes, Albert Hoffman, who like I think in 1938 he synthesized LSD for some like central nervous system stimulant. He forgot about it, and then 5 years later he was like, I think I should try that again. And then he took 250 micrograms and had his famous trip and rode home on his bike. And finally, Gordon Wasson, he was a banker, and he traveled to Mexico, and he met the shaman Maria Sabina, and she introduced him as the first Westerners to psilocybin, magic mushrooms, which before no one knew about. And Wasson was like, wow, this is amazing. Went back home, wrote an article in Time and in Life magazine, like 1957 or whatever. This became a big hit, and all the hippies and like everyone went to visit the kind of the village where Maria Sabina lived in. The whole disruption like really annoyed the locals. They burned down her house, and she died tragically in poverty. So yeah, our Western sort of way of how we interact with these indigenous cultures is often kind of sad. So, kind of the first philosopher of psychedelics, William James, he wrote The Varieties of Religious Experiences, like a very important book on like all these mystical experiences. And he categorized 4 things. Ineffability, so you can't really talk about it, you can't really understand it, you cannot rationally comprehend what's going on. You just can't fathom what's happening. And then you have the noetic quality. This is kind of like, you feel that you're in touch with ultimate reality. You have this like extreme sort of feeling of like unity or kind of like just sort of like you feel like the first time you're actually seeing and your eyes are opening, and just like this very sort of transformative experience. And another one is transience, which means it's like super quick, these states, which actually other people have criticized and said that's not true, because people who meditate, monks, and like in Buddhism or Hinduism, they actually can sustain such states for a very long time. So this is more kind of from a perspective of like not knowing about meditation and just kind of having access through like chemicals. And passivity, so it feels as it's kind of it's being done to you. You can't really like help yourself or do anything. This experience just like washes you along. And James was thinking about the stream of consciousness. And the last times I told you that in 1974, Thomas Nagel wrote how is it to be a bat, which still is like the definition of consciousness. How does it feel like to be something? 1974 and 1994, where Chalmers brought the hard problem of consciousness. So this is like 19-something, and he's already thinking like about philosophy of mind, which then afterwards got totally ignored in academia and philosophy till Nagel, and then later Chalmers brought this all back. And he was a radical empiricist, so he said the only thing that matters are your experiences. If you can't experience it, it's like it doesn't exist, it's irrelevant. So it's like a very kind of anti or sort of counter thesis to rationality. It's just like everything that experience must be taken into consideration. And he coined the term multiverse, which physicists then took into a very different context. And in 1994, his last essay was like a world of pure experience. Again, the focus on like reality is something you go into, you experience. And to quote Bertrand Russell, a mathematician and influential philosopher who wrote The History of Western Philosophy, he said about James that later in life he was, as he deserved to be, recognized as the leader of American philosophy. In his own words, some years ago, I myself made some observations on this psychedelic aspect of nitrous oxide intoxication and reported them in print. One conclusion was forced upon my mind at the time, and my impression of its truth has ever since remained unshaken. It is that our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness, as we call it, is one special type of consciousness. Whilst all about it, parted from it by the flimsiest of screens, there lie potential forms of consciousness entirely different. No account of the universe in its totality can be final, which leaves these other forms of consciousness quite disregarded. So our waking, sober consciousness is like this one little kind of slice of what is experienceable, and this is kind of everything in our culture is based on this one view. And there's like so many like levels in this kind of multiverse of experience you can look into and go into. So maybe like a reason why we're not progressing like with our fundamental physics or understanding consciousness is because we're like stuck in just one little slice of what's possible, and maybe kind of, yeah, to get more information and understand more about reality, we need to take these other kind of points of views from like different modes of consciousness more seriously. In 2023, Mike J. wrote this book called Psychonauts, Drugs and the Making of the Modern Mind. This is a young William James, by the way. And he chronicles like how this stigmatization of drugs happened. So when the term drug emerged in its specialized sense at the beginning of the 20th century, it was freighted with negative connotation. Drugs, in the new usage, denoted dangerous substances only to be administered by professionals. Used irresponsibly, they prey on the inadequacies of their subjects, seizing on pathological tendencies or hereditary weaknesses to erode their willpower, health, and moral agency. The notion of modernity that rose to dominance in the early 20th century was one to which drugs represented an existential threat. Those under their influences were egotists indulging narcissistic and delusional fantasies and at the expense of a consensual social fabric. So like really sort of pushing back on like all of this history, all of this knowledge, and that's why, yeah, probably everything just dropped out from our like sort of kind of the what we teach and like what is generally known about sort of psychedelics in our culture. And then, yeah, Richard Nixon actually started the war on drugs. Reagan then militarized it, and LSD, DMT, THC, MDMA, psilocybin, and mescaline were all deemed Schedule I drugs, which by definition are drugs with no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse, which is totally ridiculous because already in the 70s, before the ban on drugs, people knew, and there were like thousands of studies showing that these things had therapeutic benefits, which then we rediscovered in the psychedelic renaissance later on again. And yeah, things like this didn't help, so kind of the whole zeitgeist then. Tom Wolfe wrote this cool book, The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, about Ken Casey. He was the author of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and he enrolled in a CIA-funded study where they gave people LSD. And of course that blew his mind, and he was like, hey, we need to like really promote this. And then he toured in the US with a school bus with like 20 Psychonauts, and they had these acid tests where you had like Kool-Aid with LSD in it, and yeah, they were like having all these sort of crazy parties and stuff, which of course, like, yeah, society in general didn't think that was such a good idea, so that didn't probably help the promotion or acceptance of drugs. The author Michael Pollan, he dates the psychedelic renaissance to 2006, where 3 things happened. Hoffman had his 100th birthday, like hundreds of journalists attended, and thousands of people who somehow were touched or kind of were, or had some experiences with LSD. So this was kind of quite a remarkable centennial with the person still being alive. The US Supreme Court ruled that this UDV religious sect was allowed to use DMT ceremonially. And Johns Hopkins researchers published a study called Psilocybin Can Occasion Mystical Type Experiences Having Substantial and Sustained Personal Meaning and Spiritual Significance. So first of all, mentioning psychedelics in the title, and the word mystical was very unexpected, because up to then those were like, you don't get published if you do that. And from the study, it's remarkable that 67% of volunteers rated the experience with psilocybin to be either the single most meaningful experience of his or her life, or among the top 5 most meaningful experiences of his or her life. In written comments, the volunteers judged the meaningfulness of the experience to be similar, for example, to the birth of a first child or death of a parent. 33% of the volunteers rated the psilocybin experience as being the single most spiritual significant experience of his or her life, with an additional 38% rating it to be among the top 5 most spiritual significant experiences. In written comments about their answers, the volunteers often described aspects of the experience related to a sense of unity without content, pure consciousness, and/or unity of all things. So again, this idea of sort of idealism, that the only thing that kind of remains if you take away kind of the illusions is consciousness, and this feeling of unity, this noetic quality or kind of non-duality. So we're always kind of in this dual reality of left and right and context, but psychedelic experience kind of transcend that and allow you to experience non-duality, where you're suddenly like, you're the thing outside and inside, and this somehow has deep therapeutic effects. And to go to like what people experience, so kind of the epistemology of psychedelics. As I mentioned, Richard Pollan, he wrote this bestseller, How to Change Your Mind, and he took 5-MeO DMT, which is one of the few psychedelics which comes from an animal. So it's not a plant psychedelic, but it's from a toad. So, and it's like super hardcore, and his experience. Again, it's like nice having authors write about it, because it's just so hard to put in words, and authors kind of being eloquent, they kind of try and sort of give you a sense of what's happening. So, what did Pollan experience? So the other metaphor was the Big Bang, but the Big Bang run in reverse, from our familiar world all the way back to a point before there was anything, no time, no space or matter, only pure unbounded energy. That was all there was. Then, before an imperfection, a ripple in its waveform caused the universe of energy to fall into time, space, and matter. Rushing backwards through 14 billion years, I watched the dimensions of reality collapse one by one until there was nothing left, not even being, only the all-consuming roar. It was horrible. So, I mean, he kind of describes that everything stopped existing, but he was still there, like, observing. There was still an observer, although he says there was no being. So this is kind of, I don't know, a weird perspective that kind of you can feel that like nothing is existing, but you can still experience that. Or Pinchbeck, smoking DMT. So DMT, when you smoke it, it's like 1 or 2 hits and everything goes super psychedelic. It's like mandalas and fractals everywhere, and then you have to like continue to like take another 2 or 3 or 4 hits. You close your eyes and then you just get teleported outside of space and time. And how to explain the rush, the terrifying and ecstatic trauma of leaving your body and your brain and everything that is you, except some infinitesimal tendril that has no existence in space or duration in time, which is an astral probe spiraling out into the infinite, far beyond the shell you left behind. DMT land was an interweave of tantric mandalas, virtual reality fantasies, stained glass aureola, a 10-dimensional Walt Disney World projected into some far-fetched and far-flung future. This was not a structure within the brain that the drug had somehow tapped into. It was a non-human reality existing at a deeper level than the physical world. At the center of the city, there was a great fountain, like the fountain at the center of a Renaissance town square, where the bits of data, or perhaps mathematical potentialities, or burbling new test tube universes were flowing in rainbow patterns of ultraviolet froth. So this is put into words which like cannot be put into words. So it's like, you can imagine like how crazy these experiences are. And DMT is like 15 minutes in physical space and time, but because you're outside of space and time, this doesn't mean much, because you can feel like you're there forever. And then we have Christopher Bache, who was who taught philosophy and religious studies, and for 20 years, over the course of 20 years, he took 73 high-dose LSD trips. So like 500 to 600 micrograms, where like 120 would be normal doses. He got the idea from Stanislav Grof, who also kind of did sessions with patients early on where he gave them like higher doses of LSD, and Bache thought, well, if that works in a therapeutic context, maybe, yeah, let's see how far we can get. And so like over the course of 20 years, he just like went deeper and deeper and deeper into this transcendent reality and kind of talked about it. But the problem was like, at one point he called it the cleansing, but this was a euphemism because these were like terrible experiences. Like the anguish thickened into a terrible horror, acted out around me in psychedelic overkill. At first I was just witnessing these events. But as I died, my boundaries dilated and I was drawn into the mayhem. Then I was being killed, mauled, and maimed. The forms of horror were so many that they can't be described. As the horrors compounded themselves, I eventually lost all my bearings, all coherent sense of meaning. Everything was dismantled by the unimaginable brutalities. I mean, Pinchbeck and his frothing ultraviolet, whatever, Renaissance town squares. I mean, can you imagine like what this must have felt like to go through? But yeah, that was just like one part of these sessions, when then afterwards he sort of went into the light, or the other side. Now each time I came through the ocean of suffering, he called it, I was taken on a series of initiations into the universe and the creative intelligence behind the universe. I don't know why I was shown what I was shown, but the sequence was deliberate and well crafted. It felt like an infinite intelligence was educating me, reminding me of things forgotten long ago, but now in need of being remembered. So, it's not only psychedelics that bring you there, it can be trance or even pain. So Roland Loomis, he called himself Fakir Muzaffar, and he's like the father of the modern primitive movement, and he's like piercings and like, yeah. And like the more extreme things where he kind of just like, yeah, made 2 hooks through his breasts and was, yeah, as you can see. And he reports, because I made permanent holes in my breasts in 1975, I was able to experience Native American body rituals. So again, these are like shamanistic rites that these people have been like, these extreme things, these cultures have been doing to like access these other levels of reality. Because I had suspended from them several times, I was no longer afraid to let go and hang freely from these 2 piercings. Mandan Okipa suspension, a complex ceremony of the Mandan Native American tribe, was done in a darkened lodge. It was a rite of passage for young men and a way for elder medicine men to leave their bodies and reconnect with the powers beyond earth. I was now the elder medicine man. I left my body and met the great mystery, my own white light, face to face. We had a telepathic conversation in that timeless place that is no place. I received answers to many mysteries that had puzzled me for years. Again, kind of put in words what probably this whole shamanism thing is about. You travel to these otherworldly places and somehow you get educated there, you get information, you're told stuff. And so William James was like, yeah, sort of the original philosopher of psychedelics. And since the psychedelic renaissance, yeah, it's kind of okay to be an academic and take LSD, for instance. And we have Chris Leatherby, who wrote the book Philosophy of Psychedelics. And what does he say? Well, supervised psychedelic sessions can reduce symptoms of anxiety, depression, and addiction, and improve well-being in healthy volunteers for months or even years. But these benefits seem to be mediated by mystical experiences of cosmic consciousness, which prompts a philosophical concern. Do psychedelics cause psychological benefits by inducing false or implausible beliefs about the metaphysical nature of reality? I'm baffled. I mean, first of all, did Chris ever like take LSD or smoke DMT that he like claims that these are like certainly false or implausible? And how can he be so certain in his metaphysical stance where, yeah, I mean, I spoke a whole hour about like how it's totally not clear that physicalism is the right metaphysical framework because there's so many things which don't add up. So have this person kind of take the philosophy of psychedelics and like claim that they work kind of in a mental health context, but just because you then have deluded ideas about cosmic consciousness and all these new age hippie stuff. But not all of them. So like Peter Sjöstedt-Hughes, or however you pronounce that, he's like, yeah, to deny philosophers of mind psychedelic substances is tantamount to denying instruments to musicians. If one is to study consciousness, one must involve its most wondrous manifestations. So obviously he is a psychonaut and he has first-hand experiences. Psychedelic compounds do not only produce hallucinations. Everyday reality also being a hallucination in the strict sense, we know this from neuroscience, but they also allow access to a reality that is usually denied. So again, kind of there is something there which feels super real, where you can go to and somehow you're like, that's not just a dream or a hallucination, that seems to be something fundamental which, yeah, kind of that was missed. And he also said, magic mycology is practical metaphysics, so mycology relating to psilocybin mushrooms. Just quickly back to Beige. So these are the chapters where he boundaries of birth and death. So that's the usual thing in psychedelics, ego death, where the first thing that happens, your sense of identity dissolves, you feel you're dying because you suddenly melt with everything and become unified with the cosmic consciousness. The ocean of suffering, we saw a bit into that took ages. I mean, this is 20 years of work. Deep time in the soul, where like time describes how they're like different envelopes and levels and like all this metaphysical stuff that he talks about, which I actually believe that, I mean, this seems to be reproducible. If you kind of do that, I think you probably would experience similar things, which maybe are actually telling us more about the structure of reality beyond our sober waking consciousness. Initiation into the universe, the great real of archetypal reality, and then things got really nice, the benediction of blessings and kind of these visions of the future human, and diamond luminosity at one point, and he kind of explains how, I mean, he's like an athlete. Like, to run a marathon, you have to start and practice. You can't do that from the beginning. And kind of the depth he went into, transcendence, during 20 years. I mean, this really was kind of like the work of staying coherent, like deeper and deeper and deeper into these states of like total crazy psychedelic influx. And at one point, this white light, he calls it, obviously, I don't know, like it was fully immersive experience, but it was just such a nice experience and just so intense that he had to stop after 20 years and 73 LSD doses, because it just broke his heart to know that he would have to, that when he would go there and kind of attach to this being and feeling and knowing he would have to go back again, he just couldn't do that anymore. And he was just like, this is just too much, I have to stop. Plus, kind of, he always had headaches and like all his kind of chakras hurt him, and he got a bit depressed because he was doing this alone because drugs are illegal and he couldn't tell anyone. And it took him 10 years to like reintegrate and sort of function in normal reality again, because he said that after like all these experiences, all this is like super bland, black and white. There's like no texture to it. Like the things he experienced were just like so much bigger and greater that, yeah, coming off the mountain took him 10 years. Erwin Laszlo was like a child prodigy pianist. He could, from Hungary, go to the States touring, and then he became a citizen in the States, and he switched to science and became one of the first, or an influential systems scientist, which is like one of the precursors of complexity science I talked about like last time, sort of adaptivity, self-organization. And he wrote the introduction to the book, and he said, "This is one of the most insightful and significant books I have ever read. But to understand its significance and to endorse its message, one must be willing to entertain three premises: that there is an intelligence behind the things that exist in the universe, that there is a purpose exhibited by this intelligence, and that it is humanly possible to access some elements of this intelligence and learn some aspects of this purpose." So this is like a very different claim to what physicalism as a metaphysical kind of framework would tell you. And Laszlo, he's like, I mean, he's a scientist. I mean, he's published hundreds of papers and studies, and so yeah, depending on like how open you are to these things, even as a rational person, you can sort of not laugh about them and think they're stupid. So, to summarize, psychedelics teleport your consciousness outside of space and time. There are different psychedelic portals in our brain. You can do, you can take these plant compounds, or you can hang yourself from your whatever suspension hooks. You can sing and dance and get into trance, or you can do holotropic breath work, which is something Stanislav Grof invented, where you basically hyperventilate and then you go into super psychedelic states without any substance, just naturally. The psychedelic realms can be populated by other sentient beings. That's what a lot of people, or everyone, reports from DMT. And Terence McKenna called these machine elves. And also Pinchbeck kind of describes how it feels as if these are like other worldly sentient beings that populate these crazy transcendent realms. So kind of like interesting sort of the structure of whatever these spaces. And the spirits told us, so this unorthodox mode of getting information. Like a friend, he was in the Amazonas, in the Amazon, and took ayahuasca with some shamans. And ayahuasca is like a bark and some shrub, and you have to put them together and brew them, because DMT, I think, is in the shrub. But you need the bark because it has MAOI inhibitors, which allow the DMT to actually not be digested, but go to your brain. And so the next day he was like Jeremy Narby estimates that there's like 80,000 plant species there in that jungle. And so my friend was there like next day, like, how the hell would you like even start to like that vine and that bark? And of course, like the physicalist is like, well, they had time and trial and error, and at one point this had to happen. But come on, I mean, the amount of like possibilities, or it was just pure luck and just happened. Don't worry. And so he asked the shaman, like, how do you know? And she like looked at him like, the plant teachers told us, like, what do you think? Like, what a stupid question, obviously. Like, and we have DMT in our brains, in the pineal gland. No one really knows like what it does there. It's like for dreaming or near-death experiences. So we actually produce DMT. So one of the most psychedelic compounds we produce naturally and have it in our bodies. And yeah, sober waking consciousness is just one state in a vast multiverse of pure experience. And what's up with this kind of our consciousness and these plant substances? So I'll try and speed up a bit to not go too much over time. If you give me another 10 minutes, if that's okay. So, one of the founders, kind of, or pioneers of neuroscience, Christoph Koch, they came up with the idea of neural correlates of consciousness. So obviously when you're having a subjective experience, you should see something in the brain and find like, what's happening where? So I'm experiencing pain, so where do we see this? And this was like one of the sort of early sort of ideas, and it's still there in neuroscience, although Koch himself now these days says, well, maybe we shouldn't focus too much on this idea, but still that's like sort of a main thing, where it's like you have a subjective experience and obviously something must be mapping to some activity in the brain. Then we have the default mode network, where when this brain scanning stuff started, people realized that when the subject just was sitting there not doing anything, there was this network of hubs which was doing stuff and had activity, even though you weren't actually doing a mental task. And that's why they called it the default mode network. And it's like most of it's in sort of the most recent part of the brain, the neocortex. I don't even know, but kind of the newest part. And so those are like two things which are affected or kind of are relevant for then kind of how psychedelics work. And then we have the scans, like how do we measure brain activity? So we have electroencephalography, and then there's like you can add this with transmagnetic stimulation, EEG, but this is all superficial and just kind of outside of the brain because this is electric. Then you have the magnetic counterpart, the MEG, which is kind of still only on the outside of the brain, but it's like spatially better, you have better resolution. Then we have PET scans, positron emission tomography. So we're using antimatter positrons, the anti-thing of electrons, to do imagery. Science is amazing, it works, it's cool. And this is a direct way where you see brain metabolism, like where glucose is being used in the brain. Then we have fMRI, the magnetic resonance imagery, which is indirect because you're measuring blood flow, and there's like two ways, like blood oxygen level depletion and asymmetric, I don't know, whatever, which is a bit more accurate, but these are indirect measures. And then we have this perturbation complexity index, which is based on TMS EEG measurements. And this is an idea from Christoph Koch, who last time I said he has this metaphysical idea that consciousness is the result of information processing. So he came up with this integrated information theory, and kind of this PCI measure is inspired by that, where they try and look at the brain, how it's like processing information and integrating it in its complexity. And interestingly, this PCI stuff, you can kind of differentiate between waking state, REM, dreaming, and ketamine anesthesia. So, okay, kind of cool. And then we have Franz Vollenweider from Zurich. He was started with biochemistry, then he got to know about Hoffman's LSD stuff. He actually visited him and like talked, like he was like super intrigued, like, hey, what can we do? And Hoffman told him, hey, go into medicine. So he went into psychiatry, and he was one of the only people during the ban on psychedelics who was allowed to do research. In 1992, he was like, I think this is the first sort of psychedelic brain imaging study, where they looked at PCP, ketamine, and how the kind of, and I think it's a PET study, and how the brain works. The word psychotomimetic, so nowadays we say psychedelic, which is more neutral. In the beginning they used psychotomimetic, which means it mimics psychosis. So psychedelic drugs make you psychotic, schizophrenic. These are like, they bring you into these states. So that was kind of like the idea that we had from psychiatry, that oh, these are really cool substances because they allow us to like understand schizophrenia or like psychosis because they seem to be doing the same. Which, yeah, not quite right. And then in 1998, with in his group, they showed that psychedelics work by activating this 5-HT2A receptor, this serotonin receptor in the brain. So this, like, no one knew how psychedelics worked before that. 1998, this came out, and they realized, okay, that's kind of the mechanism. That's where kind of these experiences are induced. And then since then, these are like in 2012 to 2019, all the studies that were done on brain imaging, like on psilocybin, ayahuasca, LSD. And like one thing they found is that somehow this default mode network seems to be like rebooted when you have a psychedelic experience. Although again, other neuroscientists think that the default mode network is a bad concept and we shouldn't even be talking about it. So yeah, there's a lot of sort of uncertainty about like a lot of these concepts. But the problem is that there's no conclusive kind of result coming out of this. Because like, for instance, if you do fMRI or MEG scanning, in one way you see increased brain activity and in another one you see decreased brain activity. And the problem with actually the fMRI is that psychedelics change the vasculature, so that how blood flows in your brain, which is the thing you measure, which then maybe indirectly kind of, yeah, so probably fMRI is a bad thing to use to do brain scans on people under the influence of psychedelics. And overall, the sample sizes are really small. There were like 12 people or 20 people max in these groups. So this is like very sort of preliminary. But kind of the story that got told, this is the CNN, this was kind of published on CNN, of this brain study of 2016, where they were like, hey, look, the people take psychedelics and the brain just like lights up like a Christmas tree, which makes sense because there's like so much more going on during psychedelic states, which is actually not true. What you're seeing here is that basically what's happening is that your visual cortex suddenly starts to get information from like other places in your brain, not just like the visual parts. And in the same study, they show that the MEG actually showed reduced neural activity. So again, kind of like this physicalists, how shall I say, kind of like assumption that goes unquestioned, where they're like, yeah, the journalists just like, of course, this makes sense, and like the sort of the more nuanced, like, hey, it's kind of weird that there's like not really conclusive evidence, maybe we should talk about that. And yeah, so that's kind of where we are as a culture, that this goes so unquestioned that we really are not aware of our metaphysical biases, which we really should be. And so, Carhart Harris was the person who started with, in 2012, with this imagery. And he was like, hey, we saw decreased activity, how weird, did we do something wrong? And then we have Christoph Koch, who's like, this is a big mystery. It just shows that like we don't understand anything about like how the brain works and consciousness. And then we have Bernardo Kastrup, who I also talked about last time. He was this computer scientist turned philosopher of mind who like came up with his own idealist philosophy, where like everything is consciousness. And he's like, under materialism, an increase in the richness, intensity of experience must still be accompanied by an increase in the metabolism associated with the neural correlates of consciousness for subjective experience, because subjective experiences are supposedly constituted by neural correlates of consciousness. So how can it be that when a person is like traveling to DMT City and seeing these burbling test tube universes and all these other beings, your brain is like doing less processing? Like, why is that not like a bigger red, or kind of a red flag, or like talked about more? It's like kind of just sort of a special interest thing in for like people who are doing this in like in neuroscience. And so coming back to Huxley, he took mescaline and came up with this whole philosophy, kind of like perennial philosophy, he called it, and Gesundheit. And again, kind of this idea of the reducing valve, which he had from Bergson. And in his own words, Huxley said, to make biological survival possible, mind at large, this was his concept of like cosmic consciousness, has to be funneled through the reducing valve of the brain and nervous system. What comes out at the other end is a measly trickle of the kind of consciousness which will help us stay alive on the surface of this particular planet. So he's basically saying our sober waking consciousness is just this measly trickle of consciousness, and if you open up the valve, you just get the full-on like throughput of crazy experience of like mind at large and like transcendental reality. So, in closing, I talked about the Shulgin. So Alexander and his wife Anne, biochemist, he synthesized 180 I don't know how to pronounce it, fentanyl. So mescaline, 2CB, amphetamine, those are the substances here. T is tryptamines. He synthesized 55 in this book. The title is Tryptamines I Have Known and Loved. A Chemical Love Story. With his wife, they tested all of them. They wrote them down, like the synthesis and like the experience and what it was, kind of like charting, a bit like Beige, but just like taking it once and sort of charting what's happening here. And then we like have all these newer stuff popping up. So this DOX family was started by Shulgin, but then like underground all these new chemicals come up, like, and also this M-bomb or these dragonfly, which are called dragonfly because they look like dragonfly, kind of the chemical symbols. I mean, imagine like taking 20 years just to like take one of those, because every one of these renders a different kind of transcendental reality. Everyone gives you totally different like experiences, and DMT does this, LSD is that, ayahuasca is a different thing. So all of these kind of James's multiverse of pure experiences are all accessible through so many substances, and then you have all the plant ones which occur naturally. And to finish, so the Western mind is totally ignorant of psychedelic history. It's psychedelically illiterate and super hostile towards psychedelics, or has been, and only slowly now is recovering from that. Intoxication is something that has always been there and always will be, so kind of to pretend that like, no, we're like a sober like society, and like people who like intoxication, they're like weak-minded or so, that's kind of not really true. And that these primitive societies, this access to knowledge, at least in the, I mean, if they got it right with the healing part and the plants told them, what about all the other stuff they talk about? Maybe that's true as well. And psychedelics induce unfathomably rich phenomenal consciousness. So this inside view, it just like explodes. It just becomes so much more multi-dimensional, like something you have never experienced before. So again, I don't know, like Leatherby saying like, oh, but weird metaphysical ideas, cosmic consciousness. If you experience that, it's absolutely clear that this is real, and that people then have the feeling that kind of these experiences are sometimes even more real than sober waking consciousness. And we have many portals to different parts of this multiverse, and somehow it's inherently spiritual and transcendental. So it's always like accompanied by some like, wow, sort of this noetic thing, like I'm in touch with fundamental reality or some greater meaning or some purpose. And it suggests that some like a consciousness-based ontology, that maybe the building blocks of this universe aren't kind of, I mean, we know it's not material because it's these weird quantum elementary particles which somehow don't really exist unless you kind of measure them or observe them. But maybe there's like, sort of a level of consciousness from which reality comes out of. And that's why people still today now start to sort of, there's like a renaissance of idealism in philosophy, and also some scientists who think actually that kind of makes more sense than physicalism. It's kind of weird because it's like this premise of like, what, only consciousness? But yeah, that's where we're at. And psychedelic neuroscience doesn't really help. It kind of makes it kind of seems to show that this materialistic, reductionistic, this physicalist view of consciousness isn't really correct. Otherwise, it should be like more clear that, richer experience, more brain activity. And a warning, so not everyone should take psychedelics. First of all, you can spiral into madness and delusion really easily. And it's like, it's definitely not for everyone. I mean, if you want to meditate, and like, if you probably meditate for many, many, many years, you get to have similar experiences. And actually the neuroscience shows that what's happening during the psychedelic state is often very similar to what seasoned meditators are having going on in their brains. So these seem to be phenomenally similar states, which at first sounds weird, like psychedelics and meditation, but actually if you like go so deep into meditation that you suddenly, you also teleport into apparently this transcendental level of reality. And that's why not everyone should take these, but maybe we should listen to the explorers who are charting these new realms of reality and coming back to us and kind of telling us about it. I don't know, like Alex Humboldt, who then goes to South America and like tells us about these people and plants and animals, and maybe we should listen to these psychedelic explorers and kind of incorporate that into our metaphysics and into our society and into our kind of just general understanding of reality. Thank you, and sorry for being so long. So, artificial consciousness. So if consciousness is hard, artificial consciousness is like ridiculous. So I thought for today, like, have a bit of a different format. So the presentation will be a bit shorter, and then like try and sort of workshop some ideas later, because honestly, like, any person's guess is like as good as anyone else's. So yeah, but the things I want to talk about is like summarize again like what the issue is with consciousness, like the problems there, and as we're going into the artificial realm, like before we get to artificial consciousness, talk a bit about artificial intelligence and intelligence in general. And as always, there's metaphysics, because this is all philosophy, because no one knows. So some of the philosophical challenges and kind of like what people are thinking about in this domain currently, like what this synthetic artificial consciousness thing could be, and then let's jump in the workshop. So what is consciousness? We don't know, and we, emphasizing the quotes, is the Western mind, because as we talked about many times, Eastern cultures, shamanic cultures have a very different approach to how they understand and live and experience reality and their consciousness. So this is really from a rational Western perspective, where we're trying to objectify kind of this concept of consciousness, which we are, and we're pretty bad at it. So just to give you an idea how bad, I already once talked about this paper, this guy called Robert Kuhn. He has a channel on YouTube called Closer to Truth, and he's interviewed like hundreds of academics, so like physicists and neuroscientists and philosophers, and he does like all these cool sort of topics. Like one is on sort of the information theoretical perception of reality, and one is about consciousness. And so he summarized this in this paper from this year, and there's like 200 philosophy of mind explanations for consciousness he kind of goes through. So this is like from about 200 academics, because everyone has more or less their idea, although you can like bunch them together. So this is like from physicalism, where it's like, well, yeah, consciousness is just the brain computing, obviously, to like more crazy stuff like sort of quantum ideas, like Roger Penrose presented, or like going all the way to idealism and sort of mysticism. So he was like, kind of, if we have more than 200 theories of consciousness, obviously we have no clue what it is. So so much for that. But what we do know, kind of summarized, so William James was kind of a pioneering psychologist and turned philosopher when he did his kind of experiments with nitrous oxide, had his psychedelic experiences, where he kind of read about some other guy, Benjamin Blood, who wrote this crazy article about his nitrous oxide psychedelic experiences, and James was like, I kind of don't believe it, and took it himself, and then he was like, okay, wow, this is a problem, and he kind of like, for the rest of his academic career and life, he was kind of battling with this kind of, with what it means, what did he experience, what does it mean? And so he was one of the first people to talk about consciousness being this river, this stream of consciousness. So kind of like one of the first sort of kind of having this idea of like sort of flowing through this experiential kind of multiverse, also a word that he coined. And then in 1929 we have Clarence something Lewis, and he kind of modernized this idea of qualia, which is kind of one unit of subjective experience. So the greenness of green, because green doesn't exist. Green is just wavelength of whatever nanometers, and your experience of greenness is something that happens inside your perception, and it's a qualia, it's or a quale if it's just one, and kind of this idea of kind of these atoms of experiential things like pain or love or and kind of perception, colors. So these are all qualia. And then a long jump till 74, when Thomas Nagel said, what would it be like to be a bat? Like, how would you perceive reality? And that's kind of still the best definition for what consciousness is. Consciousness is if it feels like to be something, so there's an inner perspective outward into the world. And then another jump to 1990 when Francis Crick and Christoph Koch presented this work on neural correlates of consciousness, and it was called Towards a Neurobiological Theory of Consciousness. And I also talked about this, that Crick, he'd already won a Nobel Prize, he was an old dude, and people told Koch, hey, just don't touch this crazy subject of consciousness. It's bad for your academic career, because you can do this if you're like an older dude, like Crick, that's fun, but don't do that, because that'll just like kill your career. So he was brave enough to do this, and kind of like, started this sort of modern neuroscience in academia. And then a couple of years later, David Chalmers came and kind of like really sort of put the nail in it by asking, like, how can stuff have both a physical and a phenomenological quality? Like, how can non-mental stuff become mental or produce this inner perspective? How is this possible? 30 years later, we're still arguing about this. Some philosophers of mind are even arguing if this is even a problem at all. Is it made up? Is it like not a thing? Others are like, yes, this is like the central thing. How do you, basically it's like a shift from how do you go from an objective to a subjective point of view? And this somehow doesn't work. And this is kind of all the problem with sort of science, that science is always kind of this outside objective description of reality, but everything that we do and live is from our inside, kind of our phenomenological perspective, and they just somehow don't meet. And then in 1995, Ned Block came up with the idea of, let's call this the thing that's happening to us now, phenomenological, too many PHs, phenomenal consciousness, which is just the sum of all the qualia. So kind of the qualia universe built up of these atoms is this thing that he named. And then a year later, Chalmers came up with this idea of philosophical zombies, which, as I talked about, annoyed some of the philosophers because they were thinking this is now getting a bit silly and like these are just like stupid ideas. But it somehow seems to be an important distinction, especially what we're talking about later on, because a philosophical zombie from the outside looks like a sentient person. Like you wouldn't like see the difference in any way, but the difference is that there is no inner perspective. So this is just, there's like no lights inside, there's no one looking out. This is just like function, and it just appears to be or behave like a human, but there's no sensation, there's no one registering qualia. So this was kind of his idea of philosophical zombies. Like, how would you like distinguish and know if like, or how would you sort of, understand this? So what's intelligence? Well, artificial intelligence tells us that this is the ability to learn from experience, adapt to new situations, solve problems, apply knowledge effectively. And it encompasses things like reasoning, understanding, creativity, and the capacity to process information and make decisions. So for intelligence, you need memory, you need information processing and exchange. It's somehow related to knowledge and problem solving. It's something adaptive. It's always like dynamic, and it's emergent. It just like pops out, and somehow you don't need consciousness. and it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. So in the 90s, when scientists started to look at cells, they were like, wow, this is super complicated. Even a single cell is like, it's this machine. And then they started to like think about cells and sort of this metaphor of like mechanics. It's a machine, it's a factory, super complex. And like nowadays, biologists are thinking that actually that doesn't do it justice, because a cell is so much more dynamic and adaptive than a machine, and that they're saying that kind of this machine picture of a cell is just like, no, it's a lot more complex. It's like a lot more intelligent in the way it kind of can adapt. And things like collective intelligence, like where exactly does this latch onto? Where, like, you have these termites, they have ventilation shafts, they build them, like, not a single termite knows what to do, but in the collective they kind of do these things. Or you have ants that kind of milk these aphids, and when it rains they kind of take them in like cattle. Like super intelligent behavior without brains or like neural systems. Or parasites. So I don't know if you know this liver fluke thing. So it does sexual reproduction in herbivores. Then it gets dumped on the field with the feces. Then a snail comes along and it kind of goes into the snail. From the snail it travels to an ant. In the ant it hijacks its motor systems, makes the ant crawl up on the top of the grass, so it's again eaten by a herbivore, and that completes the cycle. I have no idea how this how does this emerge evolutionarily, but this seems to me like that's really intelligent. I mean, that's like crazy intelligent. That's like, or like pest control. I mean, you're like trying to get rid of these little insects, and apparently they're so intelligent that like we humans struggle and have like we don't really know like how to adapt to these things being super smart without the intention of doing this. So intelligence seems to be something which is everywhere, and now maybe kind of in a non-biological context it seems to be emergent in the technologies we build. So AI, well, some people say it kind of is just like, it's just statistical stuff, it's just computation, it's data driven, it's decision making, and it's just like processing tons of data, and it kind of pretends to be intelligent. So you're kind of fooled if you think artificial intelligence is intelligent, because it's not. It's just like, it's algorithms, so how can this be intelligent? And other people are like, okay, maybe this is like the next level of like emergent intelligence appearing in our universe here on Earth. And this kind of is foreshadowing kind of the discussion of artificial consciousness, like, yeah, which one is it? And I don't know, there's this nice channel on YouTube called 3 Blue, 1 Brown, where he has amazing visualizations of these things. Like this is the transformer architecture of LLMs with the attention and perceptron levels and like how they work. So I think it's a bit like with animals. Like back in the day, a lot of academics were like, well, animals, they're not really that clever, because it's all like instinct. They don't have desires or like humans. So they're just like these little robots just running around doing stuff. And we've kind of revised this sort of view of animals. And I mean, anybody who grew up with pets kind of knew this was wrong, because if you have a pet, you just realize that there is like so much going on. And I find people who work like with AI, like myself, I kind of tend to be there. I find that people who don't really use it are like, yeah, it must be that. How can it be like anything else? And again, you could be fooled, but I just feel like some of the interactions I've had with AI, I'm like, damn, that's like, something's going on there. I feel, but yeah. So, the metaphysics in the philosophy of mind. So, down here, physicalism. So, the universe is made up of physical stuff. You have a bunch of interactions. Actually, there's like 4 laws of nature. That's it. Everything else comes out of it. And if we don't understand it yet, we will later on, surely. So consciousness is like it's just computation of neurons and we'll understand it one day. And again, as I mentioned a couple of times, physicalism is a metaphysical belief, because nowhere in physics or in the mathematics of physics is this required. So this is just something which is like implicit, felt natural, like if you're rational, common sense, this is kind of what you would think. Although, like even 100 years ago, over 100 years ago, quantum mechanics like just blew the whole logic, rational, common sense thing out of the water, because like the quantum world is totally bizarre, but still, like most rational people are like, this is kind of all it is, and it kind of like interacts, and somehow stuff comes out. And then you have like interesting ideas like epiphenomenalism, which says, yeah, there's these mental states that come out of this computation, but mental states don't have a causal like reach into the physical. So you don't have free will. How could you? Because that would be like a new sort of causal thing. So you think you have free will, but that's all an illusion, because that's just kind of a byproduct of like this consciousness thing that popped out. Or functionalism, which says, okay, let's just look at behavior and like forget about like how it's instantiated. So this is something that already could like work for artificial consciousness, because you're not really looking at the substrate, but just kind of at the behaviors. This here is kind of the information theoretic point of view. So you can like reduce all of physics to the concept of information and derive like a lot of the stuff that comes out, although like there's no proper definition of information, so it's like with consciousness. But in the philosophy of mind, Christoph Koch had this idea of integrated information theory, where he was saying, consciousness happens if stuff starts to integrate and compute information, then suddenly this inner perspective pops out. And because he's a very respected neuroscientist, people were like, okay, this kind of maybe makes sense, because although it's kind of it's a bit of an unorthodox thing, or it's like hard to sort of justify. Again, it's just like, kind of a belief he has.
Is it emergence, or what happens there?
Well, you know, there's like kind of these measures of integration and how it computes. So there was this perturbation complexity index where you can like measure this in the brain, and then you can like see if a person is awake or asleep or under an anesthetic. And so that's kind of like, sort of, basically if your smartphone is doing these things, then the chances are high that it would sort of start to develop an inner perspective and like consciousness. But again, it's controversial. And then like for physics, John Wheeler was like the guy who brought this information paradigm into physics, this it from bit. But interestingly, in the German-speaking sphere of influence, Carl von Weizsäcker, he was one of the biggest physicists of the 20th century. 20 years before Wheeler, he already kind of started to think about this information theoretic view of the world. Actually, von Weizsäcker invited Wheeler to some conference on information, like way in the beginning, but Wheeler never ever referenced or kind of mentioned von Weizsäcker. And Gernitz was one of his students of von Weizsäcker, and he really kind of made this whole sort of theory of everything out of this idea of this informational sort of ontology, and he called it protoposis, whatever, I don't know how to pronounce it. And this is like how sort of consciousness would emerge in such a framework. Unfortunately, Gernitz only published in German, so no one knows about this. And then we have the quantum stuff. So we talked about Penrose being one of the first sort of academics, even before Koch and Crick, to talk about like, hey, what is consciousness? Like, how can we sort of tackle or grapple with this? And he came up with sort of this, it must be some quantum processes in the brain. And then he met Hameroff, who was this anesthetist. And then he was like microtubuli in the brain, kind of these structures and the quantum processes and whatever. But actually there's like pioneers of quantum physics like Henry Stupp and David Bohm, who were thinking about these things way earlier and kind of had implicit ideas of consciousness in their theories. And then more recently, Carlo Rovelli, who came up with this relational quantum mechanics. So it's all about relations, and this is called structural realism, where you say, hey, it's not the stuff, kind of the nodes in the network that are important, it's the relational stuff. So you kind of just switch your perspective from kind of the things to the interactions, and he kind of has ideas on consciousness there. And in another corner we have kind of more the sort of the more philosophical stuff. So this is neutral monism, is like pre-Socratic philosophers were like, hey, there's just one substance to reality, but we don't really care if it's mental or physical. It's like, but it's just one, and whatever we see, the mental and the physical, is like derived from that, but it's just unified in this not to be mentioned whatever it is. And then we have Descartes, who was like, no, it's dualism. So you have mind stuff and you have physical stuff, and they're distinct, and there's no way you can bring them together and bridge this gap. And then the more funky stuff, panpsychism, so kind of everything has a little bit of consciousness scattered around. Actually, integrated information theory kind of implies panpsychism. And there's like, I forget who it was, one of the pioneers, like really big name.
Spinoza?
No, for a quantum physicist, who was like saying, hey, I believe that even an electron has like a little quantum of consciousness. And so kind of this idea has been around for a while, although, I mean, there's like a long intellectual history, but that it also kind of like emerged in physics. Problem with panpsychism is, how do you combine stuff? So if you have individual things that are conscious, how do you combine them to have a unified experience of consciousness? And then going all the way down the rabbit hole is idealism. Everything is consciousness, and the physical is just derived from this. So kind of everything you see is basically, behind that is this field of consciousness. And then the question is like, okay, and then what I do is I write them down as a response and push them out. So from the outside, people would think that there's a Chinese-speaking, understanding person inside, but the person inside has no clue. He's just manipulating symbols according to a rule book. So his argument was like, that's what computers do. They have no clue what they're doing. This is just an algorithm, a recipe, and it appears to like imply that there's like understanding going on, but there isn't. And again, the philosophical zombies we mentioned, like, this is basically the problem of other minds. How do I know that you guys have an inner perspective? I don't, and there's no way you can like convince me. But of course, you kind of would be weird if I'm like the only sort of conscious being, unless of course you're into solipsism, which says actually it's only your mind that exists, everything else is like in there, so there's no tangible reality, there's nothing out there, everything is like a construct of my own mind, which sounds really scary, and there's no way to diffuse solipsism. There's like no theoretical or empirical argument to say that this is a terribly stupid idea, because I mean that if this would be true, it's like, it's ridiculous, but there's no way to know this. So yeah, if we don't know this for consciousness, then for artificial consciousness it looks even worse. And maybe things can only be conscious if they're embodied. So that's also a theory, that you need to have like a body you operate, and kind of an inside-outside thing, physical sort of a boundary that kind of allows consciousness to emerge. And you need to have agency. So kind of, you want to do things. So would artificial consciousness, would that thing like want stuff, or like have ambitions, or like have agency? And like emotions, what are those? Where do those factor in? Like would ever, like, I don't know, software be sad, or like how would you? Sorry?
Have a bad day.
Yeah, and like how would you even want to like put that in if you were? So embodiment, of course, you can do. You build robots, put in AI, but like how would you get emotionality in there, and would you need it? And if you have a machine that's conscious, the thing never dies as long as the energy is like switched on. So this is like something which potentially would have an infinite lifespan, which could continuously be developed and made better, which is kind of weird, because the whole kind of biological thing is that you have cycles. The thing dies and it varies and it changes and it explores different evolutionary paths. So here you kind of have sort of set paths which just never will diverge and just continue to be, and maybe become more sophisticated. So that's like also sort of a weird concept, like how that would sort of fit into like our sort of, if we think about the future, if this ever emerges. And also that we like all the big words I can't pronounce today, sorry. But I mean, we're always like assuming that it's like the thing that we feel. So we kind of expect consciousness to be something that we would recognize. So, I mean, like imagining a color that you've never seen, how would you imagine consciousness that's different to ours, alien consciousness? Or is that not even possible? Is like consciousness something that would kind of always feel like to be something, or I don't know, or could it be like something totally wild that we wouldn't even recognize? And yeah, the ethical implications. So as I mentioned, like at one point we thought, yeah, maybe animals should be treated better because they probably suffer and have rich inner lives. And recently they extended this to maybe fish and octopuses and like maybe even, yeah, definitely birds and stuff. But like, what about plants? So there was a nice talk about like sort of plant intelligence, where plants have memory, they can react, they seem to have agency. So what is our relationship to plants if we kind of give them personhood, and should we, and like what does that mean? Because obviously we can't photosynthesize, so we need to eat plants. So it's like, I mean, you can be vegan, but even as a vegan, you like, there's no way. So like, what does that mean? Like, how do you then start to like deal with this ethical, or like how important would this ethical problem be in like overall sort of survival? And maybe now it's like the time to sort of expand our ethical sort of considerations and think about artificial consciousness. So kind of weird. So it's kind of got more wider and more sort of weirder as we went along.
James, what do they think about this altered states of consciousness? You say anthropomorphizing consciousness.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah?
Yeah, but we also don't know how much potential we already have to go into different states of consciousness. When we go into altered states of consciousness, we probably leave this consciousness and go to some other level. So
that's a good question, because would artificial consciousness be able to do that as well, like get high? Could that have a psychedelic experience or not?
Well, animals consume alcohol, right? I mean, that's been shown, you know, that quite some animals consume alcohol. I mean, you've got those ants, you know, that also, consume stuff, right? So
dolphins that kind of get the pufferfish to excrete toxins to get high.
Yeah, I think the clue is to not get stuck on that our more subjective form of consciousness is the universal norm. Right?
Yeah.
So the altered states that we also experience are a clue that everything else that may experience consciousness probably doesn't experience it the same way that we do.
Yeah. Which means that the whole thing we kind of live in is this thin slice of sober waking consciousness, and there's like such a huge kind of like multiverse of like experiences that are possible. Mm. So maybe that's the thing, like what would artificial consciousness be able to experience in like what depth, or what kind of what form? So maybe that's would be a good way to frame it. And the experts, so I mean basically we're all the experts because we're sentient beings. I just took because like this quarrel in the philosophy of mind, from physicalism to idealism to whatever, doesn't go anywhere. So this discussion isn't going anywhere either. Like, is artificial consciousness possible or no? Yes or no? So I mean, this is just endless like metaphysical discussions. But Chalmers was like, hey, biology pulled it off, so maybe silicon can pull this off as well. And Koch was like, yeah, I mean, basically saying how this would work. It's like one instantiation just with like information processing. And then you have Anya Seth, kind of a the famous neuroscientist, and he's more skeptical. He's like, somehow biology seems to be special, so probably not, but we should be careful to like not exclude this, because yeah, as we did with animals and whatever, let's be careful. And then we have Bernardo Kastrup, the computer scientist turned idealist philosopher of mind. He's like, no way. So biology, especially metabolism, is so different to anything everywhere we've ever seen, and kind of this seems to be the precursor for having like the biological sort of machinery to be able to have conscious experiences. There is no way this can be replicated in any other way than kind of biology and metabolic paths. So, but then, like, okay, maybe we can like do more about how we would sort of detect this. So this year came out last year. It's like 120 pages. There are 19 whatever computer scientists, neuroscientists, and philosophers. And they kind of came up with 14 indicators of what it would mean to be artificially conscious. And they conclude like, okay, currently no AI like are conscious according to these indicators, but there's no obvious technical barrier to building AI systems which would satisfy these indicators. So basically leaving the door open. And like Susan Schneider, who is a philosopher and also kind of AI expert, she was like, what would happen if we would train AI without any conception of consciousness? So anything regarding consciousness is not in the training data, nothing, zero, like everything is taken out. And then you start to ask it like questions related to consciousness and being and experience. And if it would then start to sort of claim it has consciousness, maybe that's kind of a good start. But again, the machine could be telling you anything and you would never know. So to conclude, rational consciousness has a hard time understanding its own experiential nature, and any sentient being like has a metaphysical position that is just as valid as anyone else's. So let's workshop some of these ideas. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, good evening and thank you for coming. Yeah, idealism. So, idealism says that fundamentally reality is mental, which kind of sounds like a silly idea in like our modern enlightened day and age. Kind of like some new age woo, or I don't know, just some hippie talk. So let's find out. But before we can talk about idealism, we need to talk about its antithesis, physicalism, kind of the reigning metaphysical belief system. And then from there we can slowly move towards like more daring ideas on what the fundamental structure of reality could be. And then a little short history on idealism. So as with all of these ideas in philosophy, they go back quite some time. And yeah, why are we talking about this today? Because there's an interesting kind of renaissance in idealist thinking in philosophy and also some scientists. So that's kind of the reason why this is still a topic and people talk about this. And so I'll introduce some of the idealist thinkers and philosophers and scientists. And then a bit on like what this means as a metaphysical concept, like how can we understand it or not. And then I'll present like one sort of special version of idealism. So, physicalism, or it used to be called materialism, is kind of the belief that reality is fundamentally physical, so it's tangible. Every phenomena can be reduced to its physical processes and its interactions, and there are no non-physical aspects to reality. So rationality and common sense reign. And kind of that's all there is to say. So we know that there's like 4 forces in the universe. We know about the matter particles. So basically, this is quantum fields and how these quantum fields interact. We should be able to understand everything, life and consciousness. And if we don't yet, we surely will, because this is the right way of thinking about stuff rationally. So if anyone disagrees, you're either anti-science or deluded, or I don't know, you have naive ideas, or this is kind of wishful thinking. So, like, why do people start to think that this is not maybe kind of the final word on the structure of reality? So up to 1905, it made a lot of sense to think that physicalism was the right way, the right metaphysics to think about reality, because up to 1905, the world or our universe was this clockwork. You kind of understood the little wheels and stuff, and that's kind of how the universe ticks. And suddenly in 1 year, everything got turned on its head when relativity theory started. So kind of like having time being observer dependent, and that there's like nothing happens simultaneously. It always depends on like how things are moving relative to each other. That seems like a really weird concept. And then you have the quantum world, which really kind of posed a lot of sort of fundamental existential questions. So we have this notion of duality. So depending on how you look at reality or particles, yeah, they're particles or they're waves. They have different properties, but it kind of like, so which is it? Like you have this superposition where they're like the spin of electrons is in all different like directions everywhere at the same time, and you can actually use that to do the quantum computing. So it's like it's a real sort of resource of reality, these kind of these weird attributes or uncertainty, that there's actually a limit of how much information you can retrieve from reality. And it's not because you're bad at like getting information, but there's a fundamental limit to physics that tells you can't like know two things exactly. So either you know where a particle is, but you don't know how quick it or how fast it's moving, or vice versa, which again seem like very weird and like nonsensical attributes of reality. Or like tunneling. This is like an age-old sort of quantum experiment where all these quantum particles are just kind of described by probabilities. So there's like a non-zero probability for everything to be everywhere the whole time, which means that even if you have like this like if you throw a stone into a well, it'll never be outside because like it wouldn't have the energy to get out. But quantum particles can like magically tunnel through these walls because it's a probability thing and appear on the other side of actually something which they shouldn't be able to get through. So again, like this makes no sense on a classical level. And non-locality, where this entanglement, you touch something here and then you change an attribute over there, and it can be like like on two parts like across the universe. So but you can't like kind of transmit information, so it still kind of obeys the rules of relativity, but it does seem to be like there's a non-local effect. There's like somehow stuff is sort of combined or interacting in a way which we don't really understand when we kind of try and look at it from space and time. And kind of the biggest problem in quantum mechanics is the measurement problem. As soon as you like go and, so if you don't look, you have these like clouds of superposition where it's like doing everything, and as soon as you measure it, it goes into one specific state. And how this happens, we still don't really know. It's so like, is it connected to consciousness or not? But basically it's again about information retrieval. As soon as you know something about the particle, it kind of manifests and becomes real in a physical sense. And if you look away again, it does all this weird quantum superposition stuff where it's kind of doing everything at the same time. And kind of more newer sort of quantum experiments show that there's this idea of contextuality, which says kind of like the way you do the experiment, you're actually putting these attributes onto the thing you're measuring, so it's kind of questioning kind of the objectivity of nature. So that's kind of weird. That kind of doesn't seem to fit into kind of this physicalist sort of rational, commonsensical point of view. And it gets worse because in kind of this complexity theory. So why do we see self-organization and emergence? So emergence is suddenly a system does new stuff which isn't kind of, which you can't understand if you sort of try and analyze the individual parts in the system. So it's, yeah, like our brain, where suddenly like from an animal brain to a human brain, you start to have this different modes of cognition, and then you start to think about the meaning of life and whatever, which kind of wasn't there before, or kind of like swarming behavior, where kind of each individual part of the system doesn't really know what it's doing, but as a whole it starts to kind of function and have this kind of intelligence which you don't really see in the individual parts. And yeah, I mean, life, kind of these 3.7 billion years of this homeostasis, if you think about it, it's like eternal self-replication and assembly of complex molecular like machinery over this like long time span. So you would think, we would really actually like to know how this works in detail. And as I said, physicalism is just like the black box saying, yeah, in theory we can, or we will understand it because we kind of know what goes in, but there's like no really sort of, I don't know, compelling sort of explanations for this. And consciousness kind of like is sort of the biggest problem. So David Chalmers with the hard problem of consciousness, where the question is, how can stuff that is non-mental suddenly like display mental attributes? So the clash between like this objective description of reality with science and our personal internal sort of perspective into reality, they somehow don't go together. And this hard problem has been around since 1994 or 5. And still today, this is like one of the biggest sort of reasons why people are thinking about looking at sort of alternative metaphysical ideas, because somehow in this kind of rational physicalist sort of context, consciousness just seems to be really not ideally explainable at all. So, and to continue, I mean, we kind of think that physics and science explains like everything. It does, it explains a lot, and we have technology, it works, science is amazing. But if you think about reality as kind of a box, so science figures out the stuff inside, but like, I don't know, on the edges, kind of like the foundations, we don't really know what's happening there. And it's kind of quite existential because we don't really know what time is in physics, which not many physicists will kind of tell you about, but time is a problem, and our two best kind of theories of the big and small, they don't come together. That's kind of quantum physics and general relativity don't come together as a unified mathematical framework. And this is why we had string theory, which was a load of math, which didn't really, 30 years of string theory didn't really bring that much. We still don't know like more about the fundamental nature of reality. And then we figured out that like the universe is expanding at an accelerated rate. So there must be stuff that we cannot see, and first scientists or physicists called this dark matter, and they thought it was like a fifth of the stuff in the universe. And then suddenly we figured out, there's like even more like dark energy, which is like even weirder, and it's doing stuff and we can measure it. But now actually physicists are like, maybe this isn't true at all, which means that it's like a total, like we have no clue about like what's happening on cosmological scales. So this is like, these are like new things that are popping up that people are like dark matter has been around for I don't know how many decades, and like there's so many theories and makes a lot of sense. And now suddenly it seems like actually maybe this wasn't even a thing. And if you think about the vacuum, it's like emptiness, right? Well, emptiness doesn't exist because the vacuum is full of energy. And if you zoom in, because of this uncertainty, even if it's empty, it's not, because you have these quantum particles pop into existence and go out of existence again without violating any physics. John Wheeler called this the quantum foam. So if you think about it, if you zoom into empty space, it suddenly starts to froth and like do all this crazy stuff of like particles coming into existence and going out of existence, which again seems very weird from this kind of classical perspective we have, where it's like, no, this is empty, there's nothing happening here. And like the effects of this is, you can measure that, it's like the Casimir effect, and I mean, this is like physics. And some new theories are kind of what's becoming more established, is that maybe space and time are kind of emergent properties. So there's something more fundamental behind space and time. And this is becoming more of a thing in theoretical physics. And sorry, if you're starting to tell me that space and time are not fundamental and there's something behind that. Again, like, if you then try and convince me that this is logical, common sense, and I should understand it, I'm kind of skeptical. And even things like a proton, where it like textbook is like, oh, that's 3 quarks, we know. But that's not true, because that was like from far away. And nowadays we can like probe even deeper, and then it's like with the vacuum, it just starts to explode with all these gluons and froth and quarks and antiquarks. So looking at the proton really close is like a big mess. And then, like, I don't know, infinity, is that even a thing? And there should be equal amounts of antimatter, that's more technical, we don't know why, and there isn't. And with the James Webb Telescope, we're seeing a lot of stuff that makes no sense to what the Hubble telescope was showing us, which led to a crisis in cosmology, which is ongoing. And the fine-tuning problem, so everything, all the constants in nature, and like, I don't know, the size of the electron to the proton, if you change any of these values, we don't get this. So there's either no structure, or everything clumps together, or it's just kind of like the universe we're in, everything kind of seems to be fine-tuned. Again, there's like philosophical ways of like saying, that's not a problem, don't worry. And kind of this idea of the book of nature that, like, why does mathematics work? So the formal things we come up with in our minds, mathematics, seems to be like decoding what the universe is doing. Why should there be a correspondence between, like, if I throw a stone and the kind of the motion it has, why should that be related to calculus? Like, what's happening there where kind of, yeah, it's still kind of, it's just a brute fact of reality, but like, why is there this kinship between like our inner thinking and like the structure of the outer universe? And why consciousness and why anything? So yeah, a lot of existential puzzles. Reality is like super weird, and I don't know, we maybe should sort of be more candid about this when we are trying to think about what is the right sort of metaphysical system to think about reality. And this quote from Markus Müller from 4 years ago, so he works with the group of Anton Zeilinger, who won the Nobel Prize 2 years ago for his work on quantum information theory. And Müller is like, according to our current conception of physics, any valid physical theory is supposed to describe the objective evolution of a unique external world. Of course. However, this condition is challenged by quantum theory, which suggests that physical systems should not always be understood as having objective properties which are simply revealed by measurement. I mean, like, what is he saying that, like, objectivity went out of the window? And this is like, yeah, I mean, he's a theoretical physicist. This is not like some philosophical musings, or this is like the thing he's doing, what they're doing, which is kind of pointing them in this direction, that the idea of like, this is contextuality. The way you do your experiment, you kind of put these attributes into the thing you're measuring, which, again, makes no sense at all from our classical logical perspective. So, science tells us how things work. It doesn't tell us what it is. And this is very important because, and then on the other hand, metaphysics is the thing which starts where physics ends. So metaphysics cannot be proven or disproven. So if you have good metaphysical ideas, they do not crash with anything in science. So that's kind of the main attribute of kind of your metaphysical system. It has ideas which can be true or cannot, and no one knows. So physicalism is a philosophical belief. This does not come out of science. There's no way, there's no equation or nothing in the edifice of science that tells you that physicalism is the right way to look at reality. And as we've seen, actually it seems to be that reality is telling us that it's actually the other way around. Like, rationality, common sense don't seem to be things that the universe, reality is very concerned about. And the problem started with physicists being confronted with this quantum weirdness, and these quantum pioneers, they were like really sort of trying to engage with what this means and the craziness. And then the next generation was like, hey, forget it, shut up and calculate, do the math. you understand things, you can build technology, you can have all the great stuff, and just don't worry about these like philosophical musings. Which means that kind of most physicists either think philosophy is irrelevant or stupid. And that's really bad, because then you have physicists who are very ignorant in terms of metaphysics. And as a result, physicalism kind of went under the radar and never was exposed as what it is. It's a metaphysical belief. It's not something you have to adopt if you like science and think that's the correct thing to do. And kind of as an example I gave was, it's kind of a quote people think came from Feynman, like one of the greatest physicists. And he said that ornithology is as important to birds as the philosophy of science is to scientists. Which is such a stupid thing to say. I mean, if you think about it, like in the philosophy of science you're asking like, what can I know? What's the structure of reality? What is a law of nature? And how can you like be a serious physicist and think that this is a waste of time? So kind of that was a bit of the problem here, that kind of physics and philosophy, they kind of, they diverged, and there wasn't really, they weren't really working together in kind of trying to address what is the correct underlying thought system to understand reality. But slowly we are looking at newer or kind of more funky ideas. Panpsychism is something which is quite en vogue. So the idea here is that consciousness is fundamental, and it's ubiquitous and incremental, so it's everywhere. And kind of quoting Freeman Dyson, who was one of a great theoretical physicists of the 20th century, and he once said, mind is already inherent in every electron. So it's panpsychism is like, you have the sparkle of like consciousness everywhere. But basically what you're doing is you're taking physicalism, you're taking the thing you can't understand, consciousness, and you're putting it in and defining it as like one of the things you can't define, the ontological primitive. So you're putting the thing you can't describe as part of the things that are there from the beginning. So, you can do that, of course, but I don't know. You maybe can do better. But it's quite popular at the moment because of Christoph Koch and Giulio Tononi, two neuroscientists. So Koch is one of the pioneering neuroscientists, and their idea of integrated information theory, which says the more information is like being processed in some device, the bigger the chance that this suddenly starts to have an inner perspective, which implies panpsychism. And then you have philosophers of mind like Philip Goff, who in 2021 or 2019 kind of wrote about this and popularized this. And what panpsychism really did, it really opened the floodgates to like more crazy and more radical metaphysical thinking. And the question is, okay, if consciousness is fundamental, why stay with panpsychism? Why not go all in and move to metaphysical idealism, which says consciousness is all there is? So it's a monist philosophy. And reality is fundamentally mental. So the physical is derived or contingent, which raises a lot of eyebrows if you're kind of coming from a physicalist point of view. And so what we're talking about here is that somehow there seems to be like two sort of mental aspects to reality. One is kind of your personal mental process, our individual kind of thing we have now, we're perceiving. And then you have these transpersonal mental processes, which are in idealism kind of what's behind kind of the physical, which is kind of like propping it up, which is sort of allowing this to exist. So it kind of comes to the question of like, cosmic consciousness and kind of this sort of, again, sort of this idea of, well, but this is all like new age stuff. Like, should we take this seriously? So, a brief history. While shamanism isn't technically an idealist view, it's kind of it's really acknowledging that there is a spiritual reality that you can access with your consciousness through altered modes of consciousness. So yeah, shamanism being like one of the oldest sort of religions in that sense. So this was there from the very beginning, when humans started to think about sort of the bigger picture, and that kind of this spirit world is a real thing and you can visit it. And then in Hinduism, there's like the concept of Brahman, which is like ultimate reality, the universal self, and Atman, which is the personal self. So again, this kind of dichotomy between sort of transpersonal, everything, and the personal self. But then sometimes Hinduism goes full on non-dual and says, Atman is Brahman, so what? So trying sort of putting these together. And then don't forget that there was like Soma, this psychedelic potion, which was probably influential in the kind of the genesis of kind of this sort of spiritual tradition. And there's also some schools in Buddhism that are idealist, where you have to say there's also some other schools which are more materialist.
But the Buddha said mind matters most.
Yeah, but there's still like certain schools that are more like, no, we should like focus more on kind of, well, not technically materialist, but just kind of more sort of negating kind of this full idealist sort of thing. I would have to look it up which ones they are, but it's like there's sort of a bit of a divergence there. And then Plato, who kind of had this idea that there's this abstract level of pure forms from which like our physical reality springs. And Plato being like the biggest influence or kind of like the biggest name in Western philosophy. And again, don't forget, there was this psychedelic drink called Kykeon in the Eleusinian Mysteries, where so Plato again maybe is talking about something he experienced firsthand and not just thought about like in abstract terms. And then we have mystic traditions. So in the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim religions, and it's interesting because like traditionally these Abrahamic monotheistic religions tell you that there's an external God, you have to kind of obey this external authority. But the mystics turned this around and made it all about your personal interaction with the divine. This was like the central thing of what these mystics kind of were talking about. And especially in the Kabbalah and Sufism, there's like very detailed descriptions of these non-physical levels of reality. And then we have George Berkeley, who really presented a very robust and well thought out sort of idealist philosophy. It wasn't called idealism then, he called it immaterialism. And basically was thinking that reality is made up from mind-dependent ideas. So he was Bishop Berkeley, so for him it was like reality is happening in the mind of God. And Leibniz, so we know Leibniz more as a mathematician, he synchronistically came up with calculus the same time Newton did. And he kind of introduced his philosophy of monadology. So he said these realities made up of these monads, which are like mind-like, irreducible substances. And kind of, I mentioned John Wheeler, who sort of is the physicist who came to think about that maybe reality is more of an informational theoretic thing than a physical thing. And actually Wheeler was really influenced by Leibniz's philosophy, so he really kind of liked this idea of what Leibniz was kind of metaphysically thinking about. And then yes, Immanuel Kant, so he was maybe the first sort of idealist philosopher. He was influenced by Berkeley and Leibniz. And it's kind of like more complicated because he was saying that there's the noumenon, which is the thing itself, which you can never know or touch, but then there's the phenomenon, the thing we live in. And the phenomenon is made up of mind-dependent stuff. So space, time, matter, causality, rationality, these are all constructs of the mind. These are not things that exist per se. And this kind of set off a whole sort of wave of German idealism from Fichte, Schelling to Hegel, and they try to like sort of combat dualism and really sort of present arguments for like why sort of the mind is primal. And actually Martin Heidegger claimed that Western philosophy kind of culminated with Hegel, and yeah, it's kind of a nice thing to say of your philosopher friends. And finally Arthur Schopenhauer, who kind of said there's the will, kind of this inner essence of reality, but it's a thing. It wants to do stuff. It's like an instinctual thing. So like gravity, that's not just a force. It's like this inner will of reality that's expressing itself. And his book was called Will and Representation, where he described that. And representation is kind of the outside view of it. So kind of in a Kantian sort of way of thinking about things.
James, you didn't mention Spinoza, so do you think you consider him in the panpsychism, or?
I mean, I'm not quite sure. I mean, he was like, God is like everywhere. I think it was more kind of in a religious context. So apart from Berkeley, I'm trying to like be more sort of looking at sort of philosophers, because I think for him it was really kind of like you see God in like everything around you, and kind of that was like the sort of the religious sort of aspect that Einstein kind of liked, where he was like, yeah, I like Spinoza's God, but it was always kind of related to God and not just like sort of idealism. But yeah, you probably could put him in there as well. So the history. What about today? Well, both epistemological and ontological idealism came under massive attack in Britain at the turn of the 20th century by George Edward Moore and Bertrand Russell. So, Bertrand Russell was also a mathematician, and these two guys kind of started what's today known as analytic philosophy. So this is really when philosophy became sort of a serious thing, so very formal, using logic and common sense. So this is kind of like really sort of where this kind of, where there was a turn in philosophy, and it really kind of became hard to understand and read because of this kind of high formalism. And of course, from a rational point of view, idealism is like really silly. It's like this, I don't know, wishful thinking or this philosophical sophistry. It's like, come on, you need to be mature and just accept that like reality is random, hasn't got any purpose, there's no gods, there's no cosmic consciousness, and your consciousness is nothing special. I mean, just grow up and just accept what it is. And so that was kind of like, yeah, sort of the feeling there that, I mean, all this thinking about idealism is like, yeah, it's kind of silly. Let's move on. But so why are we talking about this still today? Well, as I mentioned, the Renaissance of idealism. So philosophers and scientists who are kind of grappling with these ideas of fundamental reality and consciousness kind of, through stages, come to idealism. And David Chalmers, the guy who posed the hard problem of consciousness, kind of really nicely describes how this evolution kind of looked for him, where he's like claiming he's sort of moving towards idealism. So, first, when he's impressed by the success of science endorsing materialism about everything, and so about the mind. Second, when he's moved by the problem of consciousness to see a gap between physics and consciousness, thereby endorsing dualism, where both matter and consciousness are fundamental. Third, one is moved by the inscrutability of matter to realize that science reveals at most the structure of matter and not its underlying nature, and to speculate that this nature may involve consciousness, thereby endorsing panpsychism. Fourth, one comes to think that there is little reason to believe in anything beyond consciousness, and that the physical world is wholly constituted by consciousness, thereby endorsing idealism. And he's like claiming that's kind of the intellectual path he sort of went through. And okay, so Max Planck, 1905, he was the person who unleashed the quantum world and all its demons upon us. And already back in 1931, he said, I regard consciousness as fundamental. I regard matter as derivative from consciousness. So a very sort of staunch idealist exclamation here from one of the greatest physicists of all time. And then we have Robert Kuhn, who through his he has a YouTube channel called Closer to Truth, where he has been in dialogue with over 200 philosophers and scientists, and then he wrote a paper in this year where he kind of tries to show this taxonomy, kind of this landscape of consciousness, where it's on over 140 pages. He analyzes dozens and dozens of different metaphysical ideas from the philosophy of mind. And at the very end, he says, I just don't know. My own hunch right here, right now, if I'm coerced to disclose it and for what it's worth, might be something of a dualism-idealism mashup. So I don't really know what this should mean, but I note that he puts idealism in his mashup. So kind of interesting that after kind of interacting with so many different versions of what consciousness is, that kind of he's I don't know, but it probably is something along the idealism route. So some of the idealists. Amit Goswami, he was working as a theoretical physicist for 3 decades. And in 1993, he wrote the book The Self-Aware Universe, How Consciousness Creates the Material World. So Goswami presents something which he called monist idealism, and where he's consciousness is the ground of all being, kind of this non-dual sort of way of looking at the world. And this is, so he's not coming to this from some sort of religious tradition. This is him as a theoretical physicist, addressing these enigmas of consciousness. And then we have Thomas Campbell. In 2003, he wrote 3 books. So My Big Toe, which is in physics, it's an acronym TOE for Theory of Everything, which would be quantum gravity. But he's trying to be funny here. But he's kind of an interesting guy. He was trained physicist. He worked as a applied physicist. that kind of professionally. And he was involved in the Monroe Institute, which still exists to this day. And they were doing all kind of funky out-of-body experiments in the 80s. And in 2003, the CIA declassified this document, which they had in 1983. They kind of were looking at this Monroe Institute because they tried to figure out, can we use out-of-body experiences to spy on other people and stuff? And if you read this document, you can find it online. It's kind of crazy because they're totally. These were these experiments worked, and that was the CIA disclosing that stuff. And Campbell kind of, so he doesn't really use idealism, but he comes up with this idea of the absolute unbounded oneness. So again, a name for something we can't envision, cosmic consciousness, whatever. And he kind of tries to sort of, formalize it a bit, and how this physical universe is more like a simulation that's computed somehow from this unbounded oneness, which has an intelligence and a purpose. And Erwin Laszlo, in 2016, What is Reality? The New Map of Cosmos and Consciousness, at the age of 83, I think. So, as a child, he was a prodigy pianist in Hungary. So, because of kind of his talent, he was able to travel to the US and get US citizenship, and then he switched to systems theory. So this is a precursor of complexity theory with feedback loops and emergence and networks and all that. And he's kind of a serious scientist. And he kind of presents this idea of the Akashic field, he calls it, from kind of Hinduism. And this is kind of like this, again, this substrate of consciousness which like everything comes out of, again, kind of this idealist idea. And he kind of tries to link it to the vacuum, the 0 point field. So as I said, like, you have all these quantum fields of all the different like particles and forces, and if they're empty, the field is still there doing stuff, and there's still energy in there. So this is like the 0 point energy in the 0 point field, and he's like, hey, that's like the best thing, or the closest thing we can like from physics kind of bridge to this idea of like universal consciousness. And you see that Stanislav Grof wrote the introduction. So he was like the one of the founders of transpersonal psychology, and he was one of the pioneers of psychedelic therapy back in the 60s and 70s. And so they all kind of knew each other, Grof and Laszlo, and I mentioned Christopher Bache, who wrote the book LSD and the Mind of the Universe, where he kind of describes his 20 years of taking 73 high-dose LSD doses, and like describing what he experienced in this transcendental multiverse of craziness with kind of, yeah, going deeper and deeper and deeper into transcendence and metaphysics. And Laszlo kind of endorsed Bache's book, and he wrote the book by Bache is like one of the most important books I have ever read, but it only works if you endorse three things. First of all, there's an intelligence behind the things that exist in the universe. This intelligence has a purpose, and it's possible for our human mind to understand some of this purpose. So here, yeah. Well, probably, I don't know, depending on how you try.
No, I think it's true. Like. And who said that, Laszlo or the other guy?
So Laszlo wrote that about Bache's book in the foreword. So here you have kind of three unlikely people who kind of come from science and like idealism as a metaphysical idea. So it's not only just philosophers, although they are philosophers, like Bernardo Kastrup. He was a computer scientist turned philosopher of mind, and he came up with his own kind of idealism called analytic idealism. So kind of like the focus again on being very rigorous. So he introduces concepts like Markov blankets from statistics. And as you can see from the titles, so this is 2019, this is like 2021, and this is 2024. So he's getting more bold. So first it was a multidisciplinary argument for the mental nature of reality. And then it's like the fall of matter and the contours of the next mainstream scientific worldview. And now it's like a straightforward summary of the 21st century's only plausible metaphysics. So he's like, yeah, he's on a roll. And actually, he's kind of cool because for this book, it's a compilation of like 12 peer-reviewed publications in different philosophy journals, where each one is standalone. But he planned this already as a book, so he just then compiled them. And he did that because in the beginning, all the philosophers were like, yeah, we don't take you seriously because you just like entered new into philosophy and you have no clue of what you're talking about, and you don't have like enough publications. So that's why he was like, okay, sat down, wrote 12 papers, got them published, and kind of kicked off with this book. So he's like, yeah, he's pretty serious about what he's doing. And then we have Miri Al-Bahari. So, Perennial Idealism, a mystical solution to the mind-body problem, from 2019. Like, this is now really sort of, it's really great to read. You can download it for free. But you see, like, yeah, from when I read the quotes, philosophy is really hard because the words, like, it has to be very precise, everything, and it's like these abstract terms and everything, and she does like an amazing job of like presenting how her version of idealism could work. And she chose perennial idealism. So Aldous Huxley who with mescaline started to get into this sort of more metaphysical ideas, presented perennial philosophy, which is like, hey, there's like a divine presence behind all the things, and you can like interact with it, like what the mystics did. So, Miri al-Bahari says, how are we to understand the notion of a universal, world-grounding consciousness that lacks the encompassing perspective of a subject to whom experiences occur? The first step will be to elucidate the central notion of an aperspectival, unconditioned consciousness, one that may serve as a ground for the idealist metaphysics. If mystics have alluded to such consciousness, which they have, it will have been accessed experientially. The central proposal is thus that what appears as our concrete world is in fact built from constellations of cognisensory imagery that frame a subject's perspective. Under perennial idealism, then, the basic brute fact upon which manifestation is to be built is the appearing of a subject, that is to say, imagery to a perspective from the ground of a perspective unconditioned consciousness. You can see philosophy is hard, and it's like that's why a lot of scientists are like, come on, this doesn't mean anything. This is just like words, but actually, if you take the time, you understand that this is like very meaningful, and you have to like define things like the cognisensory thing. She defines as specific qualities associated with the different specific sensory and cognitive modalities, of which then you have to read a whole paragraph and like a whole page to like even understand what this means. Or she has this idea of witness consciousness, which is like the field of just kind of unbounded awareness. And so there's like, you can very sort of rigorously, formally and logically talk about these things, idealism, but it's a hard read, but it's definitely worth it because I really enjoyed that. So, idealism cannot be understood rationally but only experienced. This is the crucial thing. This makes it so hard. But this is kind of the hallmark of all psychedelic experiences. So we're talking about something that is non-dual, aperspectival, unconditioned, non-local, and unified, and it's consciousness. So these are all like attributes. Like, what do these even mean? But again, like, if we listen to the shamans or the mystics, they kind of tell us what this could mean, what this is, like how this feels, and like the meditators. So Mathieu Ricard, he had a PhD, did a PhD in molecular biology, and then he turned to become a Buddhist monk, and he's been meditating ever since. And Diego, who talked last week, so if they ever need meditators to do like brain scans, they take apparently Diego and Ricard. And he was saying that like as science kind of probes deeper and deeper, like with a microscope, and you try and like figure out what's in matter, you can do the same with meditation into your consciousness. And at one point you just realize you reach the point where it just stops, and there's just this field of just pure awareness. That's how he describes it. And we should also listen to the Psychonauts. So these are all kind of masters of consciousness. And this study from this year, endorsement of metaphysical idealism mediates a link between past use of psychedelics and well-being. So what they found is that people who take psychedelics have kind of a shift in their sort of, or have a kind of a spiritual epiphany, because they have a shift in their metaphysical worldview, which is induced by the psychedelic experience, which tends towards idealism, because that's apparently that which people experience during those states. And yeah, I mentioned Chris Leatherby, the philosopher of mind who wrote the book Philosophy of Psychedelics, who was actually saying, this is a bad thing, because psychedelics are helping people, but they're inducing these very irrational and untrue metaphysical ideas about reality. This is very bad, but like apparently this is in a longer tradition of like what people have been experiencing and talking about. And yeah, you cannot access it rationally, you have to experience it. So it's kind of like a difficult situation, because if you try and like criticize these things, you kind of would have to have made the experience yourself to really be able to talk about it. So that's kind of like a bit of an asymmetry here in the debate. And finally, so
James, one question: how do you define a perspective?
again, it's like non-dual. It's just like nothing our rational mind can comprehend, but it just means there's like no perspective, but still like coming from like a source of consciousness. I know that doesn't help. So when I wrote about all this stuff, this is the book that's coming out next March, at the very end I kind of realized that somehow there's the problem with idealism is there's like too many sort of subgroups of like, or too many different theories of idealism. And I tried to like bring together like what sort of the main sort of characteristics seem to be that like different idealistic sort of philosophies have. And that's why syncretic meaning like a bunch of like different beliefs put together. And so one thing is that you have this multi-tiered ontology, so you have the physical and the non-physical, the spiritual. This seems to be like one thing you start with. And then, so entelechy is something Aristotle came up with. It's like when something potential becomes actual. And this seems to be very central to what's happening in quantum physics, because somehow quantum physics is like at this boundary of like the potential stuff when it's in superposition, and when it's measured it becomes actual. So this seems to be like the boundary between like this weirdness of like potential and then kind of our actual reality. And this is something that Werner Heisenberg, one of the great quantum physicists, actually talked about a bit, which is for some reason not very well known. And then kind of this idea of the will to complexity. So what we're seeing happening here on Earth seems to be something the universe likes to do. So the universe seems to have an innate kind of arrow or kind of a teleology. It wants to go somewhere, and where it wants to go is more structure, more complexity. Yeah, so life, consciousness, and then we produce computation, and like it seems to be something that is like encoded into, so this should be something physics should figure out at one point, because it's here and it does it, and of course like most physicists are like, no, there can't be, the universe doesn't have a purpose, it's not going towards somewhere, but apparently that's like what it seems to be doing. And like, I don't know, there's like hints from sort of this non-equilibrium thermodynamics which we kind of understand, like there are these seeds of like, of how kind of, yeah, you can start to sort of have self-organization and complexity kind of emerge in the universe. And kind of here the idea would be that, so once you have kind of assembled complex structures, so for now it's biological, then they can start to channel like from this field, this ground field of consciousness. So this is kind of like a bit of a reinterpretation of Kastrup's dissociated consciousness idea. So he was saying that there's like this thing called dissociated identity disorder, where people have different like personalities, but actually it's like literally, they call them alters. They're like literally different sort of units or kind of perspectives in your mind, and they can shift. And there's like, so for long people thought this isn't a thing, or that these people were just making it up, but like with sort of modern neuroscans, or like there was this one documented case of a woman who had this DID and she was blind, but it turned out that that was like the thing of the alters. She wasn't actually physically blind, and she regained her sight after a lot of psychotherapy. So that was kind of Kastrup's idea, that you have this transpersonal field of consciousness, and kind of what we are these alters of like, yeah, kind of personalities that kind of form in this field, the same as it happens in like, so we have one like unified consciousness, but then you, with this DID, you can then still have like manifestations of individual ones. And then you kind of have, yeah, so in the beginning the cosmos is sapient, it's like clever, it like assembles life and computes, but only once consciousness is in there, it's like sentient. So the best way to kind of understand that, I find, is with Stephen Wolfram, the physicist, computer scientist, who like 20 years ago said we shouldn't do physics with equations but computationally. And in 2020 he kind of, well, in 2002 he brought this idea out, kind of called a new kind of science, where it's like, hey, we need to understand reality unfolding computationally. Everyone ignored him, and well, the physicists, and in 2022 he came out again with a much more sophisticated version, where it's like these hypergraphs, multidimensional updating, whatever. But he kind of came up with this idea of, he calls it the Ruliad, and this is like every possible computation done in every possible way. So it's like the most abstract and general thing, which he claims underlies mathematics and physics. And what consciousness kind of does is, because he then starts to incorporate consciousness, we kind of track sort of paths through this Ruliad. And it's kind of funny because Wolfram was like, my mother was a professor of philosophy at Oxford. I hated philosophy, it seemed so irrelevant and stupid. And now apparently I'm doing philosophy because, yeah, I've started to get interested in these things. So to represent this visually, so this is like this cosmic consciousness field thing. Somehow it kind of, the border, it goes from the potential to the actual, and this is like this information theoretical idea in physics, that actually from information you get space-time, and then actually the whole of our physical reality unfolds according to like, yeah, computation, the Ruliad. And at one point you have metabolic pathways, life, and within this life you have, yeah, then kind of our brains, which kind of allow this sort of dissociation from kind of this transpersonal consciousness to our personal kind of consciousness. And somehow what we're doing here is like, yeah, this dance of the physical and the mental, and it seems to be that we're going towards some sort of more complex, kind of unified, I don't know, manifestation in the universe. And if you start to like change your consciousness, you can actually go back here. So when you're having psychedelic experiences, you're back in this soup of whatever transcendence. And maybe there's like other branching realities going out here. Who knows? So that would be like, yeah, my attempt at trying to understand any of this. So, have we not progressed in understanding fundamental reality and consciousness because we unwittingly adopted the wrong metaphysics? So this is a question like regardless of idealism. Physicalism seems to be the wrong way to think about fundamental stuff in the universe, including our own nature. This just appears to be a fact. And can we envision other modes of cognition, like symbolic cognition? So in shamanism, like the eagle flying past, or constellations of stars, everything has a meaning. So in shamanism, kind of the universe is full of meaning. And this is something also Carl Gustav Jung was like really thinking about. So his idea of synchronicity, thank you. So that accidental stuff happens, but it has meaning. Or that you have kind of the archetypes, kind of these templates of like universal meaning. And that kind of the universe is talking to us, you just have to listen. This would be kind of, yes, symbolic cognition. Can we like even sort of think about that, or kind of envision that as like Western sort of educated minds? And are we actually discovering like age-old wisdom? Wisdom which was retrieved through changes in consciousness from the very beginning, with the shamans, like, I don't know, taking psychedelic substances or inducing trance states. And can idealism break free from the dominance of physicalist and religious ideology? So the idealist has a hard stance, because the physicalist is like, hey, come on, just accept the universe is just purposeless and random, so kind of this cosmic nihilism, and any meaning you see is just you projecting on it, just grow up, like what you're talking about is just ridiculous. And then you have the religious people who are like, hey, I mean, like, or kind of in our kind of the modern way, our monotheistic religions are enforced. It's like, hey, we have this external authority you have to obey, and saying that kind of the thing in you is a spark of the divine is kind of heresy, and that's like you're just taking yourself too seriously. This is very bad. You should be more humble in the eyes of God or whatever. So as an idealist, you're like, kind of, you make everyone your enemy. So yeah, it's not easy. And can we conceive of a scientific spirituality, which is the topic of next week, which is the final lecture. So can we imagine an ensouled universe? Like really, like seriously, like what would that mean? How would this feel? Like if we think about it and try and like switch off our rational mind, like can we even access such a concept? Can we like, does this like feel right or totally wrong? And I mean, just to be clear, like we all hold irrational beliefs if we like it or not. That's just a fact. And most of them we don't even know that they're irrational. So yeah, reframing kind of these ideas, it seems to be that, yeah, there's actually a good case to be made for idealism in the 21st century, which is kind of compatible with the scientific worldview, which makes sense from like an intellectual point of view, from like different philosophies. So yeah, I hope you kind of rethink your metaphysical beliefs and try and do something with this. Thank you.